Please be seated.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of our sitting in relation to the annual financial statement and the budget debates. We will continue with presentations in relation to the debate this morning. I recognize the honourable member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise. Good morning. Morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning to those on the government side and those on the opposition side, and to everyone else who is here in the precincts of this honorable House. Madam President, I rise this morning to support a bill before this honorable House, and I do so. And as I do so, I want to commend the mover for once again, Madam President, delivering a budget that is people-centered, one that is forward-looking, and one that continues to bring hope to all who call this beloved island of Nevis home. Madam President, I rise to support a budget that will ensure that this island paradise of Nevis will continue, and as I said, will continue on its upward trajectory. Madam President, I rise to support a budget that will indeed stimulate growth in the economy. Madam President, I rise to support a budget that will ensure a bright future for the present as well as the future generations. Madam President, I rise to support a budget that will always see money in the pockets of Nevisians, thus affording them a decent standard of living. As I support this budget, Madam President, I am proud to give an account of my stewardship regarding the ministries and departments that I am fortunate to lead. In 2024, Madam President, we in this ministry remain cognizant of our mission to focus heavily on food security and food sovereignty, and to do so in a sustainable manner. All of our efforts, Madam President, have been geared at empowering our farmers and fishers, and of course, subsequently increasing production. And so, Madam President, as I give an account of the year, watermelon production increased by 92.5%. Let me repeat that. Watermelon production increased by 92.5% when compared to 2023. It moved from 73,031 pounds to 140,610 pounds. And Madam President, figures don't lie. Figures give hard evidence. And I'm going to be presenting a lot of figures today, because once the figures are there in the records, Madam President, they cannot be refuted. Madam President, I'm also happy to report that the importation of this said crop reduced by 112.7%. And of course, with regards to our watermelon, we are also realizing now that times gone by, we used to see just red watermelon on the market. Not anymore. We are seeing red, we are seeing yellow, we are seeing seedless, and so we continue to move forward where this production of this crop is concerned. Of course, we also continue to see an increase in banana and plantain production. Gone are the days when all of the banana and plantains, or almost all, that we consumed came in from Dominica. That is not the case now, Madam President. Madam President, we have also seen of course, we've seen a reduction in tomato production that was highlighted in the budget address. But for those of us who are technically savvy with tomato production, we would know that when it is extremely hot, like the heat that we experienced in 2024, we know that fruiting of the tomato and eventual production would be dramatically increased. And so this heat that we have been experiencing over the years is very, very bad for tomato production. And tomato is one of the crops that over the years we have done very well in. We have seen increases over the past years, but because of the climate change and the heat, we have seen a reduction in tomato production. Of course, as we speak about extension and crop production as well, we must also continue to mention the great work that is being done at the Indian Castle Fruit Orchard. And Madam President, people continue to marvel when they visit the Indian Castle Fruit Orchard. People continue to marvel. And here I must give credit to the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. It was his idea to have this fruit orchard at Indian Castle. And it is now a showpiece, Madam President. And very soon, persons are going to be able to drink jelly water from Indian Castle, from the numerous plants that we have there. And of course, we are also growing other plants apart from the coconut, Madam President. Madam President, I spoke a while ago about lettuce production. And the revolutionizing what we have seen on the island with regards to lettuce production is primarily because of the technology of shade house. Shade house technology has taken off dramatically on the island of Nevis. I must say here that the kind of shade house technology and shade house production that we are witnessing on the island of Nevis surpasses all shade house technology and production in the sub-region, including the Leeward and the Windward Islands. We are leading with regards to shade house technology on the island of Nevis. And I must give kudos and credit to our shade house farmers as well as our staff at the Department of Agriculture who continues to push the technology and continues to support technically. Madam President, we have 24 shade houses under production on small Nevis. Little Nevis, we have up to 24 shade houses under cultivation. And of course, they are continuing to, apart from the lettuce, which they are doing exceptionally well with, they continue to produce other short-term crops like sweet pepper, herbs, cucumbers, tomato, and cabbage to a lesser extent. Madam President, we in this ministry, we are focused and we are moving forward. As a matter of fact, that is the theme of my presentation today. We are focused and we are moving forward. And of course, Madam President, as we speak about crop production, it is important that our farmers not only produce, but it is also important that we as a department, as a ministry, that we give that support with regards to marketing. Because it's all well and good that our farmers can produce these crops, but there is the need for assistance with regards to marketing of these crops. And this Department of Agriculture, Madam President, has always been there to assist our farmers with regards to marketing. And at the Lawrence and Parry Agricultural Depot, the farmers' payout for 2024 increased by 29.8% compared to 2023. So it moved from $235,895 to $306,064, Madam President. And it shows, Madam President, that if we have seen this increase in payout, it automatically shows that the farmers on the island of Nevis have been responding, they have been producing. The Department of Agriculture has also been responding, and they have been marketing the crops for our farmers. Madam President, I would also like to indicate that at the Lawrence and Parry Agricultural Depot, there has continued to be an improvement in the availability and the choices as well as the quality that is available there. Of course, as well, because of the production that has been on the island, there has been numerous sales organized during the course of 2024 to ensure that our householders have wholesome and local produce. Madam President, in the area of livestock production, we in the Department and the Ministry of Agriculture, this is an area that we have been trying to put a lot of emphasis on because there's always demand for meat and meat products, Madam President. And if the demand continues to rise, then the farmers should be able to rise to the challenge and to produce more meat as well. We in the Department of Agriculture, we are trying to lead. Of course, we have realized over the year problem with regards to dog attacks on our animals. And for whatever reason, we do have a large population of dogs on the island. There is legislation which speaks to registration of our dogs, and we intend in 2025 to try as much as possible to enforce that legislation, because we have realized that a lot of our dog owners, they have dogs, large breeds of dogs, and they do not control them sometimes, Madam President. And our livestock owners, in particular our small ruminant farmers, they continue to complain bitterly because there are times when our livestock farmers lose maybe 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 animals in one night. And my heart goes out to those livestock farmers, because here we have farmers who are trying to complement what we do at the abattoir in terms of providing their livestock. But at the same time, we have unscrupulous dog owners who let their dogs loose. And we realize now, sometimes, that the dogs are not only attacking the animals, but sometimes they're attacking people as well. A lot of the times when I see people walking on the road at mornings, a lot of them have a stick in their hands, and some of them are terrified by dogs. And so I am appealing to the dog owners on the island of Nevis. Please, control your dogs. And as I said, we will be making some headway in 2025 to try to enforce and police the legislation where dogs are concerned. We're going to try to get people to register. There's a small fee to register your animals and to license your animals. And we will try as much as possible to utilize the technology that is there as well, and to have microchips inserted in the animals as well. So I just wanted to give that notice ahead of time to our dog owners. Madam President, as I speak to livestock production, let us now move to what is happening at the abattoir. Now, here again, figures don't lie, Madam President. And let us look at the slaughtering at the abattoir. And let us look at a comparison between 2023 and 2024. Now, beef has always been in high demand. And since we have been doing so much processing at the abattoir, we are never ever able to provide enough beef. And so, beef decreased by 24.3%, and it's because of the reduction in the availability of the animals. Pork, Madam President, increased by 21.9% over last year. So it moved from 44,284 to 58,000 pounds. And of course, we know that there's an increase in demand for local hams. And those of you who are listening and watching, if you haven't put in your order yet, I don't know if it's too late, but the 13th is the deadline. So I am guided here. You still have some time to put in your order for your local hams. And I understand that the orders, the demand goes up every year. And so that is why we've had an increase in pork slaughtering at the abattoir. One of the reasons I must mention here that this year we have an increase by 21.9%. Last year we had a decrease by 0.1%. So we have turned around that 0.1% decrease to a 21.9% increase in 2024. Chicken, local chicken, increased by 30.52% from 13,981 to 18,242 pounds. And of course, this is because of the increase in chicken production. Last year, chicken increased by only 12.2%. And so from last year, of an increase of 12.2%, this year, we have almost tripled that to 30.52%, Madam President. Mutton, always in high demand again, an increase by 22.9% from 39,953 pounds to 49,083 pounds. Commendable, Madam President. And that is why I'm pleading with our dog owners to please control your dogs. We want to see this continued upward movement in slaughtering and production in terms of mutton. Last year, we had a decrease of 1.2%. This year, Madam President, we've turned that around and we are now up to 22.9% increase. In terms of the total slaughtered at the abattoir, there was an increase of 17.5% from 122,407 to 143,801, Madam President. Commendation. Our farmers' payout increased by 10.6% in 2024. So, it went from $483,453.14 in 2024 to over $500,000 in 2020. In 2023 to over $500,000 in 2024. Over $500,000 payout to our farmers, Madam President. And of course, we know that our local processed products are always very much in high demand. Let us move to agro-processing now, Madam President. And as I said, I have the figures to back up all of what I'm saying. I'm not coming here in this honorable house, Madam President, to speak hot air. I have the evidence to support what I'm saying. In agro-processing, in terms of our items, comparisons between 2023 and 2024, Madam President. Cassava composite bread. In 2023, the total produced was 6,443. In 2024, the produced, what was done there, 9,186 for a 29.9% increase. It shows that we have been asking people all along to buy local, to eat local, because our local products are healthy and more wholesome. And it shows here in the cassava composite bread. In terms of lollies, it moved from 46,503 in 2023 to 52,406 in 2024, an increase of 11.4%. Figures don't lie. Drinks, 500 ml bottles in 2023, 4,580. That moved to 5,562, an increase of 17.7%. Drinks, 5-liter bottles, it moved from 190 in 2023 to 679 in 2024, an increase of 72, a whopping 72%, Madam President. And I dare say that our hotels, our restaurants, and members of the general public has been really rising to the challenge and supporting what we're doing at our abattoir, at our marketing division, as well as our agro-processing unit. Things are happening with regards to agriculture on the island of Nevis, Madam President. The payout for raw materials increased by 9.7% compared to 23, from $52,148 to $57,210, Madam President. Madam President, I had to bring an area in this presentation that is captioned farmer support. I absolutely had to bring that area of farmer support for this year's budget. Because when I listened to the member opposite yesterday, it was said, and I wrote it down, nothing is being done on Nevis to advance the food security agenda. That's the exact words. And then it was also said that we in this administration do not care about farmers and fishers. But Madam President, what I am presenting today is a stark difference to what was said yesterday by the member opposite. Our farmers and our fishers have over the years, ever since I started to work there many years ago, have always received a lot of support from our ministry and our department, Madam President. And so let us look at an area where we are going to focus primarily on support to farmers. The International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, in collaboration with the government of St. Kitts Nevis, is undertaking a 5-year GEF-funded project improving environmental management through sustainable land management in St. Kitts and Nevis. And it aims to transform degraded forested landscapes into areas for sustainable agriculture. Now, one major component of the initiative is to restore 265 hectares of land in both St. Kitts and Nevis. Now, under this project, Madam President, we've had workshops on sustainable agricultural land practices, integrated pest management, IPM, and composting. And those were hosted in January and May of 2024. We had some 18 farmers who benefited. Now, persons or farmers who participated, they were also presented with thermometers, pocket-sized magnifying glass, light and moisture tester for their farming use. So it shows, Madam President, that our farmers now are getting the requisite support, not only in terms of technically, but tangible support as well. They got stuff here to test moisture, to test light, magnifying glass, so you can look at what pests that might be there on the crops that you can't see with your naked eye. Madam President, the benefits to the farmers so far from this project: 21 rolls of ground cover, 507-foot fencing poles, 38-foot fencing poles, 25 rolls of 6-feet fencing wire, 1 roll of submain, 30 half-inch shutoff valves, 3 cases of seedling trays, and each containing 600 to the value of $35,994. Madam President, this is benefit to our farmers on the island of Nevis, Madam President. And this project will continue in 2025. Madam President, tangible support. Madam President, our registered farmers continue to enjoy concessions on various inputs. When our farmers import anything, or even if they're going to buy it locally, they benefit from concessions. And that has been in place for years, Madam President. Madam President, our Minister of Water is here, and he knows that our farmers benefit from concessionary rate. Yesterday, Madam President, I heard the member opposite say that some farmers can't pay their water rates. I want to know who farmers on Nevis can't pay their water rates. When they're getting such heavy concession, during COVID, farmers on Nevis didn't pay water bill for 3 years. 3 years! That's unheard of in this planet, Madam President. 3 years our farmers didn't pay anything for water. Nothing. Nil. Zero. And then our member opposite could come in here to say that we are doing nothing on Nevis to advance the food security agenda, and we don't like farmers. Madam President, Lord have mercy. Madam President.
Honourable Member, when you're referring to the member opposite, remember there are two, so be clear on who you're referring to.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you.
The opposite member who spoke first yesterday. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, our farmers continue to benefit from concessionary rates for land preparation and heavy equipment use. Our land preparation rates are the cheapest in the region. Cheapest in the region. Heavy equipment, we have 2 pieces of heavy equipment there in the department and ministry. And the rates are concessionary, Madam President. Madam President, in 2024, this administration and this ministry, we supported farmers and others with over 200 hours of excavation and backhoe hours. Free of charge. Free of charge, Madam President. But yet still, we don't care about the farmers. We increased the farmers' credit at the Lawrence and Parry depot as well. And there has been some reduction in the cost of inputs during the period to aid our farmers. Our farmers have received a lot of assistance, Madam President. Madam President, I reiterate that we in this ministry, we are focused and we are moving forward. Agriculture in schools, Madam President. The Department of Agriculture, through the World Food Day activities, ensured that each school on the island of Nevis had a school garden. Madam President, I know over the years, the school gardens have always been concentrated in the secondary schools and later on in the primary schools. But this year, Madam President, we ensured that that was extended to not only secondary and primary schools, Madam President, but also to the daycares and the nurseries. Also to the daycares and the nurseries. And so all the schools on the island, Madam President, now have a little garden, whether those who don't have space, they're using pots, because we provided the pots. We provided containers, we provided grow boxes, Madam President. And Madam President, I'm always heartened to see that in some of our schools, they are able to utilize produce from their school garden for their school kitchen. Yes, the Minister of Education is here, he can bear me out. They can utilize, and it is because of what the Department of Agriculture staff has done in terms of their outreach to these schools, why the schools have responded in such a way. And of course, we continue this year as well with the School Agro competition. Of course, this was hosted last year for the first time. Excellent response from our schools, from our primary schools, and that would have continued this year. Madam President, our Agri Expo. This is a big deal. Very big deal, Madam President. Big deal for not only Nevis, it's a big deal for the Federation, and it's a big deal for the sub-region too. And so our 28th annual Agriculture Open Day, well, it's now the Agri Expo, was hosted at the ETW Park on March 21st and 22nd under the theme Promoting Sustainable Agriculture for a Resilient Future. Our patron was Ermin Hendrickson. Let me congratulate her again. This year, We had record number of booths and record number of participants. Every year the numbers go up, Madam President. And if nothing is happening on Nevis where agriculture is concerned, why are people participating? Where are these people getting their stuff from to participate if nothing is happening? Madam President, this year, over 7,000 persons passed through the gates of the ETW Park to attend. Over 7,000. And we had a record number of over 200 visitors from our neighbor, Stacia. Stacia, thank you for always supporting us. And we will always be there for you as well. I must give a special commendation, Madam President, as I speak about the Agri Expo, to our livestock farmers. And that is why I'm going to reiterate again. The dog owners, I'm begging you please, I'm begging you please, give the livestock owners a break, please. Because over the years, Madam President, we've had issues with mutton. We hardly ever have enough mutton to supply the demand at the exhibition. Because when people come to buy mutton, they buy in a lot. Sometimes people come the first day, they buy a lot. They come back the second day, they want a lot. Of course, we know that we are a goat water loving public. And so people want mutton. And we have a lot of people from St. Kitts who come over specifically to buy mutton. And even the people from Stacia, sometimes they come and they buy mutton as well. And over the years, we have been challenged, Madam President, in terms of being able to supply all of the mutton that is demanded at the open day. And to be honest as well, there are times when we've had to look to Stacia, our neighbor. That's why we had to have such a wonderful relationship with Stacia. We've had to look to Stacia to assist us with beef, to assist us with mutton. This year, unfortunately, Stacia couldn't help. And so I want to commend our livestock farmers. They rose to the challenge. They rose to the challenge. And our local farmers supplied over 5,000 pounds of meat for the Agricultural Expo, the Agri Expo for 2024 for the 2 days. And so kudos to them. Over 5,000 pounds of meat from our local livestock farmers. And that is why this ministry will continue to care for and look out for and support all of our farmers on the island of Nevis. Of course, we continue with our Agriculture Awareness Month in 2024. That was hosted in May. That was our 11th anniversary. And of course, our main highlight is always to award our farmers, our fishers, and the department staff. Madam President, we've heard over the years quite a bit about the 25 by 25. And of course, this department and this ministry is well in tuned in terms of trying to meet our targets in terms of cutting our imports by 25% by the year 2025. And I can tell you, Madam President, that we have already started even before this 2025 initiative was rolled out by CARICOM. Because you've heard, Madam President, about our exploits in lettuce production. Madam President, you've heard about the exploits, which I spoke about the exploits in watermelon production. And so we, even before this 20 by 25 initiative came up, the farmers in Nevis have already been producing and ensuring that we will cut imports of some of our products by 25% and more than 25%. Because if you take the case of the lettuce, that is far beyond the 25% in terms of our cutting of reduction. And so we are fully committed to this 25 by 25 initiative that has been rolled out by CARICOM. Madam President, we are self-sufficient in eggs for 11 months of the year. Let me repeat that. We are self-sufficient in eggs for 11 months of the year, Madam President. And if that suggests that nothing is happening in agriculture, something has to be wrong. Our farmers, our egg producers have been doing well over the years, and a lot more egg producers continue to come on the market. And so we don't have to import any eggs from January to November. The only month that eggs are imported on this island of Nevis is in December. And of course we know what happens in December. Everybody is baking their cake, and everybody wants extra eggs in December. The hotels are full in December, and so they need extra eggs in December. And so the other months of the year, absolutely no importation. So, in a sense, we are ahead of the game for 2025 with regards to egg production, Madam President. Way ahead of the game. Way ahead of the game in eggs, way ahead of the game in lettuce. Madam President, as we continue in terms of focusing on what we need to do for the 25 by 2025, we have seen an addition of ground cover on farms, where an additional 7 acres have been covered. It shows that our farmers have been responding, and they want to be a part of this 25 by 25 initiative. The Department of Agriculture, we are trying our utmost to implement a 3-phase farmer stimulus assistance program that was recently launched. It's aimed at increasing the acreage under cultivation and eventually, of course, increasing crop production. And of course, support is expected through land preparation and through the provision of seedlings. Madam President, I did mention earlier about our investment in livestock. And so, we have invested in a pig facility at Madden's, as well as a small ruminant facility. Shows that we are positioning ourselves to increase our production in every area, whether it is in crop or livestock. Fencing work has been done at Madden's, and of course, the work that we have done there in terms of our units, our small ruminant and our piggery, over $300,000 has been invested there. Over $300,000 have been invested there, Madam President. But, yet still, this is a government that doesn't care anything about our farmers. And we also have a well-trained officer stationed at Madden's as well, who was trained at Earth University. It shows that we are positioning ourselves, Madam President. Precisely, training at Earth University organized through the government as well. Madam President, I spoke about what is happening at the abattoir. And the demand for everything that is produced at the abattoir is always increasing, every year. And so, we've had to purchase an additional freezer there for just over $65,000. We are investing, Madam President. We are positioning ourselves for the 25 by 25. And this takes an extra storage of 12,000 pounds. We've recently also purchased a Buster 5 slitting saw, valued at just about $13,000. And of course, all these steps are towards improving our infrastructure for the 25 by 25 and beyond. Because we have to recognize that all of what we're doing, we started this before CARICOM started it. And we are going to go way beyond the 2025 that CARICOM is talking about. Madam President, I spoke about the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, before. And they have also provided some stuff. They provided stuff for the farmers. And they have also given the Department of Agriculture some assistance. They have provided 300 fencing poles, 200 coconut plants, an additional 700 fencing poles will be provided, 100 rolls of drip line, 4 weed whackers, 7 chainsaws, shovels, cutlasses, pickaxe, wheelbarrow, knapsack sprayers, mechanical post diggers, manual post diggers, mist blower, and the list goes on. And these are given in terms of our assistance for the work that will be done, the additional work that will be done at the Indian Castle Orchard as well as at New River. Madam President, because of the fact that we are trying to position us for increased production in all areas, we've also developed a surveillance plan for Fusarium TR4 and banana bunch-it-up virus. This is a disease. We've heard a lot about the TR4. It is a disease that is in Venezuela, I think. And of course, if it crosses over to Trinidad and Tobago from Venezuela, we know Trinidad and Tobago is just down south of us. And once the disease gets there, we have no clue when and if and when it will get to the island of Nevis. And so we must position ourselves. And of course, Madam President, as we continue to speak about our 25 by 25, we also have big plans to start our broiler industry in 2025. In terms of training, during the past year we've had training in pesticide usage and safety, border protection, greenhouse technology, and building climate resilience, just to name a few. Madam President, let's turn to fisheries and marine resources. And the first item that I have here on the fisheries and marine resources, Madam President, 66 applications. 66 applications to the value of $480,621 were processed for duty-free concession so far this year, Madam President. 66 applications to the tune of $480,621. But, Madam President, we don't care about our officials. These are concessions, Madam President, that benefit our officials. But this government doesn't care about our officials. And of course, such concessions include vehicles, boats, engine parts, boat supplies, fishing gear, and equipment. And this compares to 59 for the same period last year at a value of $457,000. So it shows that this year we have processed more at a higher value. Madam President, I am very happy to report as well, because I remember yesterday the member opposite who spoke first spoke about reefs being deployed in St. Kitts. Well, I am happy to report that 4 artificial reefs were deployed here in Nevis at Penny's Beach as well. So let us not be misled that the artificial reefs are being deployed in St. Kitts only and not on the island of Nevis. Reefs are being deployed in St. Kitts, and reefs are being deployed here on the island of Nevis as well. And of course, Madam President, the reefs, they are man-made. They are made of steel cages and anchored with concrete blocks and conch shells. And of course, the artificial reefs are basically to mimic the real reefs. Of course, we've heard so much about the reef damage because of climate change. We've heard a lot about coral bleaching from climate change. And so we have to respond, Madam President, to ensure that something is there. If the reefs are destroyed, we have to respond to ensure that something is there for our juvenile sea creatures to look at or to harbor around. And of course, the artificial reefs are basically man-made, and they mimic the natural reefs, and they provide habitats for our marine life. The artificial reefs, they are very important. They can provide food, breeding grounds, and shelter for the marine organisms, especially juvenile fish and lobsters. They can increase the efficiency of commercial, recreational, and artisanal fishing. They can promote biodiversity in areas where natural reefs are absent or degraded. They can preserve and renew coastal habitats, boost underwater recreation and ecotourism opportunities, and advance research. And so I want to commend the folks in the Department of Marine Resources in St. Kitts and Nevis for ensuring that artificial reefs are deployed in the waters of both St. Kitts and Nevis. Of course, we've had training in the area of sustainable fishing practices such as the use of biodegradable panel and the issue of ghost fishing. Let me just mention here the issue of ghost fishing, Madam President. And this is fishing gear that have become lost, abandoned, or discarded, and they continue to fish. And so sometimes you have fishing traps out there in the waters. They may get loose, they may get abandoned. Fish Festival. And for World Fisheries Day, which was recently celebrated on the 22nd of November, what we did from the Department of Marine Resources is that we recognized and awarded some of our officials. And so we would have distributed 6 care baskets to 6 of our officials, and we would have distributed gas vouchers, oil, biodegradable twine, and certificates to 7 officials. And I have to pause here, Madam President, because I was so happy when I was there as a part of the distribution that one of the officials who received a voucher for gas, oil, twine, and certificate is actually a female. She has her own boat. She has her own crew. And I have to give high commendation to that lady, Miss Rogers, from over in the Westbury area. It's good to see women now actually being fishers as well, you know? And so high commendation to that lady fisher. I'm proud of you. And she is so enthusiastic about this thing, you know? When I spoke to her, she was so proud, you know? And so I want to give encouragement to her. And I want to give encouragement to any other ladies who might be out there, who might be interested in doing this thing. And so high commendation. And Madam President, as I am on fisheries, let me also just make this announcement to our officials. And it's regarding to the licensing period for 2025. Very, very important. Fishers, I hope you're listening. The Department of Marine Resources on Nevis informs of the registered fishing vessel owners and the captains that the 2025 inspection and licensing period will commence in December, and we are already in December, at the following locations and times. And there's also an important note that there will be no grace period for vessels with expired licenses in 2025. And the schedule is as follows. December the 18th, fishers in Jessops. December the 19th, fishers in Cotton Ground. The 20th, Jones Bay fishers. The 23rd, Newcastle fishers. The 24th, that's Christmas Eve, Long Haul Bay fishers. December 27th, Indian Castle fishers. And December the 30th, Charlestown fishers. And so fishers, please bear that in mind. If you need more information, please contact the Department of Marine Resources at Prospect. We don't want you to be stopped by the Coast Guard, and we don't want you to be charged in any way for doing anything illegally. And so please, we want you to get your licenses and so on, everything up to date. And so please bear in mind that schedule, Madam President. Madam President, we in this ministry, we are focused and we are moving forward. Madam President, as I continue, Madam President, as I continue, let's look at collaboration. Because we as a ministry and we as a department, we cannot do it on our own. And over the years, we have always thrived on partnerships. We've always thrived on collaboration. And that is something that we're always proud of. And so we continue to collaborate with departments and ministries on the island and our allied agencies. And so in terms of our collaboration in 2024, we continue to collaborate with the Department of Social Services to facilitate the food voucher program. We partnered with the Tourism Authority in hosting the Mango Festival this year. One of the activities was hosted at the Indian Castle Orchard. We collaborated with the Nevis Culturama Committee in hosting the Fruit Festival during Culturama 50. We collaborated, of course, as I would have mentioned earlier, with the Ministry of Education in terms of the Schools of Grow competition. With the support of AICA, the department embarked on a new variety of bananas for trials, and that variety is called Forma Sana. And this variety is tolerant to the same TR4 that I mentioned earlier. We collaborate. We have an excellent partnership with the East Caribbean Group of Companies in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Madam President. Excellent partnership. And because of that excellent partnership, Madam President, our friends from the ECGC visit Nevis pretty often. And they continue to say we are one of the longest standing supporters or collaborators of ECGC. And we have been having discussions with ECGC over the years. And we continue to bring to them the concerns of our farmers, that the cost of feed is a little high. And because of our discussions and our negotiations, Madam President, the ECGC was able to decrease the cost of feed in almost all of the feeds during the course of this year. And so our livestock farmers, our poultry farmers, our farmers who purchase feed from the supply office were able to benefit from a decrease in the cost of feed. I'm also happy to report as well, Madam President, that because of our excellent partnership with ECGC, they were here for our Agri Expo, very pleased. They were wanting to take back maybe a whole container of hams to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So pleased. When I visited their booth, they were asking people to taste the ham produced at our abattoir. And you know, there was the link, because they're saying this is good production or a good product, but these hams were raised, or the pork or the pigs were raised from our feed. And so you saw the link there. And that is why they were so proud of what we're doing here at the abattoir. And because they were so proud of what we're doing at the abattoir, Madam President, they made a commitment. They made a commitment, and we asked as well. And they donated a patty machine. Just recently, just last month, someone journeyed here from ECGC just to officially hand over the patty machine to the abattoir. And of course, that will assist us in terms of our output from the abattoir. Excellent partnership with ECGC. ECGC, thank you very much. We partnered with FAO, Small Island Development State, SIDS, and the Mexican Agency for International Development Corporation, MEXID, that funded a project of an integrated water, energy, food nexus approach. And farmers were trained and provided with solar pumps, irrigation equipment, and water harvesting techniques, and of course storage tanks. Madam President, in our efforts to improve technology within the sector, the department partnered with the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, through the Protected Agriculture Enhancement Project to assist and provide sensors for monitoring selected greenhouse structures on Nevis. I spoke earlier about the strides we have made in greenhouse technology, and we continue to get support, even from the FAO. And with this help, our farmers are better able to understand conditions within their structures, therefore increasing productivity. Madam President, as we speak about collaboration, I spoke about Statia earlier. And because of the work that is being done here on Nevis in the field of agriculture, Madam President, because of the giant strides that we have made in the field of agriculture on Nevis, Madam President, our friends from Statia have been looking at us very favorably. very, very favorably, Madam President. And we know every year for the Agri Expo, they come in their numbers. But our friends from Statia want to extend that beyond just coming to Nevis to look at what is there on show for the Agriculture Expo. And so, Madam President, just recently, 2 weeks ago, we had an 8-member delegation headed by the Commissioner of Agriculture in Statia. They visited the island of Nevis. And you know why they came, Madam President? They didn't come because nothing happening in agriculture in Nevis, you know? Because they wouldn't spend their money to come to Nevis to see nothing. No. They can't spend their money to come from Statia to see nothing. 8 of them, headed by the Commissioner of Agriculture. And you know what they said to me? I had a nice meeting with them. They said that they are visiting the Federation and they are here in Nevis to see what we are doing in agriculture, because they want to beef up their agriculture in Statia. They want to do more with regards to the agriculture industry on Statia, and they came to Nevis because they thought that what we're doing in Nevis is a model for them. It's a model for them, Madam President. But yet still, this administration has been doing nothing to advance food production or food security in Nevis. Nothing. But our friends from Statia came. And you know what? You know, apart from just being here, Madam President, what heartened me as well, Madam President, is that the Commissioner of Agriculture from Statia, she said at the meeting that we want to formalize the relationship between Nevis and Statia. I remember it was in 2023, I think, when they came for the Agri Expo. The then Commissioner of Agriculture said he wanted to have a memorandum of understanding. The government changed since then, and so that did not materialize. But this new Commissioner of Agriculture from Statia has insisted that it will happen, and she said she wants it to happen early next year, because she wants our technicians in agriculture on Nevis to come down to Statia and provide technical support to their agriculture officials in Statia. They want us to come down to provide support. So if we ain't doing anything, what support we could provide? What support can we provide if we are not doing anything on the island of Nevis where agriculture is concerned? And you know, Madam President, last year, we had people from Statia here as well. Last year, we had a delegation from Antigua. Last year, we had a delegation from Anguilla. Last year, we had a delegation from Sister Island, St. Kitts. And why are they coming? Because things are happening. Things are happening, Madam President. Nobody leaving their island to come to see nothing. It's as simple as that. Nobody is going to leave their island to come to the island of Nevis to see nothing. You might as well stay home if nothing is happening here. And so I want to thank the good people of Statia. And you know, Statia has been coming every year. And I was in Statia for Statia Day this year. And I met a commissioner from Saba as well. And they are now jealous. I have now received an email from Saba saying, well, we want assistance from Nevis as well. And we tell us more about the agriculture exhibition because we want to come next year too. They are favorably looking at what we are doing on agriculture in Nevis. So Statia has been coming, and the numbers increase every year. And now Saba get jealous. Saba say, well, we want to come too. So the email that I got there saying, tell us a little bit more about this exhibition. Tell us what you can supply to us. We may be able to buy stuff from you. And so we are happy that we are going to provide having another link with another of our neighbors. And that is what collaboration is all about, Madam President. And I have to mention here as well that we also collaborate with the vanilla farm at Hamilton. This is something that many persons haven't heard about. But I want to throw out the challenge to persons who are listening and watching. When you all get an opportunity, when you have some time, you all need to visit Hamilton to see the excellent work that is being done. Little Nevis will be producing vanilla. Little Nevis, innovation, diversification, vanilla, and vanilla is an expensive product. You can never have enough vanilla. The hotels are already indicating when the vanilla is ready, we want to purchase. When I was in Taiwan recently, I visited an area and farm as well, where they had lots of vanilla growing, and they say, we can never produce enough vanilla. Vanilla is always in high demand. And nowhere else in the region has any vanilla farm. We are the trendsetters here on Nevis, Madam President. We are the trendsetters with regards to agriculture here on Nevis. You heard when I spoke about shade house technology. We are leading in the region. We are leading, and now, this is another niche market that Nevis will be able to brag about. Vanilla. Vanilla, Madam President. Madam, that's nothing. Madam President, we like to collaborate. And so, we will also be collaborating with A1 Farms this coming Saturday, the 7th of December, for the hosting of the first ever Coconut Festival. You hear that? Coconut Festival. First time. And the coconuts are produced here in Nevis, you know, Madam President? Right here on Nevis. Yes, coconuts are produced right here in Nevis. And so there will be the first ever Coconut Festival on Saturday. So I'm inviting persons to attend. It will be happening at the Villa Grounds. And so we'll be collaborating. Madam President, we are focused and we are moving forward. And as we look towards 2025, Madam President, in terms of agriculture, under the International Union for Conservation of Nature, under that project, there will be the establishment of a 30,000-gallon water tank at New River. At Indian Castle, we are intending to roll out phase 2 of the fruit orchard. And we intend to put under production another 40 acres, Madam President. There will be the construction of a 100 by 100 foot shade house that will be constructed at Prospect to propagate fruit trees. There will be a 20 by 20 foot storage room to house tools that have already been acquired under this project. In 2025, we are also hoping to add some dry storage space to the Lawrence and Parry Agricultural Depot. And we are also hoping to continue in 2025 with renovation work done at the Abattoir to ensure safe and standard approved facility. Madam President, I did speak earlier about acquisition of improved ruminant breeds of goats and sheep. We are also hopeful that we can expand the agro-processing unit because, Madam President, that unit has grown really tremendously. And as I said, the demand, we cannot provide or produce enough stuff for places like Park Hyatt. You heard me, Madam President? For places like Park Hyatt, not only in Nevis alone, you know, we have gone over the waters as well. And we are supplying stuff to them. And they are so pleased. We can never, ever have enough. We want to be more consistent in terms of our production on the government estates. And of course, we want to continue to facilitate the marketing of our crops, continue efforts for the 25 by 25 initiative. And of course, we will continue to promote agriculture in our schools because we want our young people. And the good thing about it, Madam President, because of the fact that things are happening so well in agriculture, we have seen a shift over the years in terms of the age, the average age of our farmers. Quite a number of young people are getting involved. because they realize that money is in this thing, Madam President. Money is in this thing. You heard some of the figures that I mentioned earlier with regards to payout from the agro-processing, payout from the abattoir, payout from marketing unit. It shows that money is there to be made. And once you discipline yourself and you take it as a business, Madam President, you can make money. And so we want to drill that in our school children from the primary level, the high school level, that listen, we want people involved in agriculture on the island. We want young people involved. We want everybody involved, but we want a lot more young people involved as well. Madam President, we will continue to promote intensive livestock production, as I would have said before, continue to improve on the quality and quantity of products at the abattoir. We will continue to promote and support shade house technology. We will continue to promote intensive livestock production, as I said before, intensify work on the establishment of the broiler industry. That will come on stream in 2025. Continue with our capacity building in terms of our training, and we need to continue to increase in terms of what we do in terms of our promotion to the sector and the work of the department. Madam President, we are focused and we are moving forward. In terms of what we plan for the marine resources and the fisheries area for 2025, we want to see, or we will see, the construction and deployment of more artificial reefs around the island, Madam President. Installment of vessel monitoring system on our fishing vessels. Very important, Madam President. Only on the news this morning, I heard that 3 fishermen, unfortunately, I think it's from Barbuda, went fishing. Is it Barbuda or Montserrat? I think it's Barbuda. Went fishing, and they are lost at sea. They have been lost since Sunday, unfortunately. I trust and pray that they will be found. And so it is important that vessel monitoring systems are installed on our fishing vessels. We are intending to do that in 2025. Of course, we want to deploy some submersible fishing aggregate devices, or FADs. We will continue with our fish pot making workshop, which has been going exceptionally well. We want to do a small engine repair workshop, a boat maintenance repair workshop, rehabilitation of sea moss farming and production, and of course the folks from the Department of Marine Resources will continue their joint patrols with the Defense Force and the Coast Guard to reduce illegal, unreported, and unregulated, or IUU, fishing. We will also try to conduct a longline fishing workshop, and we'll continue with our educational workshops in relation to the Fisheries and Agriculture Act. Safety at sea, aquaculture training, infrastructure development at fish landing sites, restoration and protection of marine management areas. And so we have a lot of plans for the area of marine resources, Madam President. Madam President, I will now turn quickly to culture. Because I see my time is slipping. In the area of culture, Madam President, the Research and the Documentation Unit, RD, of the Nevis Cultural Development Foundation, NCDF, took the initiative in 2024 to build its archives via the Intangible Cultural Heritage Initiative and UNESCO-themed projects. And so the first area of business was to interlink the communities of St. Kitts and Nevis and to highlight patrons who have been hidden in the shadows. Now, the NCDF would have focused on the revision of the indigenous folklore, such as the actors and the bull troops from St. Kitts. I know we don't have these troops on Nevis as yet, but we are trying our utmost to have them introduced on the island of Nevis. And so the RDU team would have participated and documented the group's bull troop during a village bar hop around the island of Nevis. Madam President, the NCDF further explored the idea of introducing this dance and play to the NCDF Cultural Arts Schools curriculum. Of course, we know we have some dances that are being taught in the schools from the NCDF, and they're hoping to add that as well. The NCDF is now in the preliminary stages of forming that troupe. Now, folklore groups that were recently formed, also the Johnny Walker, that one was not on the cards prior, but this year, we would have decided to add that one. Now, Madam President, the NCDF continue to work in the schools with programs to teach our cultural art forms and music. In April of this year as well, we normally have an Easter workshop at the NCDF, and that again came on board this year. The registration tripled for 2024. And we had hybrid activities of folklore and contemporary mix. Madam President, in 2024, the NCDF once again spearheaded the Children's Troop Parade for Culturama 50. There were 5 segments. And of course, we continue to target the children from the primary schools to be a part of those Culturama troops annually that are spearheaded by the NCDF. Additionally, Madam President, I must say, as I speak about the NCDF, that they are now focusing on primary schools, the Christmas programs, and the NCDF Christmas production dubbed Christmas Soca and Steel, slated for the 21st of December, 2024. And Madam President, as I speak of culture, I must make special highlight and special mention of our steel pan program on the island of Nevis. Madam President, for Culturama 50, we had a steel pan competition. And I was pleasantly surprised with the turnout at the cultural complex for that steel pan competition. Pleasantly surprised, Madam President. And I am going to use a term here that was utilized by the member for Nevis 2 some time back. And what we are witnessing on the island of Nevis with regards to pan is a revolution. A revolution in pan on the island of Nevis. Madam President, we are seeing steel pan in practically all of these primary and secondary schools on the island of Nevis. We are seeing steel pan in the communities, community that I live in, vibrant steel pan there. In the churches as well. When I go to the Methodist Church in Gingerland nowadays, I'm here in steel pan. They have a steel pan group. And Madam President, steel pan has taken off. And it is running very, very fast. And it seems as though almost everybody on the island wants to play pan nowadays, Madam President. And I must, as I speak about the steel pan revolution on the island of Nevis, I absolutely must give high commendation and kudos to those practitioners who have been teaching the art form over the years. They have done an exceptional job, because it's because of them why we have so many accomplished steel pan players on the island now. Young steel pan players. When you go to certain functions and you see tiny tots and playing the steel pan so well, Madam President. And so I must give kudos and commendation to our steel pan instructors, Gavin Patterson from the Community Development Department, Shavonne Maynard, Mr. Junior Paris from the NCDF, and of course I can't leave out Mr. Rohan Claxton, because even though he may not be teaching steel pan now, he was one who has always been there in the vanguard as well. And so I want the record to show that we sincerely appreciate the excellent work that is being done by these instructors of pan. Madam President, the revolution in pan is so exciting, is so far-reaching, that over the past couple of years, for the panorama in St. Kitts for the National Carnival, About 80% of the bands are from Nevis, you know, Madam President? About 80% of the bands are from Nevis. And because of that, I want to make a pitch right here now. I want to make a pitch to the Carnival Committee. That next year you bring the panorama to Nevis. Bring the panorama to Nevis next year. Because if we have 5 bands coming to St. Kitts, and you only have 2 bands competing from St. Kitts, if we have 5 from Nevis and 2 from St. Kitts, it means it's easier for you to bring 2 bands over to Nevis than for us to send 5 bands to St. Kitts. And bearing in mind, this is a national carnival, eh? This is a national carnival. So I hope members of the National Carnival Committee are listening. I'm begging you all to bring the panorama finals or to bring the panorama to Nevis in 2025. We will be very happy to take care of you up here for panorama. And I'm hoping that it could happen, Madam President. So I really, really want to commend those pan instructors. They have been doing an excellent, excellent job with our young people with regards to steel pan. Madam President, we know that this year was a massive year for Culturama in Nevis. A huge year, the biggest year ever in the history of Culturama. And so while I'm on the culture, I have to speak about Culturama 50, C50. Madam President, as the Minister of Culture, I can tell you I was very, very proud with the showing of this island of Nevis for Culturama 50. And I am proud to state emphatically that Culturama 50 will be remembered as the biggest and undoubtedly the best Culturama festival hosted on the island of Nevis. Yes. And of course, the festival was not just an ordinary festival. It was also twinned with a homecoming. And so, Madam President, the festival attracted thousands, not hundreds, thousands of Nevisians who are living in the diaspora, who came home to Nevis, who responded to the call for them to come home, and they came home in their numbers to support Culturama 50. And the reviews from them, Madam President, was overwhelming. Madam President, prior to the start of the festival, the Nevis Island administration took the bold decision to upgrade the main venues that are normally utilized for Culturama events. The cultural complex, the cultural village, and the Nevis Performing Arts Center, NEPAC. And extensive work was done there on these venues. And I must say that our patrons who attended the various events at these venues were very pleased with the work that was done by your beloved CCM-led Nevis Island administration, Madam President. They were more comfortable and they were delighted to see with the extensive work that was done. I want to commend all of the contractors and all who were part of ensuring that our venues were upgraded for Culturama 50. I want once again to congratulate our patron for the festival, King Nico. And the 13-day event, or the 13-day celebration, officially began on July the 25th with an impressive opening ceremony at the cultural complex. And during that ceremony, Madam President, the highlight of that ceremony, we believe, was the renaming of the cultural complex to the NEDAX Cultural Complex. And of course, it ended with an impressive fireworks display. We wanted to start C50 with a bang, and we did it with a bang, Madam President. During C50, 61 deserving individuals and organizations and corporate entities were also awarded for their outstanding contribution to the festival at the Uwali Cultural Icons Award ceremony. Awards were presented in the following categories: cultural trailblazers, cultural visionaries, cultural royalty, cultural rhythms, cultural spirit, Nevisian pillars, cultural entrepreneurs, and cultural legacy. Madam President, several competitions were held as a part of the C50 celebrations. These included the Greenhouse Band and Nevis Solid Waste Management Authority Junior Calypso Contest, the Miss Culture Swimwear and Mr. Cool Contest, the Bonnie Panorama Contest, the Republic Bank Mr. and Miss Talented Youth Pageant, the National Bank Soca Monarch Contest, the TDC Senior Calypso Contest, the Bank of Nevis Limited Miss Culture Queen Pageant, the Road March Contest, and the Grand Parade of Troops. I wanted this time,
Remember
again,
your time is winding down, 5 minutes.
Yes. I wanted this time, Madam President, to heartily congratulate all of the winners. I want also to congratulate and to say thanks to all of our sponsors who have been with us, to our new sponsors, all who are a part of the festival. We also want to say thanks to the organizers of the fringe events. Of course, the Culturama Committee cannot do it alone, comes back to partnership. And so we had a number of organizations and individuals who organize fringe events. We want to say thank you for that. Madam President, when I'm talking about Culturama, Madam President, and C50, I want here to say what a massive economic impact Culturama 50 had on the Federation. And here, I'm not saying Nevis, on the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The Federation's economy was tremendously impacted. It was felt across the landscape of both St. Kitts and Nevis. The influx of people into the Federation significantly impacted our hotels, our guest houses, our restaurants, our supermarkets, the grocery shops, the water taxi and ferry operators, car rentals. And Madam President, the increased airlift into the Federation was significant. American Airlines reported moving some 6,753 passengers in July, partly because of persons coming back to Nevis for Culturama, Madam President. C50 was undoubtedly responsible for this considerable airlift. I must also indicate that we had increased airlift at the Vance Army International Airport. We had increased passenger movement at the ports in Charlestown and Uali, and all credit to the excellent organization of Culturama 50. People wanted to be a part of history. People wanted to be a part of C50, and that is why people came home in their numbers. And so I want to say thanks to all who are part of the festival. We want to say a special thanks to all those who came home in their thousands from all parts of the globe just to be a part of C50 and to be a part of history. In terms of plans for 2025 in the area of culture, I want to say here that in 2025, we will see the establishment of a new department to manage culture and Culturama, and that will replace the NCDF. The new department will continue to work or undertake all work done by the NCDF, as well as develop and roll out new programs and initiatives. And the new department as well will also oversee Culturama. Madam President, in the area of housing, the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation, Madam President, is continuing to construct houses that are affordable. In 2024, Madam President, the NHLDC projected to construct 33 houses at a total cost of $8,858,447. 14 have been fully completed at a cost of $3,517,910. 19 are currently under construction at a total cost of $5,105,536. And these houses are located in Madden's Estate, Cedarview Housing Development Phase 3, Hamilton Estate, Sugar Mill Residences, Ramsbury Estate, O'Craddock Road, Mountain Crest Residences, Low Ground Estate, Chimney Crescent, and Rice's Village, Bayview Gardens. Thus far, Madam President, the number of houses undertaken for construction by NHLDC for the period 2013 to 2024 is 329 at a total cost of $71,777,218. In terms of our projection for 2024, Madam President, in the area of housing, 46 affordable homes with all amenities will be done in 2024. Houses will be a mixture of 4, 3, 2, and 1 bedroom, built on approximately 5,000 to 8,000 square feet of land within the corporation's existing developments.
Remember, your time has now expired.
Thank you, Madam President. May I kindly ask for an additional 30 minutes? I don't think I'll take 30 minutes. Can I ask for that?
The question is that the member be granted an extension of time within which to complete the presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. 30 minutes.
Thanks for your indulgence, Madam President. The houses for the 46 I just spoke about will be distributed in the following areas: Maddens 6, Hamilton Estate 3, Rices 2, Ramsbury Quadrock Road 5, Low Ground Estate 5, and Zion New River 25. In terms of infrastructure installation, NHLDC's projection for 2025 and beyond is as follows: University Heights, road and drainage network. Cedar View, Maddens, Phase 3, road and drainage network and water network. Chimney Crescent, road and drainage network. Mountain Crest Residences, Quadrock Road, road and drainage network. Bayview Gardens, Rices, road and drainage network, and water network as well in those areas. Now, I know, Madam President, that a lot of the times when the homes are built, people complain about the road network and so on. We are trying our utmost to ensure that we expedite what we can do in terms of the infrastructure in these areas, Madam President. And while we're talking about the homes, I must remind our listeners and our viewers that the homes that are being constructed by the NHLDC are heavily subsidized. Let me say that again. They are heavily subsidized, Madam President. And so when a homeowner gets a house from the NHLDC, there are some cases where you might be paying maybe up to about $50,000 to $80,000 less than if you had to go the normal route, buy your land and build your home. So the owners are getting considerable savings. And I want to just make a point here to some of the homeowners, because we have found over the years sometimes, Madam President, that even though we have bent over backwards, even though the homeowners are getting the homes at such concessionary rates, such subsidized rates, that sometimes, and it's unfortunate that sometimes our homeowners, unfortunately, give a little bit too much trouble sometimes. And sometimes the little minute things that people complain about, if they see a hairline crack in the wall, there's a complaint. I remember I was talking to the manager of the NHLDC just recently, and he said one homeowner complained and said, ants is coming into her home. Ants? Whose home ants doesn't come into? Ants coming into her home. And I mean, people must recognize that you get an opportunity to own a home at a much reduced cost. But yet still, you complain over every little thing in the home. You must realize, you must recognize that you get an opportunity that some people are not afforded. And so you ought to be thankful sometimes. Madam President, I know yesterday as well, the member opposite who spoke first touched on the issue of the homes and the cost of homes and deterioration of fridge and that sort of stuff, and doors and windows. and rusting. But Madam President, we have to recognize that wherever in Nevis you build a house, wherever in Nevis you build a house, it will deteriorate. Your fridge going to get rusty after some time. Not only in the houses built by the NHLDC. So, Madam President, I don't see why that should be an issue. Because if you build a house on the mountain top, start going reach up there. Need it small. Wherever you build it. So, it's unfair to level an accusation against the NHLDC and the homes that are being provided at an affordable rate to say, well, the fridge get rusty, the door get rusty, the window get rusty. Well, wherever you build your house, they're going to get rusty. Member for Nevis 2, you ain't have to do renovation to your house now and again? Member for Nevis 1, you don't have to do that as well? Everybody have to do some repairs now and again. And so our homeowners who are fortunate to benefit from the NHLDC, you should be thankful. And as I said, you're paying a lot less, Madam President, because we have to recognize that the cost of everything has gone sky high, Everything, not only in Nevis, and even though the cost of material has gone up since COVID, the NHLDC has not increased anything with regards to housing construction. Nothing whatsoever. NHLDC has absorbed all of that cost. And all of us know fully well, because the contractors would tell you, that when you go to the hardware stores now, what you used to pay $100 for a couple of years ago, you're now paying $180 for. But the kind-hearted NHLDC and the kind-hearted CCM-led Nevis Island administration continues to heavily subsidize these homes for the homeowners, Madam President. Let's look quickly at the quarry. And of course, the NHLDC control government-owned quarries still producing material to satisfy the local aggregate market. The major consumers for these material are the NHLDC for these housing developments, Public Works Department along with other local entities. The material sales for 2024, stone 5,716 cubic yards at a value of 199,652. Base material 12,249 cubic yards at a value of 376,415 for a total of value of 576,067. I must also indicate that we did have a shipment of uncrushed stone that was shipped to St. Martin earlier this year, 2,500 cubic yards at a total cost of 33,950. In terms of our land sales, we had a value of 675,696. And I dare say, Madam President, here again, that land being sold by the NHLDC is the cheapest you can find anywhere on the island of Nevis. Cheapest. We are a caring government, Madam President. We are focused and we are moving forward. Madam President, as I would have outlined so many things that we are doing in this ministry, it shows, Madam President, that the island of Nevis is moving forward in agriculture, in culture, and in practically all aspects, Madam President. Now, Madam President, it is a fact. It is a fact that Nevis has seen unprecedented growth over the past years. But it is unfortunate, Madam President, that when the member opposite who spoke first yesterday, she painted this gloomy picture of Nevis. And anyone who was listening would think that Nevis is living in the dark ages. Anyone who was listening would think, well, Nevis is backward. Anyone who was listening would think that Nevis is behind all of the Caribbean islands. That is not so, Madam President. Nevis is way ahead of many of the other Caribbean islands. Way ahead. Way ahead, Madam President. I'm sure you visit the other Caribbean islands and you will agree with me. We are way ahead. And why are we are way ahead? Because of the prudent management of this island by this administration. Prudent management with limited resources too, Madam President. Limited resources. Why do we think so many people from the different islands are coming to Nevis? They're coming to Nevis because nothing happened? If you can't believe in your island to come to another island which is worse off. Impossible. Impossible, Madam President. You can't believe in Dominica and Guyana and Trinidad and Barbados and Jamaica to come to Nevis if you had things better there. Impossible. So if the people are coming here in their numbers, scores of them, and every year, it must be that something good is happening here, and it must be that Nevis is moving in giant strides, and we must give commendation and kudos to this administration. We must. Madam President, when people came here for Culturama, people marveled. People had no clue. There were some people who hadn't come to Nevis for 20 and 30 years. And when they came, and even some who have been visiting every year. I spoke to a gentleman who visits from England almost every year, and he's telling me, Mr. Evelyn, every time I come, I see something different. Every time I come, I see something different. Progress. I had an aunt here, an aunt from Canada recently. Took her on the beach, down at Penny's Beach for a dinner. And when she got down there, she said, where are we? And this is not a joke. Where are we? No. She said, this is Penny's? I said, yes. He said, well, I feel like I'm in somewhere in America or Canada. She could not believe it. She was in awe. And when we got out of the vehicle, she just started to walk around. He said, give me a couple of minutes. I ain't hungry anymore. Because I can't believe what I'm seeing here. But at the same time, we hear this gloom and doom picture that Nevis is behind God's back, and Nevis is backward, and nothing is happening on Nevis. Madam President, it is unfortunate because there is absolutely nothing wrong with opposing. But we must be truthful, and we must not mislead, because we must recognize that people the world over are listening to us. And that is why so many people were surprised when they came here for Culturama 50, because they heard this constant thing, not going on Nevis, but when they come to Nevis and see what was happening, they were pleasantly surprised. Many of them, even supporters of their party, Madam President, were surprised. Can't believe what they saw on the island of Nevis. And so we must be careful, because if we really love this country, Madam President, we should not try to denigrate the country in any way. And if we keep saying that nothing is going on and Nevis is so bad, things are so bad, Madam President, if you want to see things bad, go to attend a graduation. Primary school, high school, preschool, attend a graduation. Go through the island of Nevis. Look at the houses that are being built on the island of Nevis. Go on the beach on a weekend, Madam President. Look at the cars that are coming in. How much is it coming in for the years? Over 600? Madam President, things bad? That is what you call things bad on Nevis? Well, if it was good, what would it have been? We must ensure that when we speak, and Madam President, we should be conscious of the fact that even though we are opposing, we must give a little credit sometimes too. Because if you're constantly cussing Nevis, it shows that you hate Nevis. Because if you are constantly cursing somebody, me, you're not like the person, no? No, I'm serious. And if you are aspiring to lead a country that you continue to cuss every day, it's like you cussing somebody and you still want to marry to them. But it's true. It's like you're cussing somebody every day and you still want to marry to them. because you're aspiring to lead this island. Can't work. And we must recognize that good things are happening. Yes, nowhere is perfect, Madam President. Nowhere. But we must recognize, as the old people say, give jacket, jacket. Give jacket, jacket, man. When things good are happening, say so. We hear a lot about the project them unfinished. When the project them finished, you still not hear nothing good. We heard a lot about the Uali water taxi facility when you go there, you're sitting on a hard bench and on the tent. Now you have a tanking facility, you can't say something good. You can't say something good. When the hospital finished, they ain't going to say something good there. They ain't going to say something good when the hospital finished either. I mean, that is, come on, man. We are divisions. We are not that. We were not sensitized that way as divisions. We need to do better. We need to do better, Madam President. And of course, we hear about the transparency and that kind of. Who more transparency in this government? Okay. Madam President, I mean, we hear a lot of the times that we're not doing enough because, you know why we're not doing enough sometimes? Because we don't have enough money. We don't, the member who brought this bill spoke about West Avon. And Madam President, we are now in the process, right now, as we speak, trying to find $1.4 million to pay for a piece of land that was acquired down at Jessop's Bay. Not paid for by the previous government. $1.4 million. I hope people hearing me, you know? I get called every day, not every week. $1.4 million we have to find to pay for a piece of land that was acquired at Jessop's Bay. When we got into government, we could have given back the people the land, but no. We say, well, we're going to keep this because we want the same fishers who they say we don't like. We want this for the fishers, the fishermen of Jessop's. And so we had to find $1.4 million to go pay for that piece of land. That $1.4 million could have been utilized to do something else. I have a lot of things in the ministry it could have been utilized for, but we have to find it. Madam President, my time is running, so I have to wrap up. I want to say thanks, Madam President. As I wrap up, I want to say thanks to our partners and collaborators, the Embassy of the Republic of China on Taiwan, ICDF and the Taiwanese Technical Mission, AICA, CARDI, FAO, Government of Mexico, Department of Agriculture in Kitts, Department of Agriculture in Statia, our government ministries and departments who we collaborate with. I want to say a big thank you to our staff, to my secretary, who does an extraordinary job, Miss Marsha Daniel, to my PS, Mr. Huey Sargent, and his team, who will be leaving next year, to the director, Mr. Randy Elliott, and the deputy director, Floyd Liebert, and their team, to the deputy director of Marine Resources, Mr. Corey Maynard, and his team, to the NHLDC manager, Mr. Dexter Boncampo, and his team at NHLDC, Mr. Jerome Rollins and his team at NCDF, the outgoing executive director of the Culturama Secretariat, Mr. Liebert, Antonio, and his team at the Culturama Secretariat. I want at this point to pause to say a special thank you to all who may have retired. But I want to say a special thank you to three persons in particular. Ms. Rhonda Vifos at the Department of Agriculture. This young lady joined the staff several years ago, and she has been outstanding in what she has done. All of the fruit trees that we see at our annual agricultural exhibition, this young lady has been spearheading that area in terms of propagation. And she provided yeoman service to the department. She will be going to Guyana, back to Guyana to be with her family. And I want to say, Rhonda, we will miss you, and you have done a tremendous job. The administration and the ministry thanks you very much. They thank to you so much. We will miss you, and we appreciate all of the work that you have done. I know this one is belated, but I know Shermel England, who was the manager at the Agro-processing unit, should have been retired for a while now, but I also wanted to place on record our appreciation for the extraordinary work done there at the Agro-processing unit as well. And Mr. Huey Sargent will be leaving us next year as the PS. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Sargent, he's here in the gallery today, for the extraordinary work that you have done as well, and Mr. Antonio Abernathy-Liebert, who will also be leaving us as well as the the Executive Director of the Culturama Secretariat. Madam President, as I'm about to conclude, this administration and this ministry that I'm fortunate to lead is serious about food security and food sovereignty. This administration and this ministry, Madam President, provided the most support to our farmers and fishers in the region during the COVID-19 pandemic. Free seeds, seedlings, land preparation, heavy equipment service, fence poles, fencing wire, labor, water. You call that not like people? And not careful people? Fish pot wire and assistance for our fishermen, Madam President. This administration and this ministry that I am fortunate to lead, Madam President, has and will continue to provide tangible support to our farmers and fishers. This administration and this ministry has witnessed a steady growth in all aspects of agriculture on the island of Nevis. This administration and this ministry has overseen the production of more local, high quality, and wholesome food for all of us on Nevis to enjoy. Madam President, this administration and this ministry will continue to promote and support our culture in our schools, communities, as well as to promote and support our annual summer festival, Culturama. Madam President, this administration and this ministry is committed to continue providing high quality, affordable homes for the people of Nevis. This administration and this ministry will continue to revolutionize agriculture and housing on the island of Nevis. Madam President, we are focused and we are moving forward. There is certainly no need to look back, and there is no time to turn back, Madam President. As I close, Madam President, let me reiterate and let me make it pellucid that this ministry and this administration is fully focused. We are certainly moving forward, Madam President. I once again want to take this opportunity to commend the mover of the bill for his outstanding job. And I want to wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House. I want to say thanks as well to my staff who came and supported me in the gallery. It's heartening to see so many of you, and I look forward to working with you again in 2025. Madam President, and beyond, Madam President, may it please you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I recognize the honorable nominated member.
Honorable President, esteemed members of Parliament, citizens and residents of Nevis, good afternoon. I think we have met the time frame for afternoon, or we're just about there. Good morning to you, Minister. Good morning, everyone. It is with immense pleasure and gratitude and a profound sense of duty that I rise today to support the bill short-titled Nevis Appropriation Bill 2025-2024. Nevis Appropriation 2025 Bill 2024. As we embark on a new fiscal year under the theme, Moving Forward, People-Focused, Supporting Entrepreneurship and bolstering job creation, the Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs and Social Empowerment remains steadfast in our commitment to ensuring the well-being of all citizens while fostering opportunities for growth and development. Madam President, I have had the privilege of serving in this role as Minister of Health, Gender Affairs and Social Empowerment for 1 year, 11 months, and 18 days. It is not a role for which I agitated, Madam President, but a role that chose me, and for that, I am grateful. It has been a period of innovation, investment, reimagination, strategic partnerships, enhancements, challenges, and of course, many opportunities to positively impact the lives of Nevisians. Madam President, when I hear the term people-focused as highlighted in the theme for this year, I am convinced that if you search an encyclopedia, I know the new generation don't search those, but we still made it in that cutoff point where we used to use them. But you'll find Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs, and Social Empowerment in that entry. This ministry's purpose is to serve, protect, and advocate for the people of Nevis and all who visit our shores. Madam President, for 2025, the budget estimate laid before this Honorable House by the member for Nevis 2 is a testament that this CCM-led administration has an unwavering commitment to taking a people-centered approach to government. This, Madam President, is evident by the budgetary allocations made for this very people-focused ministry. It is with great pride and a sense of responsibility that I address this Honorable Assembly today to add more insight into the allocation provided for the Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs and Social Empowerment in the 2025 budget. At $48.7 million, representing 18% of the total budget, Madam President, it would be an affront to good sense and clear conscience if one fails to recognize how significant this allocation is and how much it reflects this government's unwavering commitment to safeguarding the well-being of our citizens and advancing social development on Nevis. This allocation marks an approximate 1% increase when compared to the 2024 figures, which stood at an already impressive 17.1%. Madam President, if we put this into a global context, we will see that based on the WHO's 2023 Global Health Expenditure Database, most governments did not spend more than 5% of GDP or 15% of their national budget on healthcare. While there's no magic number, Madam President, and I definitely did not see any recommendations of 25% put forward anywhere on any legitimate source as advanced by the member for Nevis for yesterday. I don't know where the source is, Madam President. I'm not going to attempt to figure out the source, but I did attempt to look for that figure, and I could find no valid source to promote it. But with these figures that I mentioned, 5% of GDP or 15% of national budget, we see that these important yardsticks, Nevis is, of course, meeting them and batting strong. With that said, Madam President, I must add that while this budgetary allocation covers more than just health, it covers gender affairs and social empowerment, health represents 80% of our total expenditure within the ministry. So, Madam President, it is also one thing to laud this accomplishment and this allocation as something to celebrate, because it is, but this would not have been possible without proper fiscal prudence and management by this administration. An extract from the 2023 audit report will highlight exactly that. It reads, the Ministry of Health had a projection of 1.64 million, and it its actual revenue collected was $1.82 million, recording an excess of $184,465. In comparison to 2022, the projected revenue collection of $1.53 million. The Ministry of Health performed better in 2023 with $1.82 million over the revenue collected in 2022 of $1.53 million. See, Madam President, it appears I typed that twice because I knew it was 2 times as important. Madam President, the hospital revenue was particularly integral to this performance, as it surpassed budgeted target of $920,000 and collected an actual revenue of $1.7 million. That is 87% more than what was projected. Madam President, while we celebrate the notable achievements in healthcare revenue for 2023, with a similar trajectory in effect for 2024, we look at our 2024 expenditures as well and note that they are also well under budget. Madam President, these revenue creation, revenue generation, and exceeding these expectations did not come easily. It took a collective effort by an extremely innovative team, and for that I want to say congratulations to them for their hard work. Madam President, one of the strategies employed to be able to boost the revenue within the Ministry of Health was that in May, nominal increases were applied to certain fees at the Alexandra Hospital, Dental Unit, Registrar General's Office, Environmental Health, and Community Nursing. These adjustments were not made lightly, but they were necessary to support the provision of quality health care. Madam President, healthcare is a fundamental pillar of our society, yet its value is often underestimated. Consider this, for example. A single alcoholic cocktail at most restaurants costs more than a night stay at the Alexandra Hospital. Madam President, a single alcoholic cocktail costs more than a night at the Alexandra Hospital, where you're provided with your 3 meals per day and quality medical care. Many of us wouldn't hesitate to purchase that drink. Madam President, I confess I've purchased that drink. Or maybe. Within the limits. So many wouldn't hesitate to purchase that drink, Madam President, even knowing that it may harm our health. By contrast, the cost of health care, which preserves and enhances the quality of life, deserves equal, if not greater, consideration. I'm also willing to pay the hospital bill to go with the drinks. As a government, we are pleased to see that many of our citizens are demonstrating a willingness to invest in their own health. This shift in mindset is vital as we strive to maintain accessible, affordable, and a high-quality healthcare system. Madam President, while the fee adjustments would have contributed to revenue growth in 2024, that alone do not account for the exceptional performance, particularly when bringing 2023, prior to these fee increases, into focus. The success we see today is a result of a multifaceted approach, and that included improved collections. An excellent collections team worked diligently to ensure that payments were promptly and accurately collected and that outstanding debts were paid. We also expanded coverage at our Alexandra Hospital, where we addressed a critical gap by covering some additional hours where there were staffing limitations and every now and again you have some members of the public that finds a little loophole when there's no receptionist at the window at a late hour of the night, and they capitalize on that window so that they can avoid paying certain fees. But Madam President, we never deny access to quality health care, and thus individuals are able to get the service that they require. Madam President, it is often said that in the business of providing affordable quality health care, the dance will never fully pay for the lights. We're not trying to, in this instance, maybe just a candle. But while the fees and operational efficiencies have helped, they are but one part of a larger equation. The real success lies in our ability to balance affordability for our citizens with the sustainability of our healthcare system. This government remains resolute in its mission to provide healthcare that is both accessible and financially sound. Together, we will continue to build on these successes and ensure that the healthcare provided to Nevision remains our first priority. Even within our public health environment, Madam President, we continue to ensure that every citizen, regardless of socioeconomic status, can access certain basic health care services at no cost. As such, you would notice at our different health centers across the island, from Butlers, Brownhill, Gingerland, and twice per week in Charlestown, we have our doctor's clinic where patients or individuals in the community can access that medical advice and treatment free of cost. Madam President, as I look at the hard work of my team, some sitting here in the gallery today, they have done an excellent job at managing scarce resources. And my colleagues have also committed to delivering those resources so that we can be able to deliver for the people of Nevis. But at this time, Madam President, I cannot help but feel a deep sense of disappointment. I'm disappointed not in my own administration, Madam President, but rather in that of the previously NRP-led administration, whose reckless, and I say reckless because that is how I describe it, whose reckless financial decisions to acquire the abandoned Rest Haven Inn property has left an outrageous debt, not only for us as leaders, but for every single Nevision to shoulder, Madam President. Madam President, when this decision was made in 2007, you and I were children. Now here we are, relatively young adults, still shouldering this burden. And having now to deliberate with my colleagues on figuring out how to solve this mess that was made several years ago. Madam President, the last budget cycle I gave a definition of the term sustainable as meeting the needs of the current generation without compromising future generations. Madam President, our generation is compromised by over 30 million EC dollars, Madam President, because of this bad Rest Haven deal. Madam President, I am lamenting so much because this debt affects how much we are able to allocate to health care and other critical social services. And what do we have to show for it, Madam President? An abandoned property, inflated debt, and not a trace of the reasoning to why this burden was placed on the Nevision people in the first place. Or forgive me, Madam President, touristic purposes. Then the member for Nevis 4, Madam President, had the gall, Madam President, to say that projects under the NRP government was fit for purpose. If the purpose was to engage in a transaction that overwhelmingly benefited the seller and left the people of Nevis with an eyesore and soaring debt, then I suppose it was definitely fit for purpose. Madam President, I'll move on at this point because this should be a joyous Christmas season.
Yes.
And if I keep speaking on that topic, every Nevisian should shed several tears over that deal. Madam President, I shift to the people-focused nature of my ministry. In keeping with the Nevisian culture of giving thanks, I'd like to maintain the tradition during these presentations of thanking individuals who would have worked in the ministry this year and who are either retired or have resigned or set to retire in the very near future. And I apologize sincerely in advance if anyone is inadvertently missed in this list. In the Ministry of Health, we had Heather David, Sherilyn Pemberton, Sonia Brown, Nurse Tovinia Reed, Nurse Kathleen O'Connor, Nurse Smithen, Shireen Clark, and Miss Clark served 15 years before she retired from housekeeping, and Miss Teresia Herbert. Also in social empowerment, we had Mr. Ernest Michael Wise Herbert, Sandra Maynard, Director of Department of Social Services, serving 31 years, Madam President, and Juliet Daniel, Community Caregiver for 13 years, and Shelley Isles. Madam President, please let us acknowledge their service. Every single one of these individuals are deserving of thanks, not only from me, but from the Nevis Island Administration and the people of Nevis. Without people, employees, public servants, we would not be able to provide the services that we need. Madam President, a guiding pillar of the 2025 budget is also job creation. However, I must take the opportunity to stress that we are not necessarily in the business of creating jobs within the Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs, and Social Empowerment. However, we do stress vital capacity building, training, and preparing individuals for the jobs that we have available. As I mentioned earlier during the staff acknowledgement, 6 of our nurses have retired or resigned this year. While we deeply appreciate their years of dedicated service, their departure underscores a critical challenge that we face in sustaining essential services. This is not just a matter of recruitment. It is a matter of preparing and empowering individuals to step into these roles with confidence and competence. Our healthcare sector is a prime example. The demand for skilled nurses, technicians, and other healthcare professionals is growing. Yet without deliberate investments in targeted training programs, scholarships, and mentorship opportunities, we risk widening the gap between available positions and qualified candidates. Through capacity building initiatives, we can not only address these gaps, but create a pipeline that leaves us with talent that is ready to lead. This includes offering those scholarships for aspiring nurses, facilitating on-the-job training, and partnering with international institutions to provide advanced certifications. Some of these capacity building exercises and financial support that we have engaged in as a government and as a ministry include supporting many of our doctors and professionals who are studying overseas. Dr. Erling Pemberton, for example, will return from the USA after studying administration, planning, policy in emergency health services. We also continue to support individuals in the Nursing Assistant Program and the Bachelor's of Nursing Program at CFBC, I believe the numbers that I got was someplace close to 10 who are in the BSN program, and there are a number of others who will be in the nursing assistant program. 2 of the recipients of the MUA NIA scholarship have been awarded recently, and they are Miss Kiane Buddy and Derica Williams. And they are studying veterinary medicine and nutrition and dietetics, respectively. Congratulations are also extended to Dr. Crystal Paris-Keynes and Dr. Shinalka Maynard on being awarded the Cuban Scholarship to specialize in areas of radiology and gynecology, respectively. Both doctors will join Dr. Kentisha Daly and Dr. Callis Farrell, who are also studying at the Medical University in Santiago, Cuba, studying anesthesiology and ophthalmology. These are both critical areas, Madam President. Madam President, we continue to also have a lot of in-house training at the Alexandria Hospital, including training for a baby-friendly hospital initiative, training by the Lesser Antilles Medical Assistance Team, sickle cell training, emergency training, and many more training opportunities, Madam President. In the upcoming year, we hope to explore the development of a continuing education program that could continue to upskill our staff and make sure that they are up to date with the most modern and innovative procedures and techniques in healthcare, Madam President. In terms of human resources, we have also added a number of individuals to our cohort, our number of professions as well. So we added 2 dentists. We would have welcomed back Dr. Jamoy Pemberton and Dr. Vernell Thomas, who are the newest doctors here on the island. We also have Ms. Larina Liebert, who joined us as a social caseworker, and 6 nurses were recruited, Madam President, 1 from India, 1 Antigua, 4 Philippines. We also have 1 physical therapist from the Philippines and 1 Taiwanese volunteer who is assisted with our social services division and flamboyant nursing home. Madam President, I list those additions to then transition into some of the areas that we already have covered within the Ministry of Health. We have over 10 medical doctors who are either at the hospital or on the district. We have 3 surgeons. We have multiple gynecologists, multiple pediatricians, anesthesiologists, internists, 3 dentists on our district. We have visiting neurosurgeons, visiting neurologists, visiting cardiologists, ophthalmologists, psychiatrists who are shared between St. Kitts and Nevis, and a host of other professional areas, Madam President. Even that. But those are private. These are the ones that we have attached to the government. On the island, there are even more doctors that you can opt to use privately. I have like 3 pages here, the member for Nevis to describe it as a scrapbook, but I won't list all the professions that we have here. Madam President, the economies of scale of Nevis are such that although we may desire every single medical specialist that our mind can conceive, it is not practical, nor is it financially feasible. However, this challenge provides opportunities to think strategically, where we're able to fill the gaps using and leveraging our international partnerships and medical missions. Through collaborations with global health organizations, medical schools, and philanthropic institutions, we can access specialists who can provide these critical care. Madam President, some of those included Dr. Spencer Amry, who conducted his annual colon cancer consultation at the Alexandra Hospital Outpatient Department earlier this year. A total of 44 patients were seen that day. Patients were then scheduled to have their procedure done in May and in April, Madam President. We also had a sickle cell specialist who visited the island and would have seen the 6 patients that we had on island and did some continuing education training for our staff. Within the Ministry of Health, et al., we also welcomed 14 health professionals from the Lesser Islands Medical Assistant Team, the LAMAC mission, and this team provided services in dentistry, audiology, and emergency medicine at Charlestown and Brown Hill Health Centers. They have already returned recently this year, Madam President, and are planning for their next mission in the early part of 2025. Madam President, we also had, we supported the annual prostate screening that is often held by Urology Associates, and I'm proud to say that 600 men registered and 601 men completed their digital rectal exam. So I'm proud of our Nevision men who are standing up and taking charge of their health. A similar exercise, Madam President, also takes place over on St. Kitts, and the numbers are higher on Nevis than on St. Kitts with a larger population. So that signifies that our men are really showing up and showing up. We also have a robust Nevis eye care program, and that is under the direction of Dr. Raymond Huey, and it continues to provide screening, medications, and updated state-of-the-art equipment and treatment for the visually impaired. This year, Madam President, saw quite a number of individuals being treated under this program. They came twice this year in April and May, and that included 20 diabetic laser surgeries, 11 glaucoma laser surgeries, 3 laser, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that medical term, Madam President, but that is another set of laser surgeries that took place in November of 2024. Within this month, Madam President, there was also a new innovative procedure that was done for the first time here at the Alexandra Hospital under this eye care program. That program, that surgery, Madam President, if I'm not mistaken, was a corneal transplant, and it was the first of its kind that took place right here in Nevis at the Alexandra Hospital that some people would like to have others believe cannot provide them with excellent, innovative service here on Nevis. Madam President, while we're on the topic of the Alexandra Hospital, I take this time to fully acknowledge the delay of the expansion project. And I'm also taking the opportunity to reaffirm my ministries, my government, and my personal commitment to bringing this vision to fruition. As such, Madam President, now that we have secured the required bill of quantity documents, we have engaged our Taiwan partners and other technical partners to propel this project forward. Madam President, this commitment is evidenced by the $12 million budgeted for 2025. I hasten to add, Madam President, that at the hospital that we currently have, we remain steadfast in our commitment to providing critical, uncompromised quality care. In addition to the extensive list of medical professionals that I listed earlier, we continue to add new services and expand on existing ones. The new wing will become home to a laboratory, radiology, physiotherapy, operating theater, pharmacy, dialysis, additional wards, and administrative spaces. Madam President, nearly all of these medical departments that I listed continue to function in the existing Alexandria Hospital today. A newer space would be excellent, but our progress in health must be measured by the quality of care, not necessarily the size of buildings. Let's look at the Alexandria Hospital lab, for example. We have recently used our specialized chemistry analyzer to now introduce PSA and thyroid function tests. These are available at our lab here for the first time in 2024. We also have D-dimer tests, and these are used to diagnose or rule out blood clotting disorders. Other recently introduced testing includes the TFT-PSA test that screen for prostate cancer. I know we just lauded our men who showed up for the traditional prostate check, but this is another route that is available. The lab is also providing HTLV1 test, HIV viral load tests, and additional testing for STDs, including gonorrhea and chlamydia. The goal is also to introduce fertility profile and cancer markers. Madam President, our radiology department is also performing robustly. In the year 2023, when we introduced the mammogram machine in May, we offered the service to women, well, not even to women, to everyone, free of cost until the end of 2023. At the end of 2023, Madam President, 399 women received, in this case it's women, only women accessed it, 399 women received free mammograms in 2023. Madam President, many other areas in radiology also saw significant numbers for the year 2024, and I'm just going to mention some of the numbers. For ultrasounds, we had 1,133. We had 2,348 x-rays. Echocardiograms, we had 180. Mammograms, 99. And CT scans, 195. Madam President, the member for Nevis 4 would have also mentioned that Nevisians have to travel over to St. Kitts for medical services. These numbers, however, paint a bigger and slightly different picture. Of course, Madam President, there are some members of the Nevisian public that travel over to St. Kitts for medical services. And vice versa, there are a number of Kittitians who travel to Nevis for medical services. Madam President, we are a federation. And within this government, within my government, we understand the value of teamwork. We are still together on this side, working together, understanding that what one has can complement what another has.
And still together.
Madam President, some others may have started as a duet and ended as a solo. and thus may not quite appreciate the value of teamwork. Madam President, I note the demographics chart that I would have pulled from the Alexandria Hospital, and it would have indicated that 5% of the new patients that we've seen for this year are in fact SK, St. Kitts residents. And so the numbers are showing that we do share those resources. In the case of our dialysis patients who travel over to St. Kitts, here we have opted in the Ministry of Health to expand the support that we provide to these patients. We have expanded this support financially in the fact that we've now provided them with $10,000 annually towards this dialysis treatment.
Proceed.
$10,000 annually for this dialysis treatment, and we've implemented free lab credits at our lab so that they can be tested for their necessarily routine checks, as well as subsidize their boat passes and assist with transportation once they're on the island of St. Kitts. In our operating theater, Madam President, we also note that it is in full swing, as is evidenced by the 29 eye surgeries that just took place in the month of December and the first corneal transplant in the Federation's history. Madam President, I listed those areas just to showcase that our hospital, our medical professionals, they are still working. They are working hard, they're innovative, and they're providing quality care.
Absolutely.
Madam President, in summer, I think it was July, August, when we had our homecoming celebration, I remember engaging with one visitor. She was from Nevis, but she hadn't been back for quite a number of years. And she was describing a medical emergency that she would have had with, I think it was a close friend or relative. And the person appeared to be having a stroke or something of that nature to her. And there was someone else in the vicinity of the event that was telling her, do not call the ambulance, do not go to the Alexandria Hospital. She, rightly so, opted to seek the care for her relative, or it was either a family friend or a relative. She sought the care. And she said when she got there and she saw the care that the person received, she could not believe it, because the way the person made it sound, she felt she was about to take this person in a field somewhere, Madam President. And when this person got treated at the Alexandria Hospital and was able to return home well and good, she really was able to value that sometimes the information that you're hearing overseas is very much misconstrued, misrepresented, miss everything, missing the mark. Because the Alexandria Hospital is in fact providing excellent care to the Nevisian public. Madam President, I will also shift a bit to community health, because our community health department does quite a bit of work to support and boost the work of the hospital and try to help stop some of our problems in the earlier stages. Within community health, at our health centers, they offer services such as diabetic and hypertensive clinic, school health, home visits, minor treatment, our district medical officers clinic. They offer mental health services, maternal and child health, antenatal clinics, postnatal and family planning clinics. Madam President, we have also opted within this ministry to provide some additional support. I think we need to understand where our money is going sometime. So this year in 2024, we opted to expand the antenatal services that are offered within the Ministry of Health. So this service now allows individuals a waiver of their first trimester screening services, and these can be accessed at the Alexandra Hospital. Yes, the same Alexandra Hospital that some would have you believe doesn't function. So these first trimester screening services can be accessed at the Alexandra Hospital for persons without insurance, and they include blood tests, ultrasounds, and a dental examination at our dental unit. Individuals with health insurance, of course, can also benefit, but in order to keep that balance, we're asking individuals with health insurance to endorse the form so that the claims can come back, and you can help support those individuals who do not have health insurance. Madam President, looks like I'm out of water. Madam President, within the health promotion unit, they have also taken up the charge of doing quite a bit of work to sensitize the public and try to prevent more illnesses rather than later stages where we now have to cure these very same illnesses. And one area that I want to highlight that they're working on is the HIV and AIDS program. And I highlight that because December 1st we would have celebrated World AIDS Day. And on a small island like Nevis, I would love it if we had no HIV and AIDS. That, however, is not the case, and thus, within our ministry, we are assisting 21 individuals who are registered and receiving care free of charge for HIV here on Nevis. At least at the end of 2023, those were the numbers at hand. And I want to highlight an important statistic that they would have shared, that only 12% of HIV testing clients at the HPU reported that they consistently use condoms. So that is, information that should be playing in the mind of our general public so that we are not reckless and end up becoming HIV positive. Within the ministry, they have piloted the PrEP rollout, and that's the pre-exposure prophylaxis. And that treatment, the pilot project, was done with individuals who are in a relationship with HIV positive individuals. The goal, of course, is to roll out that program to cover the general population, but we wanted to start with the individuals who are higher risk. If I transition to our dental unit, Madam President, we'll see that they're also doing excellent work. It's our dental unit, our public dental units in Gingerland and Charlestown are always overwhelmed with clients. They provide school dental programs where they go into the schools, or the schools come to them, and they provide critical care to these children. I think they were able to successfully examine 122 preschoolers and 101 high school students earlier in this year. They also implement a diabetic treatment plan where they are providing regular dental checks to diabetic patients, and they're highlighting the critical link between diabetes and oral health and how it can promote better overall health outcomes. They are also providing care to our senior citizens by being able to go to the senior citizens' home to address certain dental needs among the elderly residents, ensuring that they have, accessible and compassionate care. Madam President, as such, we recognize the work that this unit is doing, and as such, we're trying to boost their capacity. So we have 3 dentists, And at the Gingerland Dental Clinic, we were able to do some renovations this year where the roof was replaced and redone. And I really want to thank our team, our maintenance team in public health, because they were able to prevent us from having to spend additional money by outsourcing that job. And they did it. They did it on time, efficiently, and well in budget. So I want to say a big thank you to that maintenance team. We've added a water purification system to the dental unit in Gingerland, thanks to Social Security's donation, and that official handing over should take place next week. Behavioral health, Madam President. We're still in the theme of people focus. And when we look at behavioral health, we have to look at our behavioral health and wellness program as it continues to be a beacon of light for people who are in need. Here in Nevis, this is close to my heart because this unit has evolved from what it basically previously was at the Alexandra Hospital, where it was stigmatized in a sense as a crazy ward. You know how we say in Nevis. And we've rebranded that facility and shifted it from the Alexandra Hospital to a nice green space where it's relaxed. Individuals feel comfortable going there. They're able to implement different programs and have that level of privacy, comfort, and confidentiality. They have a robust program that they're able to execute where not only do people come to them, they're going to find their clients. So they know some clients might decide to hang out on the side of the road. They're going to go look for them, make sure they ate, make sure they have their medication, and that is done on a daily basis. We've also partnered with the Agriculture Department, so I want to thank them, where we introduced grow boxes at the facility, and now individuals are able to have that type of active physical work to do at the facility where they're able to plant the food and reap, pun intended, the benefits of that activity. I was able to benefit from some lettuce, yes. So they were very good. And I thank the team there for continuing to be innovative and supporting individuals with mental health activities. With mental health activities. So you see how much we're doing here, Madam President. Our health space is booming, and we would love it if we never needed to be sick or never needed to be treated, but that simply will not be the case. And so we're making sure that we're putting all the preventative measures in place. And in the event something happens, we are preparing to be ready to treat our Nevisians and residents, and of course visitors when needs be. Madam President, since we're still on the topic of mental health, I also want to highlight a key partnership that we have engaged in the recent months. We have recently launched a 3-year mental health enhancement project. It's a federal project, and that project is being spearheaded by the Taiwanese government. And the aim is to improve mental health services, enhance staff capacity here on the island. So on Nevis, that is being spearheaded by the Behavioral Health and Wellness Center unit. And I'm hopeful. I look forward to the effects that this will have on the wider Nevisian public, because a big part of it is education and changing the narrative around such a critical issue in our community. Madam President, since I'm on the topic of Taiwan, I also want to underscore the value of these types of partnerships for Nevis, for our ministry, and our people as a whole. So I express heartfelt gratitude to our local and external partners who have contributed to our progress through either monetary donations or the provision of much needed supplies in 2024. Every donation, every act of generosity makes a difference, and you are instrumental to the development on Nevis. Madam President, some, again, I apologize in advance if any is inadvertently left off the list. Some of our donors include the St. Kitts and Nevis Circle of Care in Canada, and they donated various medical supplies, the Nevis Cooperative Credit Union with 3 smart televisions for our hospital education program. Social Security will have donated 10 hospital beds, 2 examination beds for community nursing, 2 water purification systems for the dental unit, and various handpieces. We also have a YAG laser that with a customized table that was donated to the eye clinic from the Friends of Nevis Eye Care program. The Swiss Embassy presented the Flamboyant Nursing Home with a shower trolley to facilitate more comfortable experience for our residents while they shower. And there was a monetary donation from the Wesleyan Holiness Church to the Flamboyant Nursing Home. So again, I say a hearty, hearty thank you for all these donors and donations. Madam President, there are also a number of projects that are set to commence this year, and many of them are also made. They're set to commence or they're already in progress. And these were made as well possible through a number of different strategic partnerships. So earlier this year, 13 individuals would have been certified by the Association of Public Safety Communications. And this institute was able to train these individuals to become emergency dispatchers. And this is a part of our overall emergency dispatching system that we have been working assiduously at being able to roll out. Right now, all the equipments are installed, all the staff has been trained, and I'm advised that they're in the final stages of testing the calls before going live, making sure that at the different points on the island when individuals call, they're able to reach who they need to reach and be transferred effectively. Another project that we are working on is the second phase of the solid waste Taiwan recycling project. And this project will serve to expand on the first phase, where we'll include a larger baler and as well as a truck, and include the collection of additional waste materials such as cardboard and aluminum cans along with the plastic bottles. The first shipment of plastic bottles was made earlier this year, and I'm happy to report that a second 20-foot container has been packed, it's sealed, it's ready to go, and it will be shipped on December 10th, and this is our second shipment. So it's real exciting news to see that Little Nevis is now able in a matter of months to gather, generate, pack, and ship off 2 40-foot containers of recycled material that is no longer sitting at our dump, and we can help to do our little part towards sustainability globally. In 2025, we anticipate the installation of a solar photovoltaic system project funded by direct relief through the OECS, and this seeks to provide green energy for the Flamboyant Nursing Home. Now, this grant came out of, it was a conference that I would have attended last year, myself and Ms. Erin Hanley. We would have attended that conference in Puerto Rico, hosted by Direct Relief. We got information about this opportunity, that they had this amount of grant funding. And I want to say a big thank you to Ms. Erin Hanley, who would have led the push towards putting the proposal together so that we could be able to benefit the entire Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, because she did not simply put in a proposal for Nevis. She would have collaborated with St. Kitts so that one proposal could be submitted, and so this $250,000 US will benefit both islands to be able to create that solar space at the Flamboyant Nursing Home and a similar space on the island of St. Kitts. See, we're working together again, Madam President. It keeps the relationship going. Approval was also given for the Charleston proposal for age-friendly cities. This makes us the first community from the Eastern Caribbean in the World Health Organization global network of age-friendly cities and communities. This approval came after a submission was made which focused on initiatives implemented by the Ministry and the Nevis Island Administration in supporting and developing age-friendly environments and aligning health and social support systems to the needs of older persons. Something happening, Madam President. That is what this is saying. Global institutions are recognizing the progress that we have made here in Nevis. They've recognized that we've worked so hard to create an age-friendly environment. All our seniors programs that I will list later on, those were able to be looked at, assessed, and determined that we qualify as an age-friendly city. Madam President, I also know that I would have earlier highlighted some of the work that the team is doing, but I want to go a little deeper into some of the ministry, the different sub-departments in the ministry, as I think they do excellent work, and this is really an opportunity sometimes to highlight some of the activities that take place, as well as give an account of how public funds are used. Madam President, in the public and primary health care services, we have our community outreach screening activities that are done in collaboration with Taiwan ICDF and the Health Promotion Unit and the Community Nursing Health Services. These are assessments done for non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and renal failure. And I think we can appreciate here in the region that these are some of the leading cause of death among our people, and so we've been actively pushing to sensitize our public about what we call lifestyle diseases. The inaugural launch of the Under the Scope Health Chronicles digital magazine was done earlier this year, and to date they've had 3 digital publications, and those can be found both on the Health Promotion Unit social media as well as the Nevis Island Administration's page. These magazines are able to provide you with accurate information, reliable information. I know individuals in the public sometimes ask about statistics. They have a statistics corner. They're able to give you tips on how to live a healthy, active life, and so it's really an excellent production that they've implemented to keep the Nevisian public informed. We've hosted the first ever men's health care because I think it's time that we get to the point in history where we get those life expectancy on the same level. I don't think the women would like to outlive their spouses forever. I think we want to get to a point where it's balanced, and, it's just the luck of the draw of who goes first. So we had our first ever men's health fair where we encouraged our men to come talk about their health and well-being. And that brings me to a point that when assessing the data that is provided from the hospital, that middle age range of men from the hit 18 to about, I think it was 50, they just do not go to the hospital. The number of women who go in that age range almost double that of the men, and it's alarming, and that is why we had an activity such as this one. We also had the launch of the Youth Health Mentorship Project. And this project is an excellent initiative to engage teenagers in exploring healthcare fields. We're starting young, we're trying to grab them before they all veer off to become lawyers. Madam President, we value our lawyers, but we do need some additional healthcare professionals, so we're trying to grab them while we're at those developmental stages. And a lot of these projects were made possible through different partnerships, and so I think these types of projects would have made us realize within the ministry that there is so much external funding and opportunities to be gained that we had to find a way to tap into it. As such, Madam President, this year would have seen the creation of a proposal writing unit within the Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs and Social Empowerment. And the aim of that unit is to be able to capture some of those grant fundings that are there. But it simply needs dedicated personnel to be able to collect the data, submit the data, and follow through on the procedure. So this proposal writing unit will be ably led by Miss Janet Nisbet Maloney, and she would have served a long-standing career at the Community Development Department, and we are expecting great things from that unit. In the area of gender affairs, Madam President, this is central to our vision for empowering families, women, youth, and we have utilized a number of targeted activities and programs to be able to ensure that we have a level of gender balance and gender equity within our community. We implemented the action plan in 2023, and that was the Daycare Voucher Assistance Program. And I'm happy to report that that program is still up and active for 2024, and we're looking forward to 2025 because that program supports families, particularly women, by providing access to affordable childcare in those early critical stages. Currently, we have 38 children who are on that program, children and parents, and our first cohort of 10 individuals, 10 children would have transitioned off the program into preschool because, you know, we cover that daycare period. And the good Minister of Education now takes them under his wing in the preschool level. And yes, and the cycle continues in that way. And Madam President, when I learned about these 10 individuals that were now being transitioned, I reached out to my director, Ms. Saros Hendrickson, who does a wonderful job as well. I think I have a solid team. And I asked her, can you reach out to the parents and, you know, get their feedback on the program, if any. Don't prompt them, just what is their feedback on the program. And I would have gotten some information on the feedback. One individual said, it's very helpful, it goes a long way. Another said, this program is very helpful to me. It was really hard paying, since I don't get paid enough and the nursery raised their fees, so this helps to give me a break and less worries. Another parent said, good, it was good. It's easier for me, no complaints. The process is easy, can give it to the government, thumbs up. I appreciate the great help. Another said, helpful. The process of collection is easy, no worries at all with receiving vouchers, takes away the financial strain. Madam President, these are real people and real life impact. This is what it means when we say people focused, Madam President. This is what we're talking about. This ministry continues to be people focused in initiatives such as these. Currently, that program we have spent for 2024 $116,000 approximately on that program. And it is a $116,000 well spent. I don't think anyone can argue the value of this program, as it takes money, it assists families while supporting small businesses that are mostly these daycare centers, because the money goes to them rather than the government coming in and creating a daycare to compete with these businesses that are already providing that service. Madam President, at the Gender Affairs Department, they've also implemented another set of initiatives, including the Menstrual Education in School program, and this empowers both young girls and boys with the knowledge and resources to manage menstrual health, ensuring that girls can excel in their education, free from stigma and shame. And I'm happy that it's a male-female education program, because you need your young boys who will become men to be able to understand the biological makeup of a woman as well. We're in a system where often having a menstrual cycle shrouded in secrecy. We get our little brown paper bag at the supermarket for some very odd reason. You would get a brown paper bag stuffed in a plastic, and you kind of scurry through the door like it's top secret. So we are aiming to be able to sensitize our boys and our girls to understand that this is a natural part of life and all the pros, cons, and support that is necessary to come with it. At the department, they have also launched or installed their board for the girls' mentorship program. And before I'm asked where the boys came first. So the boys' mentorship program, it's in its second phase, where they're now at NISS and the Gingerland Secondary School. So this is the first phase of the girls' mentorship program that we are working to put in action. So I want to thank the individuals, first of all. I don't have their names, but it's a 9-member board, and it's completely voluntary. So when you hear us start to announce their names, make sure that those set of individuals are given congratulations and a round of applause, because it's not for the money, it's for the love. We've also had a number of awards within the Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs, as we aim to recognize individuals, men, women, boys, and girls, gender balance. So we've had our Women's Month awardees, and I'm just going to take the chance to give them a shout out. It's not everyone that will ever get their name read in the Island Assembly, and so I think if they were awarded in these categories, it's worthwhile to give them their flowers while they are alive. So for Women's Month, we had the awardees Heather Perkins, Patricia Descent, Aquila Maloney, Roxanne Brooks, Alison Atherton, Lynetta Manners. Those were the awardees for Women's Month. For Men's Month, we had Samuel Williams, Glenville Foy, Edison Warner, Irvin Ounce Weeks, Wilroy Webb, Anton Hicks, Frankie Claxton, Antonio Abernathy Liebert, Jonathan Liebert, and Everett Webbo Herbert. And we want our boys and girls to know that you don't have to be old, you don't have to be big, you don't have to be an adult to make a difference, or have your difference that you're making recognized in a national environment. So we had our Girls of Excellence for this year, Miss Kylie Wilkin, Zakia Stapleton, Zorina Elliott, Kervinique Liebert, Shanika Roberts, Ajanique Walters, Akaleja Herman, Derica Lake, Chevrolet Daniel, Latavia Powell, Zachariah Pemberton, Avanya Nisbet, Taijane Summersall, and Tishante Thomas. For our Boys of Excellence, we had Xavier Stapleton, Jamoy Nisbet, Tebron Hendrickson, Javante Hondas Maynard, Zane Mintos, Kijan Harrier, Deshaun James, Abraham Style, Kenai Elliott, Daniel Lau, Kelvin Wilkin Jr., Delonte Warner, Jaden Clark, and Rashawn Weeks. Madam President, when I saw the biography for some of these children, I felt inadequate. And I thought, maybe I need to up my game and do more, because some of these children, Madam President, they do a lot. They make sure to donate. They inspire their classmates, their leaders, their change makers, and this is only at primary and secondary level. So I'm happy when those younger than us can also inspire us. So congratulations to them. Within the department, they do a lot in a very small department, Madam President. They've also focused a little bit on supporting entrepreneurship and that job development by having a number of different types of workshops, such as the car care clinic. I was able to participate in that. I learned that I wasn't taking care of my car very well. We had a tiling workshop. Also was able to benefit from participating in that, where we actively learned to tile and then went to the Gingerland Joycelyn Library Primary School and tiled a classroom. And I must say it was a job well done. Many of the women were inspired and were planning to get their own tools to get into that, whether it's for self or some additional income. We also partnered again with agriculture for the fish pot making workshop. And I'm happy that they incorporated now a biodegradable component of that workshop. Yes, because we're focused on sustainable development, the environment, and that ghost fishing problem that the minister would have described. This would help to alleviate that, as if that pot is lost, the structure would eventually disintegrate so that the fish can escape accordingly. So by fostering these kind of trade expertise, we are creating pathways for self-employment and promoting sustainable practices and development. I also want to note that we also had a home garden workshop, partnering again with agriculture. I think they are our best friends at this point. We're a good brother and sister team with agriculture. We incorporated across our ministry. In the seniors division, Madam President, I would have mentioned that we're now classified as an age-friendly city. And when I start going through some of the seniors activities, we're going to be a little sad that we're quite away from becoming seniors ourselves, so we can't yet benefit. But my colleagues are closer to the point, so I'm preparing for my team that they have the best quality of life in the near future. So in keeping with our priority goals on Nevis here, our seniors actively engaged in contributing to our society through our Seniors Social Services Division. This division organized the Heritage Day in February, and there they had over 90 senior citizens. They were telling stories, they sang, they danced, they drummed. Madam President, they did everything. Their knees always work when it comes to dancing, Madam President. So it was an excellent experience to mingle and celebrate Black History Month. Throughout the year, the groups also carried out intergenerational exchange exercises where they're able to visit different primary schools, play games, teach them skills. Sometimes it's something as simple as how to tie a tie, how to make and spin a top, tie-dyeing shirts, and you have that exchange with the generation going and the generation coming to make sure that nothing is lost and we can bridge that gap. The Social Services Recreational Group also organized a Moonlight Lime where they walked in the moonlight, and then they culminated with a lovely karaoke, I believe it was, where they sang, and they had such melodious voices, and I think they dropped my own key on the way there, so I didn't get to carry it. But It was an excellent, excellent event to participate in. We had 2 centenarians this year who were Miss Olga Matilda Jeffers, who turned 100 in March, and Miss Leonora Herbert of Bath, she turned 100 in April. And boy, were their minds sharp. So both these celebrants were also in high spirits when we celebrated them. The seniors recreational group across Nevis also held their annual concert, and they had saxophonists, they had skits, they had old-time slangs, just about everything you can think of to be entertained, Madam President. We also took to the street in Seniors Month for our annual Seniors March, where they would have held this march this year under the theme of, I don't have the theme here with me, Madam President, but I know that the focus of that march was protecting the environment, and so you had a lot of advocacy for recycling, climate change, protecting the environment, and I applaud this group for being able to participate actively in making sure that the generation to come is able to benefit from what they themselves had. Madam President, it's not everyone that is always that fortunate. For the International Month of Older Persons, you had many activities, included church services and spelling bees at NEPAC, as well as another moonlight walk by the seniors. The month culminated with a lovely hats and afternoon chats activity where there was a generational fashion show of the young and the young at heart, Madam President. It was a fun-filled atmosphere where you were able to chat while enjoying a good, merry afternoon with good food and good people. Our RISE program in social services is another pillar program that we support. This program, done through social services, is a conditional cash development program that targets families and helps to give a hand up, as we like to say, rather than a hand out. So this program, Madam President, would have seen a number of programs where they had things such as money management. So you're not just handing out the money, you're bringing in professionals such as those from the National Caribbean Insurance to talk about money, money management, how to invest, how to save, how to spend, how to prioritize. And these were given to the family so that they have that skill set to be able to utilize what we're providing them with in the best way possible. Madam President, they also received seminars on home ownership. I want to thank the NHLDC, who would have also participated in helping to carry out that seminar. The department also provides these members of the RISE program with the opportunity to advance their educational aspirations, and so we're able to support a number of them as they attempt CXCs. And I want to be able to highlight that the recently released 2024 CSEC results showed that 10 of the 12 clients who sat CXC subjects were successful. A total of 25 CSEC general level subjects have been attempted by clients on this program, with 18 passes, Madam President. The RISE program also offers skills training, classes in money management, etc., so that every aspect of educational or skill advancement can be given to individuals on this program. This concept of empowering our clients and enhancing self-sufficiency is currently being looked at and modeled as well at the federal level for the LIFT and which is formerly the PAP program. So we were able, here on Nevis, I think Minister for Agriculture, the member, would have indicated that individuals are coming from Statia to see what we're doing well in Nevis. We have our brothers and sisters from St. Kitts coming to see what we're doing well on Nevis, which is the RISE program, and they're using that to influence how they implemented the LIFT, or what is formerly known as the PAP program. So no longer is it a free-for-all cash grab. You know, they incorporated some of the developmental aspects that we have in our RISE program, where clients are now encouraged to work and upskill their lives so that they are not reliant on these cash benefits forever, indefinitely. At our counseling unit as well, Madam President, I don't know who's more people-centered than they are, as their entire focus is supporting individuals within our community. So they would have promoted certain things this year, such as the 21 days of kindness. It should be 365 days of kindness, but we were happy to highlight those 21 days just to remind people sometimes that you have to treat others the way you want to be treated and be kind. Such a simple message, but sometimes I think we take it for granted. And I'm happy they were able to spearhead that initiative. Also, within our social services department, we saw our Yes to Success diversion site program. They had their summer Earn a Bike class, and that program is one where individuals are able to participate in a bike's mechanics skills training summer program, and at the end of it, you're able to earn a bike through your participation in the program. So I think it is an excellent program that's been going for a number of years. I want to definitely thank our international partners for being able to support that initiative for quite a number of years. And the feedback from the young people who have benefited have been extraordinary. Because imagine just going, learning how to fix a bike, learning how to put it together, and then getting to take home this bike. I very much wish that these programs can continue for many more generations to come. Madam President, this Why to Success we also had our annual summer job attachment program, and that ranges from July 22nd to August 23rd. And this program, we know that we have in the Ministry of Youth a robust job attachment program, and it is an excellent program. And so this summer job attachment program helps to complement that program as well by targeting at-risk youth, and we utilize the YTS site to be able to help to prepare them for certain internships at places like TDC, Public Works, Craft House, LEFCO, Library Services, and the Government Craft House. So we thank these agencies and institutions for being able to participate in supporting these young people who otherwise may have not opted for the traditional job attachment program. Madam President, I now shift a bit to our Family Services Unit, and I look at their foster care program. Often, Madam President, the aim of that unit, first of all, is to keep families together. I think sometimes there's this negative perception that the unit wants to take children from their families. No, the first step is to keep families together, create a safe, healthy environment where you can nurture your own children. But in cases where there's disaster, abuse, or otherwise, they have to intervene. Our foster care program comes into play. But it's not pick up a child, drop them at a random family, and come back in a few months. No, they have an active foster care program as well, where the individuals, the children, as well as the families are able to benefit from certain sessions that they have. So they would have had a dress code and work ethics session for some of the children who are in the foster care system. They've done personal hygiene sessions. They do a lot of personal and professional development sessions to just make sure that these individuals know that they have an extended family within the foster care system and not just the family that you have placed them with. In our administration division, in May of this year, the department, in its commitment to education and awareness for its clients and their household, they had a disaster preparedness training workshop where 70 individuals were able to benefit from that training, and not only did they receive training, but they were able to benefit from first aid kits as well. I want to be able to acknowledge that we were lucky again this year, thankful that we escaped another hurricane season unscathed, but we also have to recognize that it's an annual process, and so we help to prepare our families in the event of disasters. And if any of us here do not have a first aid kit, that is one of the things that you should have in your homes in preparation for disasters, hurricane and otherwise.
Honourable Member, you're 4 minutes away from 90 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I would have mentioned that the LIFT process is modeling that of the RISE process. So the LIFT program would have replaced the PAP program, and although that's a federal program, it is executed through our social services division in a sense here on the island of Nevis. So they would have started their verification process, and that was completed in May 2024, and they had online registration for new LIFT clients, which began in June and has continued. In 2024, Social Services Department, they would have participated in all the national trainings and consultations associated with the implementation of LIFT. The staff would then mobilize here and assist Nevis clients when they intend to sign up for the LIFT program. Right now, we have 200 persons in Nevis who are registered, 300 persons, my apologies, who are registered under the LIFT program, and hundreds have applied during the ongoing new registration process. Within social services, I also want to highlight that they are actively working with the OASIS project, and this project is aimed at providing opportunities to advance and support youth for success. This is a regional project funded by USAID, so it is always excellent, again, to highlight that we value these partnerships so much. And this project is aimed at basically redirecting our juveniles when they are caught up or almost caught up in the justice system. So rather than putting them into prison, Madam President, this project helps to sensitize our staff on reintegration program and redirection from a life of crime. It also aims to reform overall the juvenile justice system that we operate under. So I'm always happy to support that initiative. Some of the goals for this department for 2025, as we work within the constraints of this budget, is of course to have a full, for the first time you have permanent staff at the Yes to Success skills training diversion site, so that we can expand some of the programs that we have there. Normally they are pocket programs where it might happen once or twice per year. The idea is to have continuous program at our Yes to Success site. And these, when we we've heard crime being discussed as quite an issue that we're grappling with, and so it always has to be an all-of-society approach. And this, again, is one of those means where we're attempting to stop it at the root cause. We're able to grab these young people who are on a negative trajectory and intervene at that point. Madam President, as I note that you're indicating that my time has elapsed, I would like to beg your indulgence for an additional 30 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the member be granted a further period of time, up to 30 minutes, to complete her presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, team. The Ministry of Health, Social Empowerment, I was expounding on some of the goals for 2025 for social services, and I just want to highlight that another goal that we've already begun working on is a comprehensive seniors package. And we want to launch our Senior Save program in 2025, where we're able to consolidate all the benefits that are available to our seniors. These include water, electricity, cash vouchers, import duty waiver for medical equipment, etc. Across the government, there are a number of benefits that are available to seniors, and they are applied indiscriminately. So we've already begun consolidating the information on some of these benefits and categorizing our seniors into different levels, which include level 1 being indigent, level 2 poor, level 3 vulnerable, and level 4 non-vulnerable. So the idea of these classifications is to be able to assess your situation, add you to our household registry, and be able to provide support based on those needs. There are many individuals who are not as vulnerable, even though they're seniors. They have a healthy pension, they have a supportive family, they have a secure place to reside. So they may only need to benefit from some of the more social programs that we have available, while there are individuals who are indigent who might need additional assistance in terms of providing them with electricity or providing them with water. So that's the aim for 2025, where we're able to consolidate these packages, reach out to our seniors, have our consultations with them, and register them for the upcoming programs. For the year 2024, our seniors division would have outputted $96,642 in terms of public and social assistance for our seniors, and that's a significant sum, and we are happy to support our seniors who are in need, and the aim is to make sure that it is rightly placed where it is having the greatest impact in the upcoming year. Additional to that, while we're on the topic of public assistance, because this is people-focused, we care as a government, Madam President, the total output of public assistance, the umbrella figure, including that 96,000 for our social services division, was $612,984.13. Madam President, that's over $500,000 that we've spent providing social services, money that you don't have to pay back, things like school uniforms, food vouchers, electricity for some of our seniors, you name it, Madam President, and we have provided that support for those who are in need. And so you understand how much we value being able to support vulnerable groups in our society. And that is only in social services, Madam President. If we now look at health, that's an additional, I think it was $237,000 that was output for medical assistance to individuals as well, who ended up in a medical situation and did not have the financial capability to get care. But we understand that health is a universal right. Everyone should have access, and thus we're able to provide that support. While we're on this topic of social assistance, though, Madam President, I want to highlight an area that we are trying to balance as well. It ties into what the Minister for Housing was mentioning as well. We've had a number of requests within the Ministry of Social Services for housing. It is an overwhelming request, and it is unfortunate, however, that it is not something that we're able to actively provide for everyone, Madam President. As I just listed that figure there of how much we would have supported individuals, one house can take up that entire figure. So I think we have to understand that that is not something that we're able to provide, but we wanted to be able to meet some of our clients in the middle somewhere and still provide assistance. So we came to a policy where if you're able to provide the material and our maintenance team in community development is available, we'd provide some assistance in terms of them as laborers to help you construct smaller properties. So we've had individuals who we've provided ramps for. We had one gentleman in Gingerland who would have secured the material, and we took down that broken aspect of his house and created a new concrete structure using his material with the help of our team. In extreme circumstances, Madam President, we do have to step in to some degree as a government. So, for example, we had two cases in Bath where there was a fire that would have destroyed one resident's house and another resident's only source of income, her shop. And in that case, we identified that this gentleman was vulnerable, was a senior, and it was an emergency disaster situation. So in that case, Madam President, we stepped in not only for the labor, but also for the cost of material to provide a place for that individual to be able to live again and rebuild the shop that was destroyed so that the individual could earn an income. But I hasten to add that while we had to do that in that case, it is not something we can do across the board for everyone. So I implore individuals to attempt, those who can attempt in some way to help yourself, help us help you, and we can meet in the middle to help get you where you need to be. Yes, so as I'm here, we have to go back to what we were as a community before. You can't just rely internally alone. Sometimes we need that community effort, so your sister, your children, or your uncle may be able to chip in $500 or ask for some blocks for Christmas instead of something else, and you acquire those materials, and then we help to get you to where you need to be. And Madam President, we're all about assisting, right? But sometimes we also have to be reasonable in our expectations. Like, you have individuals who tell you they cannot afford, but would demand a 2-bedroom brick and mortar house with no contribution to that. So it's impossible for the government to pick one person and say, let me build this one person a brick and mortar house and give it to them. No loan, no payback terms, no investment on their part, no nothing. So what would that say to the rest of the population then? How do you value one individual above others who are equally in need? And that is the idea that we're trying to communicate. Of course, we do things on a case-by-case basis, but that is the general policy that I want the public to be able to appreciate that we're working with. Madam President, I hope to be nearing my close, but I do have community development, and community development does quite a bit. For our Department of Community Development, Madam President, for the year 2024, it has been a year of reimagination for that department as we sought to take the classic events that we've had, support them, and incorporate new ideas, as well as try to get community development to be about the community again. We've gotten to the stage where individuals, I've met a number of individuals on the street that stop me and say, you know, you're Minister for Community Development, you guys should do this, you should have that event, you should do this thing, like a sporting event or something, and I'm always engaging and saying, but why don't you organize that and come to us for support? This is your community, you know these people. For me to come down to Hanley's Road to organize an event down there, yes, we can, but it's even better when a representative from Hanley's Road, you live there, invites us to come. Okay, we need support to organize this event. Our team is always happy to lend tents and support, but we want the community to take back their power, take back some control, and appreciate that the community is yours, not necessarily a government initiative. But our Community Development Department has done a number of activities, including a Black History Month cake decorating competition, and this was won by Miss Nayoka Kiri, and the displays were spectacular, Madam President. I really didn't try any of the cakes because I was on a mission to be healthy that day. I succeeded, but I failed mentally. That day I didn't last for much longer than that. You know, that was still close to the New Year's resolution time. It was February. I think we might have strayed a bit at this point, but it was still an excellent display held by Community Development, and I like to highlight that. They've also done a number of activities for Community Development Month, which was held in May under the theme Committed to Community, Dedicated to Progress. There they supported a number of community festivals, the Jessup Seafood Fiesta, which celebrated its 10th annual anniversary. There was also the Barnesgut Bread Food Festival that also celebrated their 10th anniversary. And for the month of May, they innovated and introduced for the first time the Nevis Heritage Festival. That was done in partnership with Ministry of Tourism. And the purpose of that was to promote a different kind of community, Madam President. Not only the community, your physical community, but communities coming together. So it was showcasing all the cultural diversity on Nevis, including St. Lucia, Grenada, Guyana, Dominica, St. Kitts and Nevis, Africa, by Kenya, Zimbabwe, Botswana. You had a host of countries represented that showcased their traditional entertainment, modeling, drumming, and of course, their foods were on display for patrons to be able to partake in. And that was to build that community spirit across nationalities. There was also the Village Premier League. This is one of those activities that I'm highlighting because the community takes charge of that activity, and I think that's a big kudos to them for that activity. We support them within the ministry, but they have taken the charge, and it is now a significant signature event. In terms of our department, we go back to them, they also support a lot of entrepreneurship development through some of the workshops and activities that they push forward. So they had a baking workshop for children, so they're developing that skill early. They had a sewing workshop where individuals learn that skill of sewing. Some of them already plan to have their own business. And these are the kind of activities that we promote so that individuals can use it to either save money or earn money. This month also, this department also introduced the Best Kept Village competition, and that again is to help individuals refocus on that community spirit, getting involved. People started asking, what's the prize money? The prize was the pride of knowing that your community was named the Best Kept Village. And For that competition, Barnsgate came out on top in the small village category, and in the large category, Hanley's Road came out on top. So we want to encourage even more communities to participate next year as we really, really try to keep Nevis help Nevis to get back definitely in terms of capturing that name, Nevis nice. So we want our communities to be nice, we want them to be clean, we want them to be beautiful, we want everyone to take that personal responsibility. We are now in the month of December, Madam President, and it will be a December to remember from the Community Development Department, where they're not only having Christmas in the capital, which was launched last night, but we have incorporated a number of activities upcoming, including a steel pan fiesta of sort called Steel at Christmas. That will be on Friday, December 13th. There will be a Christmas cultural market on December 20th. Movies in the square, so you get to enjoy the lights, and a family-friendly movie on December 21st, and a lovely, innovative Christmas passport competition. We have some 20-plus community Christmas tree lightings across Nevis, and there is an entire calendar. So the idea, again, is to encourage individuals to get back to the community level. So we want to encourage our families to collect a passport, go around to the different tree lightings, get it stamped, enjoy that camaraderie, and of course win some nice prizes when you're done with that. In the upcoming year, we plan to continue much of the same of what we have done this year, with additional life skills, workshop, training sessions, etc. within that department, Madam President. I want to touch just quickly on as well our communications unit. It is a small unit of 4 individuals led by Mr. Patrick Howell, and it's been doing an excellent job at keeping the public in the know about what's been happening in our communities. If you're ever wondering what's going on in Nevis or what is there to do, or you're always out of the loop, that is the Facebook page to follow about the community activities that we have going on. They've also introduced a lovely aspect called Business in Focus, Small Business in Focus, where they're highlighting some of the small businesses in our community through interviews where individuals can know when to tap in to certain businesses for their services. Madam President, it is clear from that very extensive list of activities and programs across the ministry that it is justified that this Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs and Social Empowerment was budgeted 18% of this year's budget. It is always so difficult being able to divide a pie and say who gets how much. This person gets 25%, this ministry gets 15%. It keeps going, it rotates along the years, Madam President, so I do not believe that every year one ministry necessarily has to get the most and vice versa. But we are grateful within the ministry this year that this budget is prudent and it has prioritized the Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs and Social Empowerment in such a way that we are going to be able to achieve some major goals in the upcoming year. Madam President, through these collective efforts within the ministry, we are intending to move forward with a people-focused agenda that prioritizes health, supports entrepreneurship, and of course bolsters job creation. Through strategic investments in health, gender affairs, and social empowerment, Madam President, we are building a future that is rooted in equity, resilience, and a shared prosperity. Together, Madam President, we will ensure that every citizen can reach their full potential as we all make our required contribution to growing Nevis together, Madam President. Before I come to a close, I cannot list every single person in a supervisory position in my ministry, unfortunately, because it's so extensive. But I want to be able to thank the Permanent Secretary, Shalisa Martin-Clark, Assistant Secretaries, Latoya Jeffers and Michelle Liebert-Rollins, our heads of departments who have been taking the charge of being innovative and leading us into a people-centered year where we can achieve our goal, Madam President. So I want to thank all of them. Thank you all. You've been doing an excellent job at making sure that Nevisians know that they are well cared for and they can come to this ministry for support. I want to take the opportunity as well to wish the general Nevisian public Merry Christmas, of course, and a very prosperous New Year. I want us to all remember the reason for the season. Look out for your neighbors. Check in on the seniors within your communities and those who have less than you. It is a season for giving more than getting. So please bear that in mind as we celebrate this festive season. I wish you all the best for the season. And on the matter of this budget, Madam President, I want to wish it safe passage through this honorable House and reserve my right to speak on the adjournment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Honorable Member. I recognize the Honorable Member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to move a motion for the adjournment of this honorable House until 4 p.m.
Is there a seconder?
Madam President, I rise to support the motion that is presently before this honorable House.
Thank you. The question is that this honorable House stands adjourned until 4 p.m. this afternoon, 5th December 2024. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned.
concepts. arrival of Madam President.
Please be seated.
Good afternoon, honorable members. I recognize the member for Nevis 1 who is on his feet.
Good afternoon, Madam President, and
Good afternoon.
to members of this Honorable House, those in the gallery, and certainly those who are listening and viewing this broadcast. Madam President, I rise to make my contribution to this 2025 budget exercise. This Nevis Appropriation Bill 2025-2024 under the theme, moving forward, people focus, supporting entrepreneurship, bolstering job creation. Madam President, I want to congratulate the mover of this bill. And I want to say, Madam President, that this bill 2024-2025 repositions the island of Nevis for moving forward, people focus and supporting entrepreneurship. Madam President, creating a supportive environment for startups are essential. This includes simplifying regulatory processes, providing financial incentives, and facilitating access to capital. By nurturing a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem, we can stimulate job creation, ensuring that communities benefit from diverse economic opportunities. Hence, Madam President, people focus supporting entrepreneurship. Madam President, I am one who believes that collaboration among government, private sector, and other stakeholders is key. By aligning efforts, we can create pathways that connect talent with industry needs, fostering a workforce that is adaptable and prepared for future challenges. Madam President, a people-focused strategy that champions entrepreneurship and job creation not only enhances individual livelihoods, but also strengthens communities and drives sustainable economic growth. Embracing this holistic approach ensures that we build a resilient economy that works for everyone, paving the way for a brighter future, Madam President. Madam President, I've been charged with a number of departments, one of which is the Nevis Physical Planning Department and Environment. And I want, Madam President, in earnest, to commence my presentation with our planning department. Some persons have this misconception that our planning department is here to be an obstruction to development on the island of Nevis. Far from it, Madam President. I want, Madam President, to read in the record the mission statement and the vision of our Nevis Physical Planning Department and Environment. The mission statement, and I quote, to develop and implement a comprehensive and integrated planning system that will establish the direction and framework for effective development planning and promote balanced growth and effective resource utilization in achieving sustainable development on the island of Nevis. The vision, Madam President, the development of a planning process that ensures the sound development of land, safety of settlements, preservation and monitoring of valued environmental resources, and the planning system that is embraced by all. Mission statement and vision. Madam President, in keeping with the Department of Physical Planning and Environment's mission statement of implementing a comprehensive and integrated planning system, and the vision of ensuring sound land development, settlement safety, and preserving our valued environmental resources, the Department of Physical Planning and Environment continues, Madam President, to forge its way forward to ensure success in these areas, not here as obstruction. Again, Madam President, our work considered climate change and its impact, as well as our biodiversity and conservation in our efforts to meet the department's objective of, 1, to maintain and improve the quality of the physical environment in Nevis, to maintain and improve the quality of the physical environment in Nevis. And Madam President, I am going to stick a caveat here. To maintain and improve the quality of the physical environment in Nevis. Madam President, we are now seeing a situation on the island of Nevis where the landscape of Nevis, or the physical environment of Nevis, Madam President, is being littered with a number of derelict vehicles. And Madam President, the general public continues to look to our planning department for a solution in this regard. We have our environmental unit that is attached to the Ministry of Health and Social Services and that department. Madam President, I am hoping and I'm proposing that in the new year, that both of these departments will work much closer together in ensuring that we can bring a resolution to this unsightly physical environment that we are seeing with these derelict vehicles throughout the landscape of Nevis. Madam President, I want to use this rostrum here in this Parliament and to say to all of those persons who have these countless derelict vehicles across the landscape of Nevis that we will do something about it in the new year. We will do something about it in the new year. We have had myriad of complaints, Madam President, about these derelict vehicles. They are unsightly and they are unhealthy, and we will deal with that situation in 2025. Madam President, we have spoken, we have sought to do gentle persuasion, we have begged, we have pleaded, but, Madam President, we have not seen the kind of movement that we want to see when it comes to this particular issue. The second point, Madam President. So, Madam President, I am sending the signal right now that those persons who have this issue throughout the length and breadth of this country, take note that the planning department, in collaboration with our environmental health unit, that we will deal with this issue. Madam President, number 2, to conserve and protect the natural and built heritage of Nevis. When we think, Madam President, of conserving and protecting the natural and built heritage of Nevis, I want to pause here again, Madam President. It was just last evening when it was the Honorable Premier at a cocktail reception said to a number of delegates that we had the first hotel in the Caribbean, built in 1787, whatever, but 17 something. Madam President, that is indeed a piece of our built heritage that we must protect. And I am saying, Madam President, that we need to get to a place, Madam President, where these historical and built heritage of Nevis must be protected. And I'm asking our people, Madam President, to treat these built heritage with the kind of care that they deserve, Madam President. And we will work together with all entities to ensure that we do so. Madam President, it was also essential for the department to focus resources on achieving its targets while ensuring that the local, regional, and international agendas and obligations are met. In addition to the obligations of the team at the department, as outlined in its legislative framework, it was important to consider the implications of decisions made. And Madam President, sometimes the planning department and policymakers make certain decisions with a long-term goal, with a long-term benefit for the island and for the people of Nevis. And we will continue, Madam President, to make decisions that we feel is in the best interest of the island and the people of Nevis. Conserving biodiversity for the benefit of all. Sustainable living, and the member for number 4 spoke a lot about sustainable living. But I would say to the honorable member that our planning department, Madam President, is already and continue to speak about sustainable living. Economic growth are all critical outcomes that are hinged on our decisions. Madam President, go back to the budget theme again. Moving forward, people focus, supporting entrepreneurship, bolstering jobs. It is critical, Madam President, that the theme that we are focusing on for next year will ensure that we continue to see economic growth and sustainable living on the island of Nevis. Madam President, the planning system is intended to establish the direction and framework for effective development planning, as well as promote balanced growth and efficient resource utilization in order to achieve sustainable development on the island of Nevis. There we go again, Madam President, with that critical word of sustainability. Over the past year, our actions geared towards capacity building, assessment of decisions taken versus short-term impacts, and more inclusiveness for strategic planning were undertaken with the view that the department is kept on path of consistent progress. And Madam President, I want to speak about our legislative framework, because it appears to me that some persons have a misconception that in Nevis they can do anything, when they want, how they want, and where they want. But that is not so, Madam President. We have a legislative framework in which we are governed by. And Madam President, I want our people to recognize the importance of sound legislative framework, which is the foundation of the department's operation. They don't operate, Madam President, in silos or somebody going to wake up tomorrow morning and think that they can do something or just make a decision because they are in a certain position. It doesn't work like that. Madam President, for 2024 fiscal period, we continue our review and revision of the Nevis Physical Planning and Development Control Ordinance and its corresponding regulations with the object of offering additional specificity, hence facilitating effectiveness, transparency, and more climate resilience and structural sound project outcome, Madam President. Madam President, the draft advertisement control regulation is being reviewed by our legal department. We hope to have this document presented for tabling very shortly in the new year, Madam President. The draft Nevis Physical Development Plan has being completed and is available for public review. We also hope, Madam President, that very shortly in the new year, we will be back here in this honorable house to lay it in Parliament. Madam President, the legislative framework is the foundation of our department operation. This process, Madam President, commenced in 2021. And it has continued, and it will continue, Madam President. This plan is critical to the operations of the department and also the spatial and economic development of Nevis. We want, Madam President, that in our development, both economic and the spatial use of the island is done in a manner that is sustainable, Madam President. Madam President, the administration's policy relating to land use for the development of agriculture, housing, the commercial sector, it makes provision for the allocation of lands for healthcare, education, recreational facilities, and solid waste disposal. Madam President, it also gives consideration to the preservation of historical sites, heritage and tourism sites, and product. It contemplates road and utility infrastructure development. It outlines the plans for water, energy, and food security, as well as environmental management and general sustainable development, Madam President. All of that, Madam President, is included in the Nevis physical planning. And I want our people to look at it, make their comments, and I hope, Madam President, that we can complete that process in earnest early in the new year. Madam President, that is not all. The proposed Nevis Peak National Park and Camps River watershed. It is a protected area, Madam President, and the protected area legislation is another legislative document proposed to impose restriction. And I don't like the word restriction, Madam President, but sometimes you have to put restrictions on certain things. Because, as I said earlier, some people want to do things when they want, how they want, where they want. And this Nevis Peak National Park and Camps River watershed, Madam President, is a critical component as it relates to significant contribution to our biodiversity conservation. This preservation and conservation of biodiversity includes rare species of flora and fauna and assisting in mitigating ecological integrity. The proposed area provides tangible benefits such as water supply and flood protection. All of these, Madam President, we have to protect, and we have to ensure that we do what is necessary to protect these areas. It gives guidance, Madam President, to our cultural values, protection, and sustainable livelihoods and local people. Madam President, the coming into force of this legislation will also contribute to St. Kitts and Nevis being able to meet our international obligations. We have signed on to a lot of conventions, Madam President, and we have given our consent to a number of international obligations, which includes Target 4, halt species extinction, which protect genetic diversity and manage human-wildlife. Madam President, it also gives credence to target number 3 of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which speaks very clearly to conserving 30% of land, water, and seas. Now, we may say 30%, conserving 30% of Nevis is a significant portion of land when you only have 36 square miles. But, Madam President, it is absolutely critical for our very existence on this island. Madam President, we want to ensure and enable that by 2030, at least 30% of terrestrial inland water and of coastal and marine areas, especially areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services are effectively conserved and managed to ecological representation. Madam President, our biodiversity and our ecosystem, our rare flora and fauna, Madam President, are absolutely critical for the development and the sustainability of the island of Nevis. Madam President, when we assess our legislative framework, we must be reminded, of course, that it is to facilitate a clear understanding that legislative framework that governs the processes of the department and ultimately compliance with the laws, assessment of the impact of the legislation and corresponding regulations, as well as policies, is an ongoing activity, Madam President. They are not sitting there, Madam President, every day. They have to do a lot of things. The assessment considers the particularity of the existing laws and how their enforcement will affect the most vulnerable within our society for our social, environmental, and economic perspective. Since the coming into force of the planning ordinance, there have been several amendments, just as any other piece of legislation here on the island of Nevis, Madam President. And we expect that in the future, we will continue to do amendments to these legislation. Madam President, with our focus on people, with the theme of our budget this year, people focus agenda, we continue to ensure capacity building at our planning department. Madam President, in 2024, we continue to see staff development in a number of areas for the department with the aim to ensure that the officers are equipped with the needed skills and knowledge in the consideration of planning applications, as well as to improve the relationship with the public through information sharing. Madam President, during fiscal year 2024, officers benefited from both internal and external training of varying degrees and topic. The technical sessions ensure that officers either acquire the knowledge needed to make critical assessment of the planning, environmental, or structural scenarios present, or to reinforce what is already known. Administrative or client relation sessions related to efficient means of communicating information to applicants and prospective applicants, Madam President. So there is an ongoing process, Madam President, of upgrading the staff there at our planning department. Madam President, Jeff 6, improving environmental management through sustainable land management. So the funding was funded through the Global Environment Facility. The goal of this project is to reorient all sectors of the economy towards sustainable resource using policies and practices, which together can provide economic opportunities for the country's population while also sustaining ecosystem services, Madam President. The department was invited to the project launch way back in 2022 and made a representation for inclusion of interventions on the island of Nevis. The department spearheaded a team that submitted a proposal for reforestation of degraded lands in the New River, Indian Castle, and areas above the 1,000 feet contour, using traditional fruit trees as well as threatened species, Madam President. Madam President, they were also included in preparing a proposal for water storage facility, pumps and irrigation lines to support water to sustain local farmers. I'll send the bill to the Minister of Agriculture. To sustain local farmers and the reforestation project in New River. The department currently has a representation on the Federal Workshop Group to lobby for success of the proposed intervention. Madam President, the department is participating in the St. Kitts and Nevis Climate Risk Intelligence and Digital Infrastructure, SKN CRID project. This initiative, funded by the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, or 5Cs, aims to upgrade the climate data repository as a critical part of St. Kitts and Nevis Meteorological Service data infrastructure, and enhance the capabilities of stakeholders and communities in understanding climate change, Madam President. This, again, Madam President, is an absolutely critical component and work at our Nevis Physical Planning Department, Madam President. Madam President, the Department of Geographic Information, or GIS unit, and its importance has been lamented and lamented and lamented. And they keep, Madam President, stressing the importance of this department. Madam President, we are now hearing that we will soon embark on things like street naming. That information, Madam President, has to be collected. Madam President, we continue to see that this unit is being built out slowly. We have had the success in ensuring that we have persons being employed. We have had some training, Madam President, in that unit, and we are expecting that in 2025, we can continue to see a strengthening, Madam President, of that unit. Thus far, 2 officers have completed a 4-module course in GIS fundamentals, and an additional 2 officers are undertaking said course, Madam President. 4 officers have enrolled in an online flood modeling and mapping course with the Caribbean Institute for Meteorological and Hydrology. And Madam President, I want to pause there. The recent rains that we have had a few weeks ago, the skills and the training from these individuals will come in extremely handy in predicting some of the effects, Madam President, from these additional rainfall. At the end of the 25-hour course, participants will learn to process and analyze watershed, hydro, meteorological, and topographical data in QGIS desktop and Hydrological Engineering Center River Analysis System, Madam President. Madam President, the course is slated to be completed on the 13th of December, 2024. And we are looking forward, Madam President, to see the benefits of these individuals and the training. The GIS unit has been active in data collection and processing data to allow for more informed decisions to be made. And Madam President, I will pause here because sometimes as decision makers, we make decisions not necessarily having all of the information. And we are hoping that once this GIS unit is fully implemented and mobilized and fully staffed, that we can have additional information, Madam President, to make decisions from additional data. Madam President, among completing tasks, they continue to ensure that parcel layers to be identified, all lots, including subdivision, updating road layers, mapping of new roads, unofficial map of Nevis, and allowing for the system to be used, collaborating with Inland Revenue Department to update land parcels on cadastral map with parcel and owner information, assisting IRD in streamlining its database to capture all land owners for efficient revenue collection purposes. And I believe the Minister of Finance would like to hear that. Capture all land owners for efficient revenue collection purposes. Rainfall data and collaborating with communities in furtherance of road naming policy. Madam President, as we seek to move towards greater inclusivity, the critical role of the department in the development of the island was previously highlighted, but the broad scope of its involvement with regards to policies that is fundamental to the island economic development must be underscored. Madam President, the department continues to play the role of a unifier of departments within the Nevis Island administration, and as such has partnered with and often take lead in policy development and presentation. And I spoke earlier, Madam President, about the draft Nevis Physical Development Plan, and that continued to be a collaborative effort, Madam President. Collaboration with departments such as the Department of Agriculture, Department of Disaster Management, the Nevis Historical and Conservation Society, has led to interventions being proposed under the Jeff 6 project, improving environmental management through sustainable land management. Interventions approved under this project include water storage tank for farmers at New River with solar-powered water pumps. I think my good colleague from Nevis number 3 would have spoken about that earlier. Madam President, the development of a 40-acre plot fruit orchard at Indian Castle. Madam President, the development of a nursery at the Department of Agriculture Marketing Depot at Prospect. All of these, Madam President, have been a collaboration with our Department of Planning. The department has recently reviewed and updated the terms of reference for the Improving Urban Resilience and Coastal Zone Management Project in St. Kitts and Nevis. We ensure that the terms of reference cover the specific needs for Charlestown, Madam President. This consultancy project, funded by the Green Climate Fund and implemented by the Caribbean Community Climate Change, has the general objectives to advance climate action on St. Kitts and Nevis. And Madam President, we are speaking again of sustainability. We are speaking again, Madam President, of climate action. The project is expected to see a number of deliverables, including a Charleston Urban Resilience Strategy and Plan, Finance Strategy for Bastia and Charleston Urban Resilient Plans, Coastal Zone Management Plan, Stakeholder Consultation Report, Madam President. Madam President, our Department of Physical Planning has been busy, Madam President. Madam President, while we continue to ensure that we fulfill the mandate of our Department of Physical Planning, the department continues to collaborate with the island's educational institution to create a sense of awareness as it relates to what is physical plan, and to also encourage students to consider a career in planning and related fields. Coaching sessions were done with social studies and geography students on the importance of acquiring a skill with the aim of preparing for the world of work. Other sessions focus on GIS and remote sensing in planning, and what specific activities the department is engaged in on a daily basis. Madam President, for 2024 period, the department sought to include the public in the planning process. And it goes back to what I said earlier, Madam President, that there is a misconception, and we want to alleviate the general public, Madam President, from that misconception. We ensure that we share information as it relates to the planning laws and procedures, and welcome feedback, Madam President, on these very important planning initiatives. Madam President, we have had public consultations before. One in particular was held in Charlestown. But we thought, Madam President, that let us do something differently. And we went out into the communities, Madam President. As such, we had consultation at the Franklin Brown Community Center in Newcastle, the Gingerland Secondary School, Madam President, and the Red Cross building in Charlestown. We want to take the message, Madam President, to the various communities. Madam President, when we look at our progressive actions, and I want the general public to pay close attention, Madam President. The department intends to continue its partnership with its counterparts in SINKIT. in two specific areas. And this, for me, Madam President, is critical. The sharing of GIS information and technical support. The GIS unit commenced partnership in 2022, and this relationship is envisioned to grow exponentially in the near future. A proposal has been made for the development of a national spatial data infrastructure. Madam President, that means that all of our GIS information will be so structured that it can be accessed on both islands, St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam President, biodiversity conservation is a critical part of our social and cultural heritage. And for years, it has played a significant feature in our tourism product. The renovation and upgrade of our bath stream and hot springs is a good example. Madam President, thus having important economic value. Once we develop, Madam President, these biodiversity and we place some conservation mechanism on them, they can bring serious dividend to our tourism product here on the island of Nevis. Madam President, we want to see the fostering a closer relationship with the Department of Environment on St. Kitts, because we feel that there will definitely be a lot of value, Madam President, in that relationship. The commencement of increased collaboration with our counterparts in St. Kitts has resulted in staff members being included, Madam President, in events such as the 16th conference of the parties on biodiversity in Cali, Colombia this year. Madam President, all of that has a relation to the collaboration and the partnership that we continue to forge ahead, Madam President. Madam President, in general, and I want to say to the general public, Madam President, I believe that the department performed creditably during the fiscal year 2024. Madam President, we believe and we understand that the planning process is a multi-dimensional process. Once you submit something to planning, and once the information is wholesome, you are expected, Madam President, to get a quick response. If you have that continuation of requesting information, then there tends to be, Madam President, that level of frustration and delay in the planning exercise, Madam President. Madam President, barring any outstanding matters on the part of applicant, approvals for residential and minor development applications were kept within 1 week. Were kept within a 1 week period. For more detailed development, specifically, Madam President, applications that required a referral to the Development Advisory Committee. The department presented applications to the Committee for Advice within 1 month and received, and final approval was given within 4 weeks, barring any outstanding matters. Madam President, it goes back to what I said earlier. I want to speak now specifically to our service providers. I want to suggest, Madam President, to them that they need to be aware of all of the requirements when it comes to making application at our planning department. Madam President, the ongoing public relations program aimed at sensitizing the public of the planning requirements and the developer's obligation has not been limited to formal setting, but has taken a practical approach in on-site assessment with applicants, service providers, and contractors. These consultations have been carried out by building and electrical inspectors and physical planning and environmental officers, Madam President. Madam President, we continue to do what we need to do, and we will continue to do as necessary. And I want to say to our service providers, work with us. Make sure that they are aware of what is needed so that they can have a speedier process when it comes to the application to our planning department. Madam President, for approved developments during this year, we saw a total number of 302 total building development applications. Total number of building developments of approvals, 248. Compliance matters to be addressed, and this is the part, Madam President, that worries me. Some 54. Compliance matters to be addressed. This is a high number, Madam President, and I want to say to our service providers that they need to do what is required of them in a much more systematic way, Madam President. We have seen, Madam President, some 11 tourist-related projects gone before the planning department, one apartment project, and some 32 commercial industrial projects, Madam President, that has attracted the attention of our planning department. Madam President, what is our expectation for 2025, sorry. Madam President, we are hoping and we expect that in 2025, we will see the tabling of the protected areas legislation here in this Parliament. Madam President, we will hope that we will continue to see information sharing with architects, contractors, surveyors, and realtors on the use of the planning regulation. Madam President, we are hoping and we are expecting that the Nevis Physical Development Plan will also make its way here in this Parliament. We will continue to build capacity at the Environment Unit because we believe, Madam President, that that is a unit that we need to strengthen, Madam President. We expect that we will continue to see the improvement and the wider use of our GIS unit at our planning department, Madam President. Madam President, I want to close on the matter of planning and to say that while we have the Nevis Physical Planning and Development Control Ordinance to work with, we continue to see, Madam President, that there will be some need for some additional amendments, Madam President. It's a work in progress, and we hope that we'll be able to make those necessary tweaks, Madam President, in this new year. I want to thank, Madam President, our Director, Mr. Raoul Pemberton, and our Deputy Director, Ms. Titlan Douglas, for being the head of that, I call it the pressure box in Nevis, and the entire staff, Madam President. They are under a lot of pressure, but I believe that they manage pressure extremely well. So I want to thank them, and I want to thank the entire staff there at our planning department, Madam President, for the exceptional work in 2024. And we will do our very best, Madam President, to improve on a number of areas when it comes to the planning application process in 2025. I know, Madam President, that they are up to the task, and we will ensure that we get some of those kinks in the system ironed out in the new year. So I want to thank them and the entire staff. Madam President, I want to turn very quickly to the Nevis Labor Department, another department that I have oversight of. And I want to, as I did with our planning department, highlight what the mission statement is. And the mission statement of our Nevis Labor Department is to monitor and regulate relationships between employers and employees in an effort to promote industrial peace and harmony at the workplace, thus ensuring job security and employment stability on the island of Nevis. Ensuring job security and employment stability. I believe it was a Friday afternoon that we were in cabinet and we were told that a particular call center was shut down. Just like that. And the government get blamed for that too. The rain don't fall and the government get blamed. Madam President, I believe that every single individual in this country who have gainful employment must feel secure in their job. And the Labor Department mandate is to ensure job security and employment stability. Madam President, the Labor Department, again, was extremely busy for 2024. The department has actively participated as a member of the Caribbean Community Skilled Nationals Committee, the Minimum Wage Committee, and the Tripartite Committee. Madam President, they were the ones who said to us that we must raise the minimum wage. Well, that's fine. They were asked to do a job and they would have contributed, and we are grateful. Madam President, I pause for the arrival of our legal advisor. Madam President, the Labor Department continues to act as an employment agency unit, and it has expanded its marketing and advertising services to social media. And that, Madam President, is also creating greater traction in the marketplace when it comes to providing the various avenues for persons to seek and gain stable employment. The department's pool of potential candidates is now specifically aimed at sourcing and placing interested applicants according to skills and competence in our efforts to meet the expectations of the requests of the proposed employers. Hence, the unit has created a database according to the categories of types of skills for ease of reference and a smooth operation of activities. Madam President, and the idea is that if there is any business on the island of Nevis that is looking for particular skills or skill set, that the Labor Department can provide the necessary guidance in person taking up those jobs. The employment agency now offers human relations services, that is, assisting employers with the interview process, formulating terms and conditions of employment, developing workplace policies to ensure that employers and employees are aware of workplace rules and expectations. So, Madam President, they have broadened their scope in ensuring that we can create that environment of employment stability. For the above-mentioned period, we've had 236 applicants. Madam President, 220 persons referred, and this is the number that I don't like. 18 employed. Now, I have asked the team to give some guidance as to why that 220 persons were referred and only 18 were employed. We need, Madam President, to get to the bottom of that very small number. Is it that those persons who were referred did not meet the requirements? Is it that the persons did not necessarily want those jobs? We need to know, Madam President, and I think that it would give some good guidance as to why you have 236 applicants for employment. The Labor Department would have recommended 220 persons and only 18 were employed. Madam President, that for me is cause for great concern, Madam President. Madam President, we saw our Career Fair 2024, which was held on the 2nd of July at the Malcolm Gishard Recreational Park, under the theme, Conceptualize, Capitalize, and Convert Your Skills into Dollars. Young entrepreneurs between the age of 15 to 21 who have a small business or who wanted to start a small business or who are looking at grooming and marketing their brands were invited to attend. The fair was a very successful event, and as a result, the participants were able to display their goods at 3 Culturama events. It's all about giving our young entrepreneurs, Madam President, the necessary exposure in ensuring stable employment for these young entrepreneurs. Young entrepreneurs between the age of 15 to 21 who have a small business or who wanted to start a small business, Madam President, were exposed to that career fear. Madam President, when it comes to training and workshop, internal training for staff development continues. The staff meets regularly to discuss and refresh their minds on the application of labor laws. We want them to remain sharp. The staff annual retreat was held on the 30th of October. The primary goal of the retreat was to equip employees with the knowledge, tools, and strategies necessary to cultivate a workplace culture grounded in ethical behavior and strong team collaboration, Madam President. So we continue to expose our employees at the Labor Department, Madam President, to these kind of training. Madam President, one of the mandates of our Labor Department is, of course, inspection, on-site inspection. And the Department of Labor continues to carry out routine inspection of all businesses. And I would say here, Madam President, this inspection, they don't necessarily have to give any notice, but out of courtesy they do. They can just pop in to check the condition of the workers. The department concentrated on employee handbook, policies and terms and conditions of employment in our efforts to better ensure that the operations of businesses are in alignment with our labor laws. And Madam President, again, we want to ensure that the environment that employees are being asked to provide their skill must be an environment that is conducive, Madam President. In April 2024, the department held its first ever workshop of its kind in commemoration of World Day for Safety and Health under the theme, Ensuring Safe and Healthy Work Now in a Changing Climate. And we have that word again, Madam President, climate and safety. The goal of the workshop was to sensitize attendees on the critical importance of participating and enforcing proper health and safety measures at the workplace. Attendees included managers, supervisors of business, both in the private and public sector, Madam President. And that, again, Madam President, is a critical mandate for our Labor Department. In 2024, we saw some 37 businesses that were inspected, Madam President. We saw 37. In the construction sector, we saw 10. In restaurants, we saw 10. In commercial establishment, we saw 4. And Madam President, the Labor Department also dealt with quite a number of labor disputes in 2024. Again, the construction sector. Again, the restaurant sector, we saw 22. And services, we saw some 34, Madam President. A total of 118 disputes were dealt with at our Labor Department. Madam President, what are the nature of some of these disputes? Dismissal and termination, 20. So it appears, Madam President, that persons are just being dismissed without the proper procedures. Madam President, we saw some 50 complaints as it regards to holiday pay. It means that persons are not receiving the proper quantum of holiday pay, Madam President, once they decide to take their vacation. Notice pay, we saw 15. Wage dispute, we saw 30. Madam President, 122 areas of disputes for 2024. That is a significant number, Madam President. Madam President, severance and long service gratuity payment for 2024. We had 41 applicants, and out of that 41, we saw some 31 claim severance pay as a matter of being made redundant. We saw 9 as a matter of they being laid off, and 1, Madam President, for medical. But Madam President, here again is another number that bothers me. 41 applicants, only 8 have been approved. 32 is still pending. And this matter of severance pay, while it's not necessarily being controlled by the Nevis Island administration, it's a federal matter. And we are hoping that we will see a much more speedier response as it regards to the request of severance pay on the island of Nevis. Madam President, the mover of the bill would have given some numbers as it regards to the labor, the employment numbers here on the island of Nevis. And that number, those numbers, Madam President, came from our Social Security Department. The Labor Department numbers are slightly different, and I will explain why. Madam President, for the first quarter, we saw on the island of Nevis some 5,731 persons being employed. For the second quarter, we saw 5,741 persons. And for the third quarter, we saw 5,936. Madam President, the numbers are different. But I want the listeners not necessarily to pay too much attention to the numbers, but pay attention to the trend. The trend, Madam President, as in the Social Security numbers, are increasing. For the first quarter, it was at a particular number. The second quarter increased over the first quarter. The third quarter increased over the second quarter, Madam President. And the trend is that the employment levels on the island of Nevis are increasing. And what that is saying?
Things are happening. Things are happening.
Huh?
Things are happening.
Huh?
Things are happening.
Well, Madam President, I am going to go to another chart, Madam President. And it was the member for Nevis number 3 who spoke about persons coming here to the island of Nevis.
Yes.
And it is interesting, Madam President, that I have some names of some countries here. I didn't even know some of these countries here actually existed. Why? I mean, I see some names here, right? Madam President, let's take from our CARICOM and OECS region. We have persons coming from Guyana looking for work, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, Venezuela. Madam President, let me go back to Guyana. They almost topped the list. But Guyana have just discovered oil. Lot of oil. Are they still coming? Madam President, we have persons from Bulgaria. Well, sorry, no one there from Bulgaria, but they had the name there. We have persons coming from United Kingdom, Zimbabwe, China, India, Indonesia, Nepal, Philippines, and New Zealand. Madam President, I am going to leave Nevis and go to this country, and I don't know what I'm going to. Madam President, I will go a bit further, Madam President, and speak about the work permits. Because if nothing happens, why is it that people are applying for work permits? For 2024 thus far, I have a figure here of 149 persons applying for work permits. The number, Madam President, is in all areas of the economy: agriculture, banking, construction, commercial, financial, hotel and guest, manufacturing, Nevis Island administration, restaurant, services, telecommunications. Madam President. Well, Madam President, I want to take this opportunity to thank the hard-working staff at our Labor Department for their very vibrant and dynamic year that they have had again in 2024. I want to thank Ms. O'Loughlin and her entire staff for their hard work there in the Nevis Labor Department. And I hope, Madam President, that they will certainly continue this very dynamic and interactive engagement with the general public in 2025. Madam President, I want to deal with a little housekeeping matters. The Honourable Member for Nevis number 4, in her presentation, spoke a lot about the audit report. And the good member was able to read from the audit report. Spoke about transparency, spoke about weakness in certain areas, they spoke about CBI and all kind of things. And good governance, Madam President. Madam President, when I left here, I went into my archives. And I pulled the audit report, Madam President, that CCM was charged with the responsibility of producing, because when the NRP was in government, they never did. I pulled, Madam President, the audit report of 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, and 2011, all compiled in one document. And Madam President, I am only going to read the performance summary of that report, with your permission. I am going to read a few paragraphs, Madam President, of that audit report, since we want to talk about transparency and all kinds of things. The first paragraph of this audit report on page 8, section 3.3, performance summary. It should be stated at the onset, as this report covers a 5-year period, focus would be primarily on the most current year, 2011. The result of the remaining years will be provided and quoted for comprehensive purposes and to be highlighted and to highlight trends. Madam President, the member talked about the Premier of Nevis overextended his budget and he overspent. Now, Madam President, I'm going to get to that, I'm going to get to that. The accounts for each of the financial year ending December 31 disclose, for the most part, overall deficit result, with the exception of 1 year. From 2007 to 2009, overall deficits in the amount of 17.25, 19.27, and 29.56 respectively were recorded. In 2010, a small surplus of 1.04 million was realized, and then in 2011, the deficit was 20.06. These results giving an accumulative deficit for the 5-year period of $85 million. You want to say it? I'm going to leave it to that. Madam President, the audit report went on to state, in the previous audit report for 2006, it was noted that the result then, Madam President, you sit in now, why you hold on and you see it? Hold on and you see it, Madam President. It was noted that the result then, $19.57 million, was the largest overall deficit on record since 1983. You want me to continue?
Yes.
You want me to continue?
Yes.
Madam President, they want to talk about transparency? Boy, I went and I dig and I found. Madam President, the Minister of Finance was accused of overspending. And all kind of things were said. And you know, it was only one department that he overspent in, Madam President. But listen to this. There were as many as 5 program heads that recorded expenditure in excess of their budgeted allocation on the 2011 account. Let me write this, or the editor write this? Some gentleman by the name of, let me find the distinguished Wesley Galloway, Director of Audit, dated November 9, 2015. Madam President, I mean, listen, get real. Get real, Madam President. Yeah? I want to say, Madam President, that it appears as though that some people think that government in this country started from 2022. Some people want to give that impression that there was nothing before 2022. We gained independence on the 19th of September 1983. I was 13 years old then. We had a government from NRP and we had a government from CCM, Madam President. And it seems to me that the good honorable member for Nevis number 4 only want to talk about what happened after 2022. This thing no works, you know? You got to take the calf and the cow together. You can't just go along with the cow and left the calf. But no, you... I mean, when you come in talking about people overspent and bad governance and all kind of thing, and I'm not even going to touch the other audit report, because this one is, I'll give it to you. Yeah. Madam President, thing no works so, Madam President. Madam President, I'll move on. And I want to talk very quickly, Madam President, about the post office. The post office continues to be resilient amid the challenges faced in 2024. Madam President, we saw revenue collected from January to October 2024 amounted to $506,000. And for the same period in 2023, 517, a marginal decrease of 2% compared to 2023. Postage stamp sales accounted for 75% of the revenue collected. Madam President, the U.S. Mail Courier Service and other services, 25%. Digital transformation of the post office will improve the operations of the U.S. Mail Service and boost revenue collection and turnaround time. And that, Madam President, is something that we are eagerly hoping that we can get online in the very near future, Madam President. The digitalization, the complete of that process, Madam President. Madam President, the expenditure budget allocated for 2024 was $1,500,500, of which $700,000 was allocated to administration and revenue collection, and $800,500 to delivery and dispatch. Of that amount budgeted, we spent $513,381 and $570,686.68 respectively a total of $1,084,060 from January to October. We are working well within our budget, Madam President. Madam President, our Wall Post activities were a success. The highlights were our centenarian stamp issue and our customer service training. 3 centenarians who were honored, and one of which, Madam President, have since left us, Miss Leonora Wenham, and I want to, I was shocked, Madam President, when I learned of her passing, because just a few weeks before, we would have honored her with our centenarian stamp issue. And I certainly want to take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt and deep condolences to her family. It was really a shock because that day she was very vibrant and full of life. It was really surprising to learn of her passing, Miss Leonora Wenham. We also honored Francis Olga Jeffers and Irene Stapleton. Congratulations to these ladies. And Madam President, like I said, it was a kind of sad feeling when we learned of her passing. 4 outstanding postal workers were awarded in the areas of most improved. Ms. Wilkin, the highest number of certified online trained post courses undertaken successfully, Tira Griffin, and Officer of the Year in Administration Division, Kiana Sargent, and Officer of the Year in the Delivery and Dispatch Division, Shinette Skeet. Congratulations to all the awardees, and Madam President, we are indeed extremely proud of them. We take a moment to congratulate and recognize our 2024 retirees. Ms. Lorna Daniel and Mr. Dinzel Pemberton have contributed tremendously to the successful operation of the post for many years. Mr. Daniel for 19 years and Mr. Pemberton for 40 years, Madam President. And we certainly want to thank them for their contribution. We want to thank them for their contribution to the Postal Service and to the development of our beautiful island, Madam President. Madam President, for 2025, we expect that we will see the digital transformation. The internal management system and courier automation will improve the quality of service at our post office. The upgrade of the national addressing and housing numbering system is another critical area for development for the post office that will benefit emergency responders in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And Madam President, we want to get away from this idea of go up the road, you're going to see a big stone and you turn left, and you're going to see a red house, and you turn right and you're going to see a blue house. We are way beyond that, Madam President, and we want to ensure that in 2025, we can ensure that we can have this national addressing and housing numbering system. And Madam President, I will say it here. Things on the other side have been a little bit slow. And if by a particular time next year and they are not where they ought to be, we will move ahead. And I will say, we will move ahead. Madam President, the Philatelic Bureau will transition in 2025. It is the hope, Madam President, that the function and the role of the Philatelic Bureau will change. The role and the function of the Philatelic Bureau would now be subsumed in the Post Office, Madam President, and that role and that function will be done by our Post Office. I want to place on the record, Madam President, my sincere thanks to Mrs. Patricia Blake and Miss Oslin Hanley for their almost 40 years of service. 40 years of service. And they both will retire at the end of this year. And I want to place on the record our deep appreciation for their service over those 40 years, Madam President. They have done us well, and we are indeed grateful for their service over those 40 years, Madam President. So I really want to thank them, and we do appreciate their work. But the role and the function of our Philatelic Bureau would then be transferred to our post office. Madam President, I want to turn very quickly to, that's the time? Madam President, I want to turn very quickly to the Department of Public Works. And Madam President, the official work here for 2024 actually commenced in early February, when the entire workforce of Public Works returned. And 2024 was a challenging year for our Public Works Department. We saw the retirement, Madam President, of quite a number of our workers in 2023 due to their age and due to the new policy of having persons retire once they pass a certain age. We saw the retirement, Madam President, of Mr. Glennis David from the Road Division, Mr. O'Neill Paris from the Road Division, Mr. Patrick Daniel from the Road Division, Mr. Keith Claxton from Road Division, Mr. Stuart Lawrence from the Asphalt Plant and Roads, Mr. Eustace Hull from the Asphalt Plant, and Mr. Melvin Doe from the Repair Shop. Madam President, this was a tough one, but we were able to do certain things in 2024, and we are hoping, Madam President, that we can strengthen our road divisions in 2025 so that we can be a lot more productive. I want to place on record, Madam President, my sincere thanks to these very hard-working, these very committed, and these very talented gentlemen who would have put in, from my tally, over 100 combined years of service to the people of Nevis. We want to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to them for their work, and we hope that now they are retired, that they can still come and give some guidance and advice when needed. And we are certainly grateful, Madam President, for their years of service. Madam President, the Road Division operated through 2024. As I said, it was challenging. We did face some challenges with our human resources, and it would have hampered us to some extent in ensuring that some of the workflow that we wanted to complete, we were not able to do so. So, Madam President, the achievement of our main work division, namely roads and bridges, building, repair shop, and asphalt plant, were possible because of support provided by the office staff there at our Public Works. And the volume of work that is being done by the Public Works Department, they have a very small staff, you know. They have one administrative officer, one office manager, two junior clerks, 2 engineers, 1 architect, 2 surveyors, draftsmen, surveyors. And we are looking forward, Madam President, that we will be able to strengthen that team in 2025, because we have quite a lot of work to do in the new year. Madam President, for roads and bridges, we have 25 workers. For buildings, 20 workers. Repair shop, 18. Asphalt plant, 4 workers, Madam President. For roads and bridges, in 2024, the Public Works Department began the reconstruction of the road work in Brown Hill, from the basketball court down to connecting low ground. This is a critical travel corridor linking Brown Hill, Madam President, to Montpelier and low ground through Cherry Garden. The existing roadway was in a state of disrepair. The entire 1,500 feet of work was excavated and widened to accommodate a new 16-foot asphalt carriageway. Madam President, in February, the Public Works Department completed the asphalt paving of the area around the Long Point warehouse facility. The project was financed by NASPA, and the Public Works Department executed the works. In March 2024, the Public Works Department milled and resurfaced the entire Marion Avenue roadway. Over the period June to July 2024, the Public Works Department undertook the construction of the road and paving area of the Bath Stream redevelopment project. Final asphalting was completed in July, just prior to our Culturama, our C50 festival. And Madam President, the intersection and the connection to the Island Main Road was done a few months ago in October. Over the period September to October 2024, the Public Works Department oversaw the drainage enhancement work at the housing project there in Lower Stony Grove. There were some flooding issues there, Madam President, that we sought to have remedy. In the last week of October, the Public Works Department undertook a project of replacing the top slab of the culvert at the intersection of Chapel Street and Main Street. The existing slab, Madam President, of the drain culvert was in a state of disrepair, and it has gotten to a point where it was almost becoming, well, it has long past being a public hazard, Madam President, and we needed to go in and have that remedied. Also in October 2024, the department completed a minor drainage project along the Island Main Road in Gingerland in the vicinity of 869 Bar and Grill. This project objective was to better convey water from Crony's house into the gut adjacent to the 869 Bar and Grill. And secondly, to eliminate water ponding at the location during rainfall. The project includes construction of a block U-drain with metal grill covers between the flow facility and the culvert. In November 2024, the department began a drainage project at Lower Bath Village in the vicinity of Spotlight Disco. This phase of work is needed to complete the drainage work from the Upper Bath Village Road Rehabilitation Project. Madam President, the general public would know that we would have done some major upgrade to the Bath Village main road carriageway. And once that work was completed, we needed to deal with some drainage issue that is now being undertaken. Madam President, our building division. The building division has been active through 2024 and have made significant contribution throughout the length and breadth of this island. This division routinely performs maintenance tasks at numerous government buildings, assist with transport, setup and dismantling of stage, tables, chairs, and props for numerous government functions, construction and installation of furniture in government offices, among many other tasks. Madam President, in 2024, the building division completed work enhancing the exterior appearance of the Ministry of Finance building. This work was done over the period March to April 2024 and included masonry repair to chip away areas, replacing exterior doors, and a complete repainting the exterior of the building, including railings, etc. In October, we returned to complete enhancement work on the interior of the building, specifically at our legal department. Madam President, in March of 2024, our building division joined the efforts to renovate the cultural complex for C50 festivities. I tell you, I'll send you a bill. The Public Works Department, spearheaded by our building division team, the completion of the booth areas, Madam President. I want to place on the record and publicly thank Mr. Alistair Thompson for the role he played as project manager on this project to ensure that this task was completed well in time, Madam President, for C50. I believe, Madam President, Mr. Alistair Thompson and the team from the Public Works did a remarkable job, along with the other private contractors, to ensure that we had a facility worthy of our C50 celebration, Madam President. So I want to thank him. He was the project manager and he was still supervising a job at the same time. Madam President, This project at our cultural complex, it was indeed a significant undertaking, and I believe that all kudos, Madam President, must go to all those who partner in ensuring that this project was completed. Madam President, in July of 2024, the department completed the fencing work along the northern boundary line of the government house property, and we are ensuring, Madam President, that there are some additional repair work that needs to be done there, and we hope to have those completed in the new year. Additionally, in September of 2024, we hired a private contractor to repaint the roof of our deputy governor's house, and that was completed, Madam President, in celebration of our 41st anniversary of our independence celebration. Madam President, in October, the building division began repair work at the High Court Registrar's office of the Theodore Hobson Courthouse facility. This includes repair to the concrete roof ceiling, and the concrete roof, Madam President, was flaking. It was showing some major deterioration, and we felt that it was absolutely necessary to have that work done to create a much safer environment for the workers there at the High Court Registrar. Madam President, our repair shop in 2024, the operations at the repair shop went fairly well. And we were able, Madam President, to now move our welding unit at our government repair shop to the new building. And we are hoping that they will now be a lot more comfortable. They will now be able to work in an environment that is much more conducive. And we are hoping, Madam President, that they will be able to produce a lot more as well, Madam President. Madam President, our welding team, as I said, has now been operating from that new facility. And we are hoping that in very short order in the new year, we will also see our auto body repair shop working from that building. We had some delays with outfitting that part of that facility, and we are hoping that we'll be able to do that early in the new year, Madam President. The asphalt plant facility operated without any major mechanical or electrical issues during the year 2024. We would recall, Madam President, that a few years ago we had a fire there and we had done some major upgrade to our electrical system. We have installed a new tank, and that asphalt plant, Madam President, is now functioning at optimum. Madam President, as I said earlier, the Public Works Department has faced some challenges because of manpower. And we are hoping that in the new year we'll be able to remedy those challenges as it regards to the manpower, especially when it comes to our road crew, Madam President. Madam President, we continue to improve when it comes to certain bits of equipment. And we would have purchased a number of computers for the Public Works Department, for our architects and engineers and surveyors to operate from. We are hoping that we will be able to sort out the issue, Madam President, when it comes to some of the software that we want to put on those computers and make sure that those computers are functioning at an optimum. Madam President, we were fortunate enough to procure a vehicle in 2024 for our buildings division, and that have made work, Madam President, much easier for that particular division in 2024. We are hoping that we will be able to ensure that we can provide additional transportation for this particular division, because the Public Works and Road Crew is still short of certain means of transportation, and we are hoping that we can remedy that in the new year, Madam President. Madam President, while the department in 2024 was able to attain some noteworthy achievements, we were able to achieve a number of our institutional and internal goals for 2024. This was due to various reasons, including budgetary constraint. These goals below were some of the internal goals that eluded us, Madam President. And at the start of the year 2024, we would have set a number of goals, Madam President, that we, for one reason or the other, were not able to. And in full disclosure, we were hoping that we would be able to create and maintain the administration office. We were thinking about some expansion, Madam President, for that office. We were seeking to better position ourselves when it comes to our inventory. We were looking at, Madam President, of constructing a steel frame warehouse at our repair shop to protect our pieces of equipment. And Madam President, these are some of the things that we will definitely look forward to in the upcoming year, Madam President. For 2025, Madam President, the mover of the budget would have highlighted some of those areas that we want to focus on in 2025. We spoke about the Church Ground Road, the Maynards Ground Road, the Ground Pasture Road. We have some drainage, Madam President, in Prospect and in Ramsbury. We have some roads, Madam President, in the housing development. I believe it's at University Heights that we are looking at. We have some roads, Madam President, in the Ramsbury area that we want to give some attention to. So for 2025, Madam President, we have a very robust and ambitious agenda, Madam President. Madam President, we want to ensure that we will continue to provide some training for our auto mechanics and road construction and paving crew in the new year. And we are hoping that we will allow 2 of our staff members to be exposed to some of that training in the first instance, Madam President, in 2024. We are looking also...
Your time has now elapsed.
Madam President, I am at your mercy, and I crave your indulgence to offer me another 30 minutes. I think I may need all of that time.
Thank you. The question is that the honourable member be granted an extension of time up to 30 minutes within which to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank the members on this side. Madam President, we want to, in 2025, look seriously at a specific road maintenance crew. We realize, Madam President, that we have to be shifting and leaving things off and going to deal with certain things. And we are hoping, Madam President, that we can look at that very seriously in the new year and create that specific crew for 2025 and beyond. Madam President, I want to turn very quickly to water. And I want to start, Madam President, with our Integrated Water Resource Management Unit. And, Madam President, this unit is an absolute critical unit in the development of the island of Nevis. While we have the Water Department functioning in the role that they are, our Integrated Water Resource Management Unit also serves as a critical unit for the development of Nevis. Madam President, the Integrated Water Resource Management Unit were involved with the Chance Water Project, a project officially entitled Transitioning the Water Supply in St. Kitts and Nevis to a Low-Carbon Climate Resilient Sector, shortened to the SKN Chance Water Project, was officially submitted to the Green Climate Fund through the Ministry of Sustainable Development in the federal government at the end of 2022. The project is valued at US $45 million. The concept note got approved to move the project to preparation facility earlier this year. The Integrated Water Resource Management Unit, along with the Nevis Water Department, have been instrumental working with our counterparts in St. Kitts to move this project to the current phase. The consultants for this phase of the project have been chosen, and they expect to be in the Federation from November 25th to 2025. Actually, Madam President, they were here. And Madam President, I want to say to our people that this chance water project will be a game changer in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. I will put a caveat, Madam President, that some of the outputs from this chance water project, the island of Nevis are already implementing some of those. Madam President, I will put that caveat. And I have said to the team, Madam President, ask some questions. Will we be reimbursed? It's a question, Madam President, that I've asked the team to ask and investigate and to see, Madam President, if that will be possible. Madam President, some of the accomplishments of our Integrated Water Resource Management Unit: we have constructed 4 additional storage reservoirs to provide 2-day supply for 1 present-day demand. Develop a plan to increase the use of water-saving devices for household, businesses, and government facility through incentives and concessions, and we have to finalize that. Procure and install 15 automated groundwater level and 12 tank leveling monitoring devices to full automate data collection through SCADA system. Drill 6 monitoring boreholes in strategic locations to support assessment of aquifers behaviors and source yield. Explore and develop 1.5 million gallons of groundwater source Nevis, Madam President. They were very much instrumental in ensuring that the drilling exercise that we are now having came to fruition, Madam President. Madam President, we want to see that this unit continue to implement some of the initiatives that we are hoping to bring online here in Nevis, Madam President. They have had some staff training during 2024, and that relates to non-revenue water in St. Lucia. Our online JS training, courtesy of Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology, Madam President. So the Integrated Water Resource Management Unit have been very busy. It started out as a one-man team. But it continues to grow. We now have, I believe, it's 2 additional persons in that unit, and I'm hoping, Madam President, that they will continue to grow and flourish in 2025 and beyond. Madam President, to the Nevis Water Department, very quickly, the Nevis Water Department completed a number of projects in 2024. The Coddock Road Housing Development, some 1,500 feet of 4-inch pipe. In Jones Estate, some 600 feet of 4-inch pipe. Claygut, 652 feet. Hamilton, Cable TV Road, some 500 feet of 4-inch pipe. In Bath Village, that is in the Tooties area, some 500 feet of 4-inch pipe. Stony Grove, Lamper Hill, 600 feet, 700 feet, respectively. Madam President, they would have been very active as well in the solar desalination plant, phase 1, some 240 feet of 4-inch pipe. And the solar desalination plant, phase 2, some 1,400 feet, Madam President, of 4-inch pipe. The production team pulled and repaired 5 pumps in the Gingerland area for the year. And Madam President, we all would recall that one of those pumps in particular, we were set back in terms of our ability to provide water to the people of Nevis for a few days. But I want to thank the team for their hard work in ensuring that that pump, Madam President, came back online as quickly as possible. Fotogales well were repaired, Padlock 1 repaired, Padlock 2 repaired, Zion repaired, and Padlock 4 repaired, Madam President. Madam President, there's nothing going on, but the Water Department team working left, right, and center all over the country. Madam President, meter and maintenance. We continue to see, Madam President, significant losses due to leaks here on the island of Nevis. There have been frequent leaks in 2024, Madam President. The maintenance team continued to be extremely busy dealing with leaks around the length and breadth of the country, Madam President. We are hoping, Madam President, that once the general public recognize a leak, that they would report that to our water department, and I'm hoping that our water department will be as expeditious as possible in responding to those leaks. Madam President, we undertook an exercise to change out a number of meters that just weren't functioning properly or just weren't working. The Nevis Water Department has changed out some 153 non-working meters in various areas throughout the island. 72 in Cherry Garden, 54 in Jessops, and 27 in Cotton Ground, Madam President. And we are hoping, Madam President, that we will continue that exercise in the new year so that we can capture the accurate billed amount to our various customers, Madam President. Madam President, we continue to see a significant rise in the application for meters. There are 160 residential meter applications, 17 agriculture and 2 commercial, a total of 179, Madam President. And that is to show, Madam President, that there are activities on the island of Nevis. People are asking for water, people are needing water. You won't be making application for water if you are sitting down and not doing anything, Madam President. Madam President, I now come to a topic that is a vexing topic, disconnection. Madam President, we are presently engaged in a drilling exercise that is some $3.3 million US, Madam President. And we are seeing, Madam President, that there are some persons who, for one reason or the other, simply refuse to pay their water bill. Madam President, there are some persons who, rightly, are having some challenges. Let's be fair and honest. There are some persons who are having difficulties with paying their various bills. And we have worked with those persons, Madam President. Madam President, we undertook some disconnection exercises in March, June, and September. Madam President, here is the part that is of some note. There are 252 customers who are on a payment plan with our Nevis Water Department. Well, here's the figure, Madam President. That payment plan totals some $807,161. 252 customers. Madam President, we have received thus far from some of our delinquent customers approximately $275,000. And Madam President, like I said, we are working with our customers and we are trying to sit with them and come to some reasonable payment plan, Madam President, when it comes to these delinquent sums that we have, Madam President. And I want to encourage our customers of the Water Department, neglect, to try and do their very best. If they can't pay all, pay some. Come in and talk to us. We have some fine folks there at the Water Department. There is no need to go down there and abuse them and cuss them and tell them all manner of evil and swear at them. That is not going to help the situation. I am asking our people, Madam President, to go in and have a polite and mature conversation with the staff at our Water Department. They are willing to work with you. Water is life, Madam President. We keep saying that. We can't survive without electricity. but we definitely can't survive without water, Madam President. Madam President, so I want to encourage our customers to please, let's work together, even if it is $10 a month. I would rather collect $10 a month on a payment plan than not collect anything at all. Well, we don't really want to do that either. Madam President, in March, water rates were increased. The water revenue figures show that coupled with the payment plan and increase in water rates, for 2022, we saw that the Water Department generated some $5.567 million. For 2023, we saw that the Water Department generated just about $5.939 million. And up to the end of November, I believe, Madam President, we have just attained some $7 million, Madam President, in our water revenue collection. Madam President, the water rates in Nevis is still manageable. I would use that language. Still manageable. So I'm asking the general public to kindly ensure that they pay their water bill. Madam President, I want to turn very quickly to our drilling program here on the island of Nevis. Water and Oil Well Services Limited of Trinidad and Tobago were contracted to drill and develop 9 wells on the island of Nevis. Madam President, that contract was to the amount of $3.3 million US. And we are hoping that at the end of this drilling exercise, we can see an additional 1.5 million gallons per day in the system. Drilling began on July 29, 2024. But in earnest, Madam President, we started that exercise long before the drilling exercise. We had some conversation with some landowners, and we negotiated, and then, Madam President, we did some site preparation. 2 wells have been drilled and developed thus far. The pump testing at Madden's well number 2 is completed. The pump testing at Madden's well number 1 is expected to be completed next week, Madam President. Yes. The Madden's well site number 2, after all of the pump test was completed, we saw a 125 gallons per minute, Madam President. It is estimated that from that 125 gallons per minute, we can derive some 144,000 gallons per day from that well. But I'll put a caveat here, Madam President. The team is telling me, Madam President, that we may not necessarily pump at 125 gallons per minute. They may settle around 110 to 100, between 100 and 110 gallons per minute, Madam President. The water quality, of course, that is important. And the test from the Madden's well number 2 is showing some 200 parts per million. I'm going to call on my engineering friend here. Madam President, 200 parts per million, which is a very good quality water, Madam President, for drinking. Well within World Health Organization standard, Madam President. Madam President, well site number 2 is presently capped. The drilling exercise at well site number 2 is completed. It is just a matter now for us to connect well site number 2 into our system. Madam President, we are expecting to complete the pump test at Madden's well site number 1. And I'm going to pause here, Madam President. Well site number 1 was dug a few weeks ago, Madam President. Sorry? Well, I'm going to explain. Well site number 1, Madam President, was completed weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago. But the technical experts are saying to me, we can't put a 6-inch pump down in this well with that volume of water. They are actually making the borehole a lot bigger so they can put a larger pump, Madam President, so we can get the numbers that they are quoting to me is over 200 gallons per minute. Initially, with all of the assessment done initially, we were going to use about a 6-inch size pump. And they are saying, nothing to us. This well has the potential to use the 8-inch or 9-inch pump. We are going to do some adjustment, drill a larger hole, and put a much larger pump there, Madam President, that will allow the island of Nevis to get a significant larger portion of water at well site number 1. And Madam President, the pump test should commence, I think it's tomorrow, and completed earlier next week. And once that is done, Madam President, we expect to have well site number 1 online as well, with over 200 gallons per minute, Madam President. And that, Madam President, will definitely be a game changer here on the island of Nevis. Madam President, I want to turn very quickly to disaster management. I think I have, what, 5 minutes?
Yep.
Madam President, disaster management will not forgive me if I... Madam President, the Disaster Management Department completed another hectic and productive work program for 2024. Our department has recognized the importance of sound gender-sensitive public education outreach programs, creating prepared communities, strengthening stakeholder relations with local, regional, and international partners. And Madam President, the enabling environment of cooperation provided opportunities for staff development, capacity building for both volunteers and stakeholders. Our department continues to innovate its programming with the introduction to the gaming industry and virtual reality. These interactive tools are designed to educate and engage users in hazard risk and safety protocols, thereby enhancing the overall effectiveness of disaster awareness, preparedness, and disaster response operation, contributing to greater community resilience. Madam President, the present involvement of the Nevis disaster management in where St. Kitts and Nevis is hosting the 13th Caribbean Conference on Comprehensive Disaster Management through SIDIMA. We are presently hosting, Madam President, the Youth Forum. And the aim is, Madam President, to expose our young people here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis as it regards disaster preparedness, policy, as it regards to international requirements, and those kind of activities here, Madam President, with this SIDIMA conference here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam President, the conference will feature a diverse program of keynote addresses, panel discussion, workshops, and networking opportunity designed to address the evolving challenges and opportunities in disaster risk reduction and management. The main conference is being held on St. Kitts, and it ran, Madam President, from the 2nd to the 6th of December 2024 at the Marriott Hotel, Madam President. Madam President, I want to get to a particular section in the disaster management report. And I'm asking them for forgiveness because I am running out of time. Madam President, there is a section that I want to highlight from our disaster management report. It speaks to, Madam President, the Nevis disaster management involvement in C50. And Madam President, they indicated that during Culturama 50, that they had to respond to a number of instances, Madam President, that deal with some injuries. There were 36 persons who received medical attention at the medical outpost at events. Now, Madam President, here is the troubling part that I feel is absolutely necessary for me to highlight in this honorable House. Some of those related injuries were due to broken glass bottles. Madam President, I believe that we have a policy in this country that public events are to be served. Drinks at public events are to be served in plastic cups. And Madam President, when I saw this, I highlighted it because I had to say it, Madam President. I am making an appeal, Madam President, to the various patrons of these events to cease and desist from taking these drinks in glass bottles. I want to make an appeal, Madam President, to the various persons who are engaged in selling these beverages to please use plastic bottles, plastic cups. Madam President, a pack of plastic cups of what, 250 is... But here, Madam President, we are seeing some of the injuries were due to broken glass bottles. We are thankful, Madam President, that we did not have any incident where anyone would have used one of those glass bottles and used it as a weapon. Person just get cut and walk on glass bottles and stumble into them and so on, Madam President. And it is something, Madam President, that we need to put an end to here on the island of Nevis. Madam President, alcohol intoxication, over drinking. People look as though that they're just drunk for drinking's sake. I am asking our people, Madam President, to enjoy themselves and do so in moderation, Madam President. Madam President, I also see here marijuana usage. Disaster management and the Red Cross had to deal with injuries at their medical posts from marijuana usage. And the last one, Madam President, dehydration. Persons can enjoy themselves, but they also need to stay hydrated. And I'm asking our people that when they go to these functions, well, perhaps maybe that was the issue. They hydrate themselves with alcohol. But on a serious note, Madam President, the Nevis Disaster Management has flagged this as a concern. The glass bottles, the alcohol, the marijuana, and the dehydration. And they want me, Madam President. They said to me, Madam President, if I don't say anything else, highlight this particular paragraph. Because it is absolutely critical, Madam President. Madam President, I have quite a bit more to say, but I believe I've run out of time. And I will not, I'm going to ask my folks at Disaster Management for their forgiveness. And Madam President, I believe that they are good enough to forgive me. But I will just highlight, Madam President, one other area that they have raised, Madam President.
Remember, by my watch, you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yes.
I will try and work within that time, Madam President. Madam President. Madam President, we saw the prediction of the hurricane season for 2024. And while I will not get into the details of what would have transpired in the hurricane season, another area of concern that was raised by our disaster management is the response of the local members of the disaster management team during the response for hurricane. There appears to be, Madam President, a reluctance or a hesitance or some hesitation from person to respond once the EOC is activated. I am asking those persons who have volunteered, who have been selected, who have offered themselves to be a part of the emergency response unit, to make themselves available once it's activated. If we are in the midst of a disaster, there is the need for their assistance and their help, and I'm asking them, Madam President, to please make themselves available. Madam President, I'm in trouble. I ran out of time. Madam President, I want to end, Madam President, by first, I must offer some words of thanks, Madam President, to a number of persons who would have contributed significantly to 2024 and the progress that we have made. I want to first of all thank Almighty God, Madam President, for allowing me personally to get through 2024 thus far. Since we were here, Madam President, at our last budget in December of 2023, I would have lost my dear mom, Madam President, and I would have also lost my first and only granddaughter at age 3. And Madam President, 2024 was a difficult year for me personally because of those two losses. Madam President, I want to thank the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Denzel Stanley Acton, for his steadfastness in assisting and ensuring that the ministry were able to run, Madam President, during those very difficult and low periods, Madam President. I also want to thank the Assistant Secretary, Mr. Michael Herbert, for his great assistance as well. I want to thank, Madam President, my two administrative staff, Ms. Tasha Parry and Mrs. Alison Doe Atherton, for their role in ensuring that while I was somewhat distracted and away from, that they were able to hold things together, Madam President, and I really value their support and their contribution in those months, Madam President. The Director of our Planning Department, Mr. Pemberton, ably assisted by Ms. Douglas Weeks at our Planning Department, Ms. Juliet Loughlin at our Labor Department, Ms. Rhonda Williams at our Post Office and her team, Mr. Jevon Williams at our Public Works Department, assisted by Mr. George Hunkins, Mr. Alistair Thompson at our Building Division, Mr. Elroy Jimbo David at our Repair Shop, and I would also put a caveat here, Madam President, he too would have had some health challenges and he was able to still forge ahead. Mr. Brian Dyer at our Disaster Management, assisted by Mr. Jack. I would not try to pronounce his last name. Nengumba. Mr. Liebert, I believe, at our asphalt plant. Mr. Floyd Robinson at our Integrated Water Resource Management. Ms. Antonia Mills at our Water Department with Mr. Roger Hanley at the Operation Unit at our Water Department. All supervisors, workers, cleaners, Madam President, I want to thank them, Madam President, for their invaluable support and partnership in 2024. Madam President, we are debating a budget with the theme, moving forward. People focus, supporting entrepreneurship, bolstering job description. And Madam President, I am humbled and honored to be a part of a team that take this theme very seriously. Moving forward, moving forward, people focus, supporting entrepreneurship, bolstering job description, Madam President. And it is my firm belief that in 2025, we will see that this theme will come to fruition, Madam President. Madam President, I want to wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House. And I hope, Madam President, that at the end of this debate, we will understand and appreciate that the Concerned Citizen Movement Party will always be the best party for the island of Nevis. Very pleased, Madam President. Madam President, I think I might be in the doghouse tonight. because I forgot that there is other individual that I need to thank.
Well, Honourable Member, you will have another opportunity.
On the adjournment? Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Honourable Member. And I propose first now to suspend the House until 6:15 p.m. and then we'll resume and proceed to conclusion. Thank you. House is suspended.
Please be seated.
Thank you very much for your patience, members. We will now continue. House resumes. I recognize the honorable member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, I rise this evening. It is now 25 past 6 by my watch to do the wrap-up, which will mark the end of the debate in relation to the Nevis Appropriation 2025 Bill 2024. Madam President, I want to go on record to thank all my colleagues on this side and indeed the members on the opposition benches for their contribution. We may not always agree, but I believe we ought all to be proud as Nevisians that we have the opportunity in a parliament to speak publicly and to say what we wish to say without let or hindrance. I remind our people that that luxury, that privilege doesn't exist everywhere. And so I want to thank you, Madam President, for maintaining good order, but thank all the members for their contribution, and certainly to thank the members on my side for their very comprehensive reports. I believe each of them asked for extra time and would have used that time to report extensively on their various ministries and activities. It therefore falls to me just to look at some select areas. And of course, in a debate, we understand that there will be different opinions on matters. But, Madam President, I do believe that there is a need for those of us who are in public life to try to be fair, to try to be accurate in terms of the information that we disseminate. And the reverse of that, or perhaps not the reverse, but put differently, we ought not to try to mislead the public. We have politicians in here, and we appreciate that politicians will try to play their politics. I get it. I understand. But the politics should not come at the price of trying to mislead our people. We ought not, Madam President, to try to develop a culture where we come into this house or we go into the public in different fora and we practice deception, trying to say to our people that what they see is not real, what they feel is not real, what they're experiencing is not real. Now I, Madam President, have been given the awesome honor of leading this island of Nevis. And I have been given that honor 2017 for the first time and again in 2022. I do not take that responsibility lightly. And I believe and I'm hopeful that when the historians write about my sojourn in politics, they will say that whether it was good news or bad news, I was honest and open about it. That is why we have not been afraid to publish our audit reports. I'm going to come to that. But whether the audit suggests that the performance has been good or not so good, this government has scrupulously adhered to the constitutional requirements. And that, I think, is an important point to note. Because it is rather easy to point to all of the difficulties that exist. Madam President, we live in a world that is difficult. I am not going to stand here and pretend that it is some panacea out there or that the CCM or any other government has all of the answers. We know that only God has all of the answers to the world's problems, and none of us here are God. All of us have sinned and fallen short. So when we come understanding that there are problems, and what we need to do is to work, and hopefully work together to resolve those problems. But what I realize is happening on this island of Nevis, you have a set of individuals, and all they do is complain. They drive down the road, they see some garbage that an animal might have pulled down on the side of the road, they don't pick it up. They take a photo of it, put it on social media and say, look how dirty they have the island. They see a pothole after heavy rains. They take a picture of that. Look how the potholes in Nevis. What some comedian did the other day, planted a tree of some kind in a pothole. They do these things because the intent is not to help. The intent is not to build. The intent is not to seek to see how we can solve problems. The intent is to denigrate and to destroy. And in that quest, it appears that there are no limitations. Everything goes. Whether it's you, your family, it does not matter. Now, Madam President, we all in Nevis have a shared experience. I tell people all the time that everybody in Nevis was poor. Some maybe were a little better off, but I would say they were less poor than some others. We all have a shared experience. There's nobody here who's a stranger to what our shared experience has been in Nevis. And we could spend a lifetime complaining, or we could seek to offer suggestions and solutions. Two types of people in the world: those who complain about problems and those who offer solutions for problems. Because we know that ever since the Garden of Eden, going back that far, the world has had problems. So the fact that there are problems ought not to startle anybody, ought not to be a matter for any mirth or merriment or celebration. Problems will come. Whether it's NRP, CCM, or who in office, problems will come. Look at the pandemic, Madam President. Did CCM cause the pandemic? It came. So what are you going to do? Start to jump up like Christmas come early? He. Let them take that? Or is it better, if you're truly serious about building this island, that you lend your voice to the solutions? And I confess that I listened to the members opposite. The member for Nevis 5, who's not here. And I want to go on record to wish her safe travels. I know she has some important personal matters to deal with, and to wish her and her family all the best. But she plays her blows because we understand the politics. But I think on balance, when I listen to her, she tried to offer some solutions, some prescription. I don't necessarily agree with her, but at least I can acknowledge that she tried to offer some solutions. The member for number 4, however, one criticism, one complaint after another. I challenge our people to look at the budget response from the member for number 4, the leader of the Nevis Reformation Party, and to advise themselves whether even one solution was offered to the people of Nevis for the problems that were identified. Even one. Because the easiest thing for us to do, Madam President, is to complain. Which of us? I've been trying to lose some weight and get fit. Every morning I cuss because I got to go and walk. I get up, I look out, I wish to see rain. I say, if it's raining, I don't have to go this morning. The easiest thing to do is complain. And we have some people in the country complain. We have our public sometimes, Madam President, engaging in behavior that all of us know to be unhelpful behavior. Let me use that language. People who are making $5,000 a month but want to spend 10. People who have their businesses, they don't want to pay any taxes. People who use the water, they don't want to pay for it. They use electricity, they don't want to pay for it. But let the water be shut off for an hour. They're the first to get to social media to bash. And what we should be doing, in my respectful view as leaders, is encouraging responsible behavior. But we don't do that. If the good minister and member for Nevis 1 is forced to tell his team, listen, we can't take the abuse anymore, we have to do some disconnection. The opposition is the first to run and condemn the government and say, oh, they're disconnecting people. As if the water system can run on air. I hear a constant theme throughout the opposition response. The constant theme is, oh, you're not doing enough to help. Social services need to do more. More safety nets. Small business need more help. More for agriculture. More for health. But we can't tax nobody. You can't raise any money. Somehow, the notion that we get from the opposition is that the government needs to be the solution for everybody's problem. If you can't pay your mortgage, if your business isn't doing so well, if you're having a difficulty with your son or daughter, you're having a difficulty with your husband or wife, government is the problem. Just blame the government. So you're hearing this notion of things are hard, people are struggling, you're not listening, you need to do more. And I said to myself, what is it that is expected of government? Because the same people who are telling you that, Madam President, are also ridiculing and criticizing the government when we say that you must pay a nominal amount extra for water. You must pay a nominal amount extra if you want to stay in the hospital. Imagine 20 EC dollars a night. Am I correct? That it was what it was. 20 EC dollars a night. It was 25? I'm sorry, Madam President. 25 EC dollars a night. Less than 10 US dollars a night to stay at the Alexandra Hospital. For that you get your bed, 3 meals, care, and you get your medication. Where in the world, Madam President, could any healthcare system survive at that rate? And you know what bothers me? The same people who continue to castigate the government. Anything happened to them, they fly off to New York or to Miami. And there, as soon as the doctor watch you, $2,000. If you get into that bed, $5,000. Aspirin, $500. And yet, they ridicule. I think that some things really should be beyond the politics, and some things that we should just, you see, things like crime, things like healthcare, things like our education, we should really, to me, rally around these things. Because God forbid any of us in this house were to fall down right now. Where are we going? Same Alexandra. Same Alexandra. And that is why I was so pleased to hear the Minister of Health set out, because I have listened to the rhetoric, and both members opposite came. Oh, the hospital needs to be finished. We agree. We know the hospital needs to be finished. But they are somehow trying to treat that as indicative of the commitment to our standard of healthcare on Nevis. It is false. It is completely false, and I'm happy the way the Honorable Minister of Health put it. Healthcare cannot be defined by a building. Healthcare must be defined by your professional staff, your service, and equipment. And in all of those, Madam President, we've continued to invest. I see some comparisons, remember, for number 4. Everything out of mouth was Sinkits. Sinkits, oh, in Sinkits. Prime Minister drew this. Oh, in Sinkits they did that. Oh, Prime Minister Drew is doing that. You know that the CT scan, 128 slice, Philips CT scan. I read a report, somehow it seemed like the references to Sinkits are selective, because I read a report coming out of Sinkits. just a few months ago, Sinkers just get the same CT scan that has been in place in Nevis now for well over a year. You see, this government is not running any race with anybody, you know. I see Barbuda did an airport. Oh, Barbuda do airport, what the Nevis doing? Anguilla get some planes the other day. Oh, Anguilla get plane, what Nevis doing? You see, that's the problem. When your mindset is grudge and envy, you watch everybody. Nevis is developing. And when you look at all the indicators, Madam President, we are progressing in an orderly, sensible way. You heard when the minister, the good member for number 1, came and spoke about water. We are miles ahead of the region. You know what we're doing? Miles ahead. When I have an opportunity to interact with ministers and others, delegations that are visiting from overseas, and they start to say things like, I can't believe the roads you have in Nevis. I can't believe the road infrastructure that exists in this little place. I can't believe the water and electricity infrastructure that you have in Nevis. You see, these things may not scream out for attention. They may not be the things that people find attractive. They're not a big glittery building, but they are the building blocks of sustainability. You see, some are talking about sustainability, but they don't really understand what they're talking about. Madam President, good member for number 4. I'm going to spend some time on the good member for number 4. Because she took a long time, but didn't say very much. She says, we had a cut and paste budget. I made some notes while she was talking. And we were painting a fantasy island. But I want to ask the question. So, Shaw's Road, that the good member drives to go home, assuming she take that route. That's fantasy? The island main road that she drives, when she gets out here and she starts to go, assuming that's where she's going. That's fantasy? She goes home and she turns on her pipe, water 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Is that fantasy? Electricity. All of us have a shared experience. We know there was a time in Nevis when electricity was more off than on. Now electricity goes off and like tell you we have an outage because we're doing some more. Is that fantasy? The good member, number 4, every time she goes to Sinkers, she put on her nice heels and walk down the beautiful pier there at the Wally water taxi. And before she goes into the departure lounge in nice air-conditioned comfort. Maybe she has some coffee. Is that fantasy? She wants to compare us to Sinkers, but when she lands in Sinkers, where she go? Hope no rain falling over there. Is that fantasy? When we look at the social security numbers, and I'm happy that my colleagues made the point that these numbers are not coming from the NIA. Accurate as we are, these numbers are coming from social security. So if you're going to attack them, you must attack social security. And what is social security telling you? Jobs, highest they've been on the island of Nevis. But in case people say, oh, well, them are little jobs, cutting grass. They also say that wages, and I spoke to that in the budget address, is not only the number of jobs that is increasing in Nevis, but the level of wages that are increasing. And in that regard, Madam President, I am proud to say that under this CCM administration, our public service has led in terms of wage increases. You heard 25% since 2013 when we got back into office. 10 years, 25% increase, but I still feel that my good friend, the Minister of Education, was slightly off with the calculation because remember it is compounded. So it's actually more than 25%. We gave a 10% and then we gave a 15%. 25. And I don't understand. When you look at what the government has been trying to do, why you have these natural neighbors of negativity just constantly. If manna is falling from heaven, they say not enough come. You give people $100,000, they say it should have been $150,000. That is all that they do. And I am of the view that effective opposition has to be an opposition that offers an alternative. An opposition that could only cuss and complain is not offering people an alternative. I hear the good member for number 4 talk something about she gonna soon be in government. Which government? Which government? Because the reality is that people need to see an alternative plan. Do you know, and I've said so repeatedly in the last election held on this island in December of 2022, the NRP did not even bother to publish a manifesto. You know why? They say we don't give her no promise to do nothing. Well, you're right, just like the lack of audit report.
Recognize the member for Nevis 4.
Madam President, the member for number 2 has said what NRP said. I can say NRP did not say that we're not giving the people of Nevis a manifesto. I would ask you to correct that,
Did you
please.
say, did you produce one? That's what I said. Did you produce a manifesto last election?
Honourable member, thank you for the point. We'll have the response.
Madam President, I don't want to get jiggy, you know. I just want to keep things simple. But the point that I was making is that in the last election, December 2022, island election, that the NRP that is led by the good member for number 4 did not produce a manifesto that would have been shared with the public, setting out what their plans and programs would be if they were successful. If the member is saying that that is not true, then I would certainly want to see that manifesto, because we looked for it so that we could critique the ideas, and we found none. So I'm not sure what the objection is about. I think.
Very well, honourable member. The point, as I understand it, was that the honourable member is representing that you indicated that that was to say that we are not making any promises. I took it as your interpretation of what the non-publication of the manifesto meant. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
You're entirely correct, Madam President, because it is customary that during an election cycle, the contending parties publish their ideas, their plans, their programs in a manifesto. I'm not saying anything that is strange or unusual. But yes, the member for number 4 is new. What she has the same old people in the cavalry, same old people in the camp. So it cannot be that the member for number 4 doesn't know that in an election you publish your ideas, you say, if I get in, this is what I'm going to do. But nothing came. And I am really not surprised that nothing came, because the entire campaign was structured about cussing, attacking, complaining. And I want the people of Nevis to understand me very clearly. I respect the voice of the people. It is said in a democracy that the voice of the people is the voice of God. And so people will ultimately vote the way that they wish to vote. But I said to our people, beware, beware of those who can only offer you a complaint about a problem, but can't offer you a solution for that problem. I spent some time on those opposition benches. They used to be described as cold and hard. Benches didn't have no cushion like now. And I never stood up in this house, Madam President, unless I try to offer an alternative view. You want to go down the road this way? If I'm going to criticize it, this is the suggested way, a better way. Government doesn't have to accept it, you know. That's why I give the member for number 5 some credit. I don't agree with what she had to say. But at least she tried to say, these are her suggestions. That's what we need in the country, constructive engagement. If all you could do is cuss, well, anybody could cuss. Who? From Brownhill. A good member, I believe, is from Brownhill. You must know how to cuss. Henley Park. Whole Hill and Jessup. But what does cussing, Madam President, bring us as an island at the end of the day? What the constant talk shows and radio shows and yap, 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 yap bring us at the end of the day? Not one constructive thought about how. So I look at this here, and I made some notes. A good member for number 4. She said, cost of living is a problem. Cost of affordable housing is a problem. People are struggling, she says. Not enough food production, she says. We want renewable energy, she says. But if you are so bright, you are so capable, you have such leadership credentials that you can identify all the ills in Nevis, how come you can't offer one solution? Not one. So is this what our politics now is about? We just complain.
Member for Nevis 4.
Madam President, I stood here yesterday and I pointed out certain options that can be pursued to minimize the reliance on taxes of our people. And if it is that the other side does not have the capacity to understand how we can transform the budget, then, Madam President, that is, I forgive them for that, because it doesn't seem that they understand what alternative options are to the present approach that they're using to tax the good people of Nevis to death. Thank you. The point of order is that I did not offer one solution.
The response.
Madam President, truth be told, that the presentation from number 4 lasted so long and went down the Chin-Chin Band and come round the mulberry bush that I confess most of us fell asleep over here. So if it is that the member is now saying she did offer some solution, then I will be the first to apologize. I will have to listen to the tape. Somebody said the tape is best listened to if you speed it up ×2. It was the worst budget response in history, and we all know it. So if we didn't hear the solutions, you can't really blame us, because people over here were on their phone, they were trying to stay awake. I drank a lot of water, I went next door, I had coffee, I come back, and still, do-de-da-de, do-de-da-de, do-de-do. So the good member opposite, really in my respectful view, has not offered anything for us to even consider on this side as government, or anything for the people of Nevis to look at and say, well, yes, this is an alternative plan for the island. Reading out everything you find on Google about climate change. Nearly about half an hour. This is what climate change is, this is what it causes, but we know that. I believe every primary school student in Nevis knows that already. But where are the solutions? But I will move on. I will move on. Madam President, the rising cost of living. I am the proud representative of the people of St. John's, number 2, at the local level, and the proud people of number 9, St. John's and St. Paul's at the federal level. And Madam President, I am not an absentee representative. I spend my time in the community. And so I hear the concerns of some members in the community, and my colleagues are the same. I want my constituents and the people of Nevis to know that we as government are not immune to their concerns. But I also think that anyone who will suggest to our people that they somehow have the answer to the issue of a rising cost of living is simply not telling the truth. Madam President, we just saw the US elections. And the issue of cost of living was front and center in the United States. The US is the most powerful and richest country in the world. But they're struggling in America to control the cost of living. We have to accept some realities. I go back to where I start, about having a mature, sensible conversation with our people. You see, I say things sometimes and people get upset with me. You shouldn't say those things. But our people have to respond to changing circumstances in a way that affords the best protection for them and their families. I see somebody the other day with a huge uproar on Facebook. You know what the uproar was about? They said the price of strawberry gone up. Strawberries, the price of strawberry gone up. That is the huge uproar. And I'm saying, but could you not substitute a mango, guinea, sugar apple, salsa? You prefer to spend time arguing about a product that's imported, clearly over which we have no control, than to look and say, well, what alternatives might I be able to use to get the same nourishment, but that might be more affordable. I have been a champion of backyard farming, Madam President. You know what nice I feel? That up there in Montpellier where the soil is not so good. But I could go out sometime and cut a hand of banana. Madam President, you know, if you have a bunch, you cut one hand at a time, you know. Yeah, you know that number 4? One hand at a time. Smile, man, you could smile sometimes. One hand at a time. You don't have to cut the whole bunch. And when you cut one hand, you eat banana this week, you come back and then as they start to ripe, you have a substitute for the strawberry. So you get green banana with fish, local, no chemicals, better for you. I say it by way of some jest, but the point I'm trying to get across is that the reality of rising global prices, no government in Nevis, no government in the Federation, no government in the Caribbean can control rising prices. I am not even prepared to couch that in any type of subterfuge or any obfuscation. Why? We are open economies. We had a plan, this cabinet sat down. What can we do about the rising cost of food in the supermarket? And all the colleagues weighed in, and you know what we decided to do? We said we're going to remove every single charge at the port. No customs service charge. Well, VAT is already off food, but we're not going to charge. So if you bring your container with food, you drive it off. And I thought, in fact, I said it in my press conference, that I thought that this was a gesture. And in fact, I encourage the supermarket owners to pass on the savings to the consumers. I had a meeting. Rams was represented, Best Buy, and Value Mart. And the gentleman from Best Buy was the most vocal. A good friend, Rudy. And Rudy said to me, words that I will always remember. He said, Premier, thanks for what you're trying to do, but it won't make a difference. I said, what do you mean it won't make a difference? He said, because the problem isn't so much here. The problem is, he said, whenever they ordered a container of product in America, the price was 30 and 40% higher than the previous container load. So if they're buying something like toilet paper or paper towels, it is more expensive. He even mentioned eggs. And I was so happy to hear the good member for Nevis 3 say that For 11 months of the year, we are self-sufficient. Because I looked at a report from CNN yesterday, and they said, or 2 days ago, and they said, egg prices in America are rising again. And when the supermarket owners are going to say to me that they, at some point, stop bringing in the large eggs, and they're only now bringing in medium-sized eggs, because the pricing on the large eggs was so prohibitive that they don't think they could sell it here. And so those who are feeding our people this fantasy, let me use the word from member for number 4, this fantasy that they can get in government tomorrow and wave a magic wand and the price of living is going to fall. It's absolute nonsense. And we need to have honest, open conversations with our people. Once you're buying meat, rice, flour, sugar, whatever it is you're bringing in, and it's coming in, costs of production has gone up around the world, supply chain issues around the world, cost of shipping has gone up around the world. The result is that by the time you get to Long Point, all of those costs are already in there. So it's easy to blame Rams, cost Best Buy and Value Mart, and cost the government. But the realities are what the realities are. And even major economies in the world are trying to deal with this. So little Nevis is here, and what we're trying to do. The minimum wage has been increased, Madam President. It's set to increase again. Federally, but naturally, it applies here in Nevis as well. Number 2, we have offered our public servants salary increases amounting to in excess of 25% in the last 10 years. Number 3, we have said to our public servants that increments will be unfrozen in the next budget cycle. So not only have they got the increases they've had, but they're now going to get their regular increments again, although I emphasize that is based on their satisfactory appraisal. We have encouraged our people through agriculture, through small business development, through loans to small businesses, to do more for themselves to enhance their income. We have preached to our people to be responsible in their behavior. I am going to say it because it is true, and all of us know it. There are some people who complain most vociferously about the cost of living and how hard things are, and they're the same people who are always first in line when it comes to spending money discretionarily. The latest iPhone come out, the latest sneakers, Air Jordans, my son has to have that. My daughter has to have that. And we as politicians and as leaders need to have these honest conversations. But we don't want to do that because it's preferable for some. Tell people what they want to hear. So if they go and they buy the latest iPhone and then they can't pay Nevlec, and Nevlec cut them off, tell them cost Mark Brantley. Mark Brantley fault. Not that perhaps you should have delayed your purchase of this expensive item in order to take care of your bills. You know how many young men in this island, Madam President, every Friday afternoon they get paid. The first port of call is to the latest bar or house of entertainment. First port of call. And by the time they leave there on Friday, 1/3 of their pay packet already gone. Go on to the children that they need to support. And instead of having those conversations, the opposition said, blame the government. Blame the government. The good minister, she must do more, find more money. Because we are not wanting to have the real conversations with our people. All of us in here, I go back to that, have a shared experience. Madam President, I can't speak for you, you're much younger than me. But I know what growing up in Nevis was like. The struggle, the difficulty that people had. And all of us have arrived to some point in our lives because we took good decisions. We work hard, we save, we did the things that we're supposed to do. We now have an opposition that is saying to people, don't worry about that. Don't worry about those things. Blame the government. So you want to go to the bar? You're accustomed to have 12 Guinness on a Friday? You must have your 12 Guinness, and if you can't pay your child support, it's somebody else's problem. There is no responsibility in the public discourse. No effort at saying to our people that there is a better way. And I believe that those who know better need to do better. Some in life complain, Madam President, some try to fix the problems. The good member for number 4 talked about youth. And I marveled because I said, well, it is obvious that the member is selective in the news that she pays attention to. Because I believe it was just, 3 days ago that we have a massive youth symposium at MGR Park. And I was so impressed. I went there and I had an interaction with my colleagues, with the young people, and their ideas, their energy. I mean, we are a government that engages with our people. So I don't understand the suggestion that somehow the youths are being left out. The Mondo track over there that was so severely criticized an investment in our youth. Every sporting team that is leaving this island to go away gets some support from this government. Resurfacing of basketball courts. All of that. Investment in our youth. Madam President, I'm going to move on. Because one of the areas that I actually found to be most distressing from the member for number 4 is that the member seems to suffer from some type of selective amnesia. The member knows everything that has happened lately, but nothing that has happened from long ago. And it seems that as a party, they suffer from this selective amnesia. I sometimes hear them talk about our national hero, the Right Excellent and Right Honorable Sir Simeon Daniel, who brought the 4 seasons and is credited with the Bank of Nevis, etc. And one may have thought that that was the only period that the NRP held office in Nevis. It's like when in kindergarten, I don't know if you had that experience, Madam President, but when you're reading and you come to a big word and you don't, you say, big word, skip over. Big word, skip over. Let us just skip and continue to try to fool the people of Nevis that somehow we are paragons of virtue. But thank God, we have the record. So I see the good member stand up, and for about half an hour, the member for number 4 focused on the audited reports. And in my mind, I was humming, what a friend we have in Jesus. What a friend we have in Jesus. Because the good member, leader of the Nevis Reformation Party, and she not only focused on, I would have taken it up, glance at it and say, boy, let me leave that there alone. The member quoted extensively, and the member placed her blows and her criticisms. She talked about the Premier's ministry, overspending, wasting. I came into this house, Madam President, in 2006. I sat over there. And there was an NRP administration when I came in. And that administration lasted until 2011, till they tried some bubble in an election, and they got caught. And were ultimately defeated and went out of office in 2013. I was so pleased that as the leader of the Concerned Citizens Movement-led government, that I could lay on this table, consistent with the constitutional mandate, not direction, not suggestion, mandate, section 76(4) of the Constitution. The good member opposite said, we don't follow the law. Well, the highest law in the land is the Constitution. And I was pleased that I could lay on the table so that the member opposite could have something to talk about. When I was in the House from 2006 onwards. I never had that privilege. People of Nevis need to appreciate that this is the same old khaki pants that we're talking about. Not a thing has changed. No accountability, no transparency, nothing at all about good governance. When the good member say good governance, I start to hum louder. What a friend we have in Jesus. You need comfort from the Lord in times like this. Good governance coming from the mouth of anybody on the NRP. Good governance. We don't have the time for me to recap. Because if I start to talk now, it's probably midnight. Good governance. I don't believe that the island of Nevis has seen a more corrupt administration than the one that we had from 2006 until 2013. And I'm not just saying that, the evidence was there. I remember when I sat over there, I think I was over there. And when I disclosed to the then Premier that 2 of his members had set up a law firm, Premier mouth open, he didn't know. It's either he didn't know or he deserves an Academy Award for acting. The kind of skullduggery that the NRP was involved in. And they come to lecture. Good, decent people. Look at us. Look at us. Cameraman, focus on us. Clean, clean. Oh, good governance. How you could preach good governance when for 7 years there is no audited report that is placed in this house? Madam President, we did not know whether the expenditure was coming or going. What the income was, but praise be to God, CCM recreated them. We had to go when we got in 2013 and we went back. So this is the audited report for the years 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, and 2011. At paragraph 3.3, it should be stated at the onset that this report covers a 5-year period. Focus will be primarily on the most current year, 2011. The accounts for each of the financial years ended December 31st disclose, for the most part, overall deficit results with the exception of 1 year. From 2007 to 2009, overall deficits in the amount of 17.25, 19.27, and 29.56 respectively were recorded. In 2010, a small surplus of 1.04 million was realized. Then in 2011, the deficit was $20.6 million. These results give an accumulated deficit for the 5-year period of $85.10 million. In the previous audit report for 2006, this is CCM time, it was noted that the result then, 19.57 million, was the largest overall deficit on record since 1983. This has now dropped to 3rd place. As the results for 2009, 29.56 million, and 2011, 20.06 million have taken over. Madam President, it goes on. There were as many, and I'm reading this, let me read it slow. For the member for number 4. There were as many as 5 program heads that recorded expenditure in excess of their budgeted allocations in the 2011 recurrent account. These were, would you believe it, the Premier's ministry. The Premier's ministry, which recorded $271,831 in excess of the budget. The Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning, which led the way with 4.66 million over budget. The Ministry of Tourism, $593,124 over budget. The Ministry of Social Development, you have to hear this one. The Ministry of Social Development, Youth, Sports was $899,258 over budget. And then the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Commerce, and Consumer Affairs, found that it needed an extra 1.46 million. There was, let me say it slowly, hence the gross overspending was $7.89 million. You come in here now making a big song and dance as if an overspending is the worst thing that could have happened. I go on at page 10. Also of interest during this period is that the recurrent account results for the first 5 years, 2002 to 2006, only total a deficit of 11.08 million. Whereas, for the second 5-year period, that's the NRP time now, the one under review, the deficits total $99.16 million. You want to talk about maths and figures? If I make them up, look here, document is here. But Madam President, now we understand why they didn't want to bring nothing here. They didn't want to bring any Director of Audit report here. Because when you look at what the Director of Audit is saying, that for the period, I'll read it again, 2002 to 2006, that's the CCM period. Total deficit $11.08 million. But for the second 5-year period, 2007 to 2011, NRP period, the deficits total $99.16 million. I didn't make that up. That is what we have here. And I'm going to spend, because a good member went to the audit report, so let's talk about audit. Madam President, statement of public debt. Paragraph 4.7 of the audit report for the period 2007 to 2011. These are the forgotten years that we had to recreate. The public debt as disclosed on the statement as of December 31st, 2006, the end of the CCM era, was $227,585,614. And by the end of December 2007, it was already $263,448,157, which reflects an increase of $35.86 million or 15.8% 1 year. 1 year. At the end of the period under review, the auditors tell us, December 31st, 2011, the total public debt is disclosed at $399,076,742, reflecting an increase, Madam President, of $171,491,128 or 75.4%. You want to have that debate about debt? That is from the period 2007 to 2011. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 5 years. The debt increased by 75.4%, $171 million. Divide 171 million from the 5. That's about what? 30 million? 35 million? How much you say? Oh, but you should talk about all of that. You want to talk about it now? How much is it? 34 million a year in new debt. But we don't understand why these were hidden. 7 years, people of Nevis couldn't see this. 7 years they come in here and sing a Sankey and tell us how things are going so well. And then NRP is best for Nevis when they're racking up debt at $34 million a year. That is the audit report. You realize now why they try to hide it. I now look at the audit report for December 2012 and 2013. And here at page 12, the auditors say, unfortunately or otherwise, there was only 1 year in an 11-year stretch when a surplus realized, and that was in 2005. The accumulated deficit on the current account for that period exceeded $128 million. So they said that's page 12. It goes on. See, they want us to talk about going forward. God, if past have sting. They don't want to hear nothing about the past. Big word, skip over. Page 26 of that audit report, Madam President. Guess what it says? Some of the bigger overspenders in 2012 were the Premier's ministry with an excess of $310,000. The Ministry of Education was over its budget by $1.04 million. The Ministry of Trade, Industry and Consumer Affairs spent over $3 million. And the Ministry of Social Development was $680,000. Member doesn't want to hear a thing about the past. But I believe that the people who forget their past are doomed to repeat it. And the past is a very good indicator of what you can expect. Because when you examine this so-called new NRP, they may have changed one or two figures, but all the advisors and the spokespersons are the same. Matter of fact, somebody just sent me something here where I see no other than our former Premier, the Honorable Joseph Parry, on Facebook. I thought it was quite comical, because I thought he was retired. But this budget here has created out there in the public domain now some recognition and realization that all this empty chatter that we're getting about openness, transparency, good governance, what do they know about good governance? What they know? If you hear the good member for number 4 speak, you would think that the good member has vast experience in management, knows about things, knows what she's doing. But the only roles that the member has held have all ended in disaster. That we are aware of. She used to head, you let me tell you what they are?
Madam President, the statement made by member for number 2 is defamatory. He does not have any evidence to prove that every role that I ever held ended in disaster. As I ask that you withdraw that statement, please.
Thank you. Your response, Honourable Member.
Madam President, I will withdraw the statement to say every role, and I will say every role that I'm aware of, that the good member for number 4 held in a leadership position has ended in disaster. And I will tell you what those roles were. She was the head of a unit in the U.S. Virgin Islands, coastal zone management. By her own admission, people from that unit end up in jail. She said it was white-collar crime.
Madam President, I never stated that persons from my unit ended up in jail. Go do your research.
Madam President, if it wasn't members from her unit that end up in jail, let me tell you, some people in the U.S. Virgin Islands end up in federal penitentiary, connected and associated with the coastal zone management that was led by the member for number 4. And if I am saying something that is incorrect, then it's the member for number 4 tell Nevis people so. She's the one who told us that people went to prison associated with a fraud that had been committed in the U.S. Virgin Islands. That's example number 1. The second example that I have of her in leadership is the leader of NRP. Because she started out with a duet and she ended up with a solo. Those are the 2 public examples that I have. So where's the leadership? You think I'm going to go into an election, win 2 seats, and within a week end up back with 1? Huh? Started out singing a duet and ended up singing a solo. I believe that has to be the comment of the budget session.
Honourable Member, insofar as a point of order was raised.
Oh.
No, you may remain on your
Yes.
feet. The Honourable Member withdrew and corrected part of the statement. However, Honourable Member,
Yes.
what I would advise is that, notwithstanding that the member mentioned the statement may be defamatory, the rules refer to statements that may be considered offensive. So I'd ask you to be careful in that regard.
Thank you. Well, I will move on. I believe the people of Nevis, Madam President, know what I'm speaking about. And perhaps in different fora, we will explore the leadership credentials of the member opposite in more detail. Madam President, I want to speak to this issue of public debt. I have pointed out how the public debt escalated. And we have been very concerned at the Ministry of Finance with the state of our public debt. We have tried to manage, my colleagues will say, that in the cabinet this is something that we talk about, and we have tried to manage as best as we can. But I want to say a word about this Resthaven acquisition. You see, again, we hear about transparency, we hear about good governance, and I want to ask the question rhetorically, Madam President. I remember that the good member, the Minister of Health, said that you and her were perhaps children at the time. I'm a bit older, but I cannot recall that there was ever a debate in this House, or anywhere else for that matter, about the acquisition of Resthaven. Not that it's required, and that is why I say anywhere else. It is when we got into government in 2013 that we discovered that some 13 pieces of land all across Nevis were taken by the then NRP administration. All that they had in common, none of them had been paid for. The member for Nevis 3 and Minister of Agriculture is speaking to a situation at Jessop's Bay, where lands were taken from a Mr. Williams, not paid for, leaving it for us to try and clean things up and negotiate a payment. Resthaven, Madam President, I reiterate what I said. We have found no evidence as to what the plan for Resthaven was. I was quite surprised that the member for number 4 would stand up in this House, this august body, and say that it was for touristic purposes. What that mean? It was a golf course, a marina, perhaps some shops, a hotel, restaurants, perhaps. What was the plan for Resthaven? Imagine a government getting in 2013 and cannot find one shred of paper so that I could come, whether I agree or disagree, and explain to the people of Nevis, this was the reason given for Resthaven. These were the investors that they had in place, but perhaps things didn't work out. I can't tell you that because I don't know that, because there's no evidence within the government as to what actuated that decision. So Resthaven was acquired in 2007. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No assessment, no compensation. You know what's happening all those years, Madam President? Interest is going on. Then when we get into office, we meet a situation where we now have to try to figure out what the compensation is going to be. And then we had Kishu Shandaramani of Rams of blessed memory had as a creditor some issues. I can speak to this because it's in the courts. It went all the way to the Privy Council, Madam President. And I get sued, you know. My name now is as a defendant, Mark Brantley, Minister of Finance. You know what they say? They want the court to order me to take up Nevis people treasury and just satisfy the debt. Where we don't find $30+ million, because that's what the debt now is. Because all the time the wrangling in the Privy Council and back and forth, interest is occurring. Where are we going to find $30+ million overnight to correct this mistake? Where? So we had to make provision for it in the accounts. We had to book it. And what we did was we negotiated with the previous owners and we said, listen, would you be willing to take some treasury bills? And then, based on our cash flow, we will retire those T-bills as we go. As they mature, we try and retire some, we renew the rest. And that is why the audit report says about the ballooning out of the capital account that led to the largest deficit that we have seen in 10 years. And it bothers me. It bothers me because last year we showed a surplus of nearly $7 million. It means that we had turned the corner from COVID and we're on the right path. But these bad decisions, reckless decisions, continue to haunt us. You know, when I hear them talk about the hospital and this is not finished and the Mondo track needs a stadium, you know how much stadium we could build with $30-something million? When I was talking to the good member for number 1, I said, if you had $30-something million right now, what could you do with it? Pave the whole of Nevis. You want small businesses to get help? You want to subsidize electricity? You want more water? That's what this money could have done, but instead, and Madam President, don't take my word for it, I invite any of us who are listening, take a drive past West Haven. Every time I drive past West Haven, I am sick to my stomach to think that this recklessness of a previous government has put us in that pickle. Good minister over here said she was a child. People who are no children are still going to be paid by the time they become adults. And then they don't want us to talk about the past. But the consequences of that past are still haunting us today. Worst government this island has ever had. And I need to explain that, Madam President, because some might be misled into believing. I hear somebody saying, oh, it's our problem now, I'll fix it. So the people who created the problem must not own it or take any responsibility. It's our problem now, I'll fix it. So we have a $30+ million hole in our accounts for 2 acres of abandoned property. And every couple of weeks, months, we got to spend money to try and at least keep it clean, keep it clear. Madam President, I just want to speak for a moment to MSR Media. MSR Media has been in the news for all kinds of reasons. But I want to emphasize that we made an arrangement with MSR Media to come to Nevis to make movies. And that's what they did. I don't know, nor am I party to any other arrangements that they got themselves into. They're a private company. But we arranged for them to come and make movies. And the deal that we made with them is that we would pay up to, language is important, up to $150,000 per film. We went further, however, and said that we were not inclined to pay them the money directly. So we were not wiring money offshore to America or wherever. Bear in mind, members of the House, that this was at the height of the COVID pandemic. This was 2020. Everywhere shut down. This island was on life support. You know we depend on tourism. And the tourism season that had looked so robust in 2019. We were already making plans for the revenue. Everything came to a screeching halt. MSR came in, and despite efforts now to vilify, MSR employed people here on the island of Nevis. And we thought that we could start this idea of a film industry. I hear a lot of criticism, oh, that's not sustainable. What is sustainable? We thought tourism was sustainable. Look, the whole tourism industry shut down during COVID. We were trying to innovate, trying to diversify the economy. But here is what we negotiated, Madam President, which I think sometimes people miss. And as I heard both members opposite ridicule the MSR arrangement, we said to MSR, we will pay the local expenses. You are bringing in an entire crew, which you will house here, because Nevis was safe. We will pay their accommodation expenses. You bring in the stars for the movies. When Elizabeth Hurley and them come, they stay at Four Seasons, and as they leave, you bring in a new set of stars for another movie, we will pay the Four Seasons. Madam President, who works at these institutions? All during COVID, people talking about stimulus. MSR coming here did two things based on our negotiation. They employed people. One, they were training people. Two, they even had actors, workshops at NIPAC. And three, we ensured that we didn't pay the money to MSR. We paid it locally. And since I believe in transparency, I have the numbers. We have nothing to hide. 2020, height of the pandemic, we spent $1.2 million, EC. 1,283,198.24. So call it 1.2 million. And every penny of that was paid to the Four Seasons Resort, Madam President. So if you worked at Four Seasons during 2020 and you had a little job to go to, this helped. In 2021, we said to them, Four Seasons is an expensive resort. You need to find more cheaper accommodation. They said, okay, they will put all the crew at some place cheaper and only the stars are going to stay at Four Seasons. We said, all right. 2021, we spent $569,993 paid directly to where? Hamilton Beach Resort. You know that hotel down there at the foot of Culturama? I think it's owned by a fellow called Dion Daniel. $569,993.04 paid directly to Dion and Hamilton. Local owner and local people working there. That's where the money went. The same 2021, we paid $516,369 to Four Seasons. There was a total spend in 2021 of 1.6 million EC dollars. Hamilton, where was the epicenter of the crew, they collected a whopping 35% of all the monies that was spent by us on the movie industry in 2021. 35% went to Mr. Daniel and his business. I don't know if the member for number 4 knows what I'm talking about. 2022, Madam President, after the federal government had stolen MSR away from us. And you remember how the NRP was up here jumping up like Christmas come early. Oh, look at that. Well, if you steal somebody from me, you can't then complain about it. But in 2022, we are now coming out of COVID, remember? And during that period, I think only one movie was made, 2022. We spent with Hamilton and Mr. Daniel $151,330. And we spent with Four Seasons $65,816.90. Of the amount spent by us in 2022, Hamilton received 40.4% of that, and Four Seasons received 17.5% of that. The total then that we invested, Madam President, from 2020 to 2022 was 3.2 million EC dollars. Bearing in mind that they would have done 9 movies, our overall exposure was 3.6 million. We ended up spending 3.2. And of that amount, Hamilton received $721,323.38, and Four Seasons received $1,852,288.22. Those 2 hotels combined received 78.3% of the total amount that was spent by us on the movie industry. I want Hansard to record the facts, because when the government spent money with Hamilton, as far as we were concerned, we were keeping Hamilton open, and local people who worked at Hamilton were continuing to get a paycheck. When we spent money at Four Seasons, we were keeping the Four Seasons going, and local people who worked there were getting a paycheck. And so we are not to continue to mislead our public. The idea that somehow we give away this money, because that was not the case. Well, to MSR, you're right. If anybody we gave the money to, were local people. Now, some might have said, well, you're going to take the $3 million and just give everybody $300 or give everybody $500. But we decided to invest that money in a particular way. And I want the House to understand the wisdom of doing it the way we did it. So rather than castigating that arrangement, we kept people at work, and we kept Hamilton open. That's a small property. And I believe it contributed significantly to keeping Four Seasons open as well. These are the numbers, these are the facts. Absolutely nothing to hide, Madam President, where that's concerned. Madam President, let me make a few other quick points. The member for number 4, going back to the selective amnesia, start to talk about the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. So he's an advisor. Every chance the good member for number 4 comes in here, she has to speak to the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. Spoke to the Honorable Latoya Jones as an advisor. And the note that I made, she said that government has agencies, NASPA and others that could deal with the airport. And government has community development. So what is the need for those? And I smiled. I smiled. Because I remind the member for number 4 that there was an NRP administration that took office in 2006. They had an advisor in education in the person of Mrs. Christine Springer. They had a whole Ministry of Education, PS, everybody, but they had an advisor. They had an advisor in labor in the person of my good friend, Pastor Morton, Dave Morton. They had an advisor in tourism in the person of Alistair Yarwood. They had an advisor to the Premier in the person of Llewellyn Paris. They had an advisor in health in the person of Patsy Hanley. They had an advisor in culture in the person of Suti Byron. Let me see if I can count them. 1, how much? 6. Okay. 6. Well, 6 to 2 is murder. 6 to 2 is murder. Imagine you're going to come in here and tell Nevis people that 2 advisors is wrong, that is reckless, wanton spending on our part. And there are ministries in place already why you need them. You hear what I tell you? One was advising the Ministry of Health. One was advising the Department of Labor, Ministry of Tourism, Premier's Ministry, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Culture. All of which had a minister, all of which had a permanent secretary, all of which had heads of department, but the NRP found it fit to employ these 6. And that's what we know about. And I believe the remuneration was somewhere around $7,500. So we could do the math. For those 6 farmers out there who are good at math, multiply 7,500 times 6 times 12 times 5 years and 18 null and void months. Member for number 4 must not try to lecture us over here. It's not going to work. Because if you are coming in this house today to criticize the fact that we have 2 advisors to the government, when the last time you were in office you had 6, something has to be wrong with that logic. I don't understand the preoccupation with the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. That seems personal for me, that have no place in the house. I'm keeping up with that. That's people over St. James' business that have nothing to do with me. But I don't understand every time the good member comes in here, Alexis Jeffers, Alexis Jeffers, Alexis Jeffers. Meet Alexis over by with the Guinness and thing, to be drunk and have the conversation with him. They have nothing to do with his house. Madam President, these things get me. I say I'm going to... Told you all, just pull me, you know. I don't want to get too jiggy, but, you know. The member for number 4 made what I consider to be the most outrageous statement that I would have heard. The member said that we went Sinkits in the National Parliament and a loan to acquire the lands was guaranteed via a resolution in the National Parliament. And that somehow, the fact that I seconded the motion and I am the beneficiary, that is a matter for criticism. But first of all, let me point out, I am not the beneficiary of any loan. The people of Nevis will be the beneficiary. And if, through God's favor, we can get the airport done, all of Nevis will benefit from it. So I don't want it to be misconstrued that I took any personal benefit. But I'm saying to myself, well, people elect me and send me Sinkits to represent them. There's a matter before the federal parliament concerning Nevis and the development of Nevis. And there is a problem that I stand up and support the motion, second the motion. How that could make sense? Madam President, that's not a question for you. I'm saying it rhetorically. How that could make sense? I'm doing my job. A matter of fact, you know, they asked me if I want to move the motion. I say, it's not my motion. I will support it. But imagine that is a criticism that is being leveled at me because I go to Sinkits and I'm able to bring back something for the people of Nevis.
Madam President, I can recall my statement. And my statement did not question that in the capacity of Premier, that the member for number 2 cannot speak on behalf of Nevis. The question that I raised was with regards to him being a member of the opposition, because I'm sure it was in that capacity that he rose to second the motion.
Thank you, member. Your response, Nevis 2.
Madam President, I don't appear in the National Assembly as Premier, so I think that's a given. But I appeared as a representative of people. I was put there by people. I went to an election and I won. And my colleagues saw it fit to ask me to lead them as leader of the opposition. So again, I am puzzled. As the representative of the people of Nevis, elected by the good people of Nevis 9, is the member saying that I ought not to stand up and support a measure that is beneficial to the people of Nevis?
Honourable member, for my ruling, the point of order is noted, and I'll ask the member to proceed.
I will proceed. Madam President, I make the point because, again, the good member came and spoke about bidding. You said Perez, who are the consultants on the airport, there was no bid. And I made a quick note. I'm not going to belabor it, but I said there was a time in this island where we had a number of community centers built all around the island. We had NIPAC that was built. We had roads done all across Nevis. All those roads up in Nugents were built. I don't know if the good member from number 4 was paying attention back then. But I can't recall that there was any bidding process for any of those projects. But that's a different story. So, it is not that I'm seeking to justify, but I am again pointing out the inconsistency in the approach by this party. Because as somebody said, you can't take over a party, and say, well, I'm going to cherry pick. I'm going to take 6 farm and 4 seasons that came on the NRP, but I don't want nothing to do with this and that and the other. That's how it's going on. If you take over, you take over. And if you can't defend, you must stand up and apologize. But you want to come and lecture others about bidding when all these projects were done without a single bid. Just give them to whoever they wanted to give them to. Madam President, I want to move on. And I was going to say something about geothermal, but I think this story of geothermal is well known. And again, there's a history there with the NRP. The member mentioned integrity in public life. And the member said that we need to learn from Sinkits. And I was a little perplexed. Because we had IPL first, When we went to Sinkits to file, and I'm proud to go on record to say we were the first to file in Sinkits. First politicians to file. When we went Sinkits to file, Sinkits was actually getting guidance from our commissioners in Nevis, who had been in place, I think, for 3 years by then. If there's anybody who led on the issue of IPL, it's Nevis that led on it. And the good member would have known, because had she kept the duet going, she would have had a member on the commission. But because the duet became a solo, we had to come in here, change the law, just to have the IPL constituted. Just to have the matter constituted. And the amendment that we made said that the 2 members opposite, the former members of the duet, that they could agree on a member. And not even that they could do. So we ended up having to appoint the 3rd member, just to get the IPL commission going. That sounds like people who are serious about government and governance and want to see good governance. You couldn't even put whatever the petty party differences are, you couldn't even put them aside and say, let us get together and nominate somebody.
Madam President, the member for number 2 is saying that he could not get the IPL going because of the inability of members of the opposition to come together. But Madam President, the IPL ordinance was not authorized. At the time when it was initiated, there was no leader of the opposition. And so that integrity in public life ordinance really should not have been established in the first place.
Madam President, with respect, I don't know what the point about it is, because I'm speaking to recent matters that unfolded in the House and in the island, where the legislation as it was framed contemplated an appointee from the opposition. that appointee did not happen. Could not happen, not because we did anything wrong on our side, but because the duet had become a solo. And one was singing bass and one was singing soprano. That is what happened. Huh?
You're responding to the same point, member? Proceed.
Madam President, the issue is not whether or not the matter that was brought was not advanced by NRP. The issue is that the ordinance required a leader of the opposition in the first instance, and there was no leader of the opposition, so it has nothing to do with... There was no leader of the opposition when the ordinance came into effect. And so the ordinance really should not have advanced because there was no leader of the opposition to appoint a member. So it has nothing to do with the status of NRP.
So, thank you, Honorable Member. Don't take your seat yet. So can you clarify for me what was represented by the member for Nevis 2 that the point of order relates to? Specifically, you gave an explanation, but I'm trying to understand so that I could see whether a ruling is required or not.
So specifically, he is blaming the opposition members. And I am saying that the blame ought not to be on the opposition members. The blame ought to be that the ordinance was never properly enacted. So because the ordinance came about in a way where you did not have a leader of the opposition to appoint a member at any time when it became enacted, you cannot blame myself at this point to say that this is the reason why he had to appoint a member. I know it may seem a bit, but what I'm saying is, when the Integrity in Public Life Ordinance, which I explained earlier, the problem is that it was not properly constituted, ever.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam President, I'll put it this way, that if, as the Honorable Member for number 4 suggests, that there was some concern about how the Integrity in Public Life Commission was constituted and appointed under the legislation, that post-December 2022, when we had an election, that she, as leader of the NRP, was in a position at that point. Had she maintained the duet, somebody would have emerged as leader of the opposition and would have appointed a member to the commission. So, it is not enough for her to absolve herself by saying that what happened before she came in was so. Let me concede that that what happened before. I'll give her that. I am speaking to what happened after the good member was elected, December of 2022. We had 2 members elected over there, 3 members elected over here. And because that duet became a solo, they could not appoint a leader of the opposition. They could not appoint a senator who should be on the benches opposite. And it forced us, Madam President, I think the point goes further, you know. It forced us to come to this House to pass an amendment. And what did the amendment say? The amendment said that the 2 members could agree on an appointee to the IP, to the Integrity in Public Life Commission. So we said, if there's a leader of the opposition, that person can appoint. If there's none, then the members of the opposition must decide. And even then, they couldn't bring the team back together to say, all right, let us put our differences aside. This is important in the interest of good governance, transparency and openness. that we have the IPL constituted.
Thank you, member. I trust that clarifies the point. You may proceed, member for Nevis, too.
So the point is that even in the context of an instrument that was put there specifically to assist in relation to good governance, we could not activate the way that we anticipated we could activate because the two members refused to agree. Imagine if you want any greater evidence of a failure of leadership. Two people elected by divisions and sent to this house can't say, well, we don't like each other. I don't know what the problem is. That's an in-house situation. But whatever the issue is, man, this here is bigger than us. This is important for the country. Let us therefore come together and make a nomination. Not even that they could do. Failure of leadership. Madam President, let me move on. The good member for Nevis 5 made what I thought was a startling statement, that we have a tax-driven budget. First of all, let me point out that nowhere in this budget, except in one instance, have we increased any taxes. And the only instance in which we've increased taxes is on property tax on properties valued at more than $2 million. That might impact the member for number 4, but it really wouldn't impact many people. And what we did was we brought that percentage, Madam President, on par with what is charged in Sinkits. I think we were charging 0.156%, and we brought it to 0.2, the same percentage as charging. For properties over $2 million. So if you fall below $2 million, that doesn't affect you at all. If you want to say the tax on rich people. And then we spoke about the increase in some fees. Fees in relation to the financial services industry. And then we talked about an increase in the tourism and development levy that is paid on hotel stays. So there's no impact, zero impact on the ordinary division in terms of tax or tax burden. And what we did after discussions, you would realize that some of these measures are delayed. The financial services, that is delayed until April 2nd, and the matter of the TDL, Tourism and Development Levy, that's delayed until June. That is after consultation with the stakeholders, Madam President. So to say that our budget is tax-driven, I'm not understanding what that means. Because as I look throughout the world, they forced me last night to spend some time researching to try to find countries which had budgets but no taxes. I can't find any. Countries that have budgets but no taxes. Trinidad has all the oil in the world, but they have taxes. Barbados has one of the most robust tourism products in the region, taxes. So I don't understand. But you see, this is what big people, sensible people come in the house and they say. And it sounds good when they say it, you know. It's a tax-driven budget. The fiscal measures are set out at paragraph 7 of the budget. I'm not going back to it, but I encourage anybody to read it. That's where the fiscal measures are set out. And all that we've pointed out, Madam President, is that we now need to tighten up. We need to tighten up. Now, why do I say we need to tighten up? We had some criticism leveled at the good people from IRD, in our Revenue Department. And I'm here to defend them, because they do a difficult job. We understand people don't want to pay taxes. They take a lot of abuse. Our people, it seems, have a culture of wanting everything for free. They don't want to pay taxes, but they want roads. They want electricity, they want better schools, they want better health care. And Inland Revenue bears the brunt of those attacks. So I commend them. And yes, Madam President, they got a nominal bonus for their excellent outtake in terms of their performance last year. The total payout to them was $52,800. Each person there got $1,200. That is what I'm advised. And that is because they exceeded the budget by some $4.1 million. Some may listen and think that this is somehow odd. It is not. They do it all the time in Sinkits, for example. That the revenue collection agencies, customs, IRD, etc., they incentivize them to collect as much as they can. So there's nothing wrong with that, and I defend that. But I want to speak for a moment about the lawyers. Because we recognize, Madam President, I don't come to castigate, I come to encourage. Lawyers take an oath to uphold the law. But what we recognize is that it appeared that most lawyers didn't feel that they should pay any tax. And when we looked at the reporting from some of the lawyers on the island, if that is in fact what they were earning, then they should be out of business. So alarm bells went off, and we decided that we would do an audit. And let me be clear, because I heard a suggestion that was there some politics in this. Every firm over a certain size was audited, and that they told me 21 firms were audited about town. 21. The only ones that were not are those who just started practice. This is a report that I'm reading from. The project commenced on Friday, 2nd June 2023, covering the period December 2020 through January 2023. Inland revenue estimated completion date to be November 30, 2023. That was based on full and total compliance by the lawyers. They embarked upon the project because analysis of data indicated that there were inconsistencies in reporting revenue amounts, and many lawyers were not registered for VAT. The number of firms that were audited was 21. 14 cases have been completed. 4 cases are in progress. 3 law firms were non-compliant. 12 were registered for VAT because they ought to have been registered. 3 had commercial rental added, and then were forced to use best of judgment. Total tax adjustment was just under $300,000. That's money that the government should have collected but didn't. Now, I want to say this. A comparison, this is from the report, a comparison of internal data and taxpayer files, VAT and UBT, illustrated that some lawyers were underreporting. We had incomplete filings, underreporting revenues, inaccurate filings, and some were simply not registered. Lawyers are supposed to uphold the law. The project was estimated to be completed in 6 months. However, there were mitigating circumstances, including encountering difficult taxpayers who are reluctant to share information and or refused to participate in the audit process. This significantly delayed the project and caused the project to exceed the anticipated completion date. Encountering various lawyers who are reluctant to participate, their respective refusal to comply with source documents requested, and the lack of forthcoming information when third-party requests were made. In some instances, we had taxpayers refuse to comply on the suspicion that their belief was that we were fishing for information. We also had numerous claims of attorney-client privilege when information was being requested. There were also those who refused to comply unless they received direct communication from the controller in Sinkits. Finally, there were law firms with court matters against the government. And listen to smartness. They were reluctant to share any information, say is a conflict of interest. So if you don't want to pay any tax in Nevis, sue the government. You don't want to pay any tax, sue the government. And then you say it's a conflict of interest. So you can't answer anything from the tax authorities. The reason I brought it to the House, you see, is because there are many who pontificate. And I'm not doing the right thing. And I'm calling out the legal profession and saying to them, pay your taxes, help the country. There are lawyers in this island making millions of dollars, involving in various transactions. Every time you look around, there's a new lawyer on the block. And all we're asking of them is just follow the law. You cannot be living here, benefiting, earning here, and then refusing, not registered for VAT, filing incomplete returns. And as I speculated yesterday when the good member for number 5 spoke, one of the things flagged in the report was the commingling of client and operating accounts. So Inland Revenue is saying when we went and we met X dollars in the account, if it's in an operating account, we treat it as firm money. Because the lawyers, and you know, Madam President, as a lawyer yourself, that is in fact against our ethical rules. Let me not say us. I used to be. But the lawyers like yourself, it's against the ethical rules to commingle your money and client money. So that is the difficulty that we were having. And I am using this rostrum to call out and say to our legal profession, man, listen, we need the revenue. You all do the right thing. Follow the law. Because you have ethical canons that guide you, and you've taken an oath to uphold the law. You cannot expect to continue to operate in Nevis and not pay your fair share so that the island can progress. So I just wanted to speak to that very quickly. Madam President, trying to get to a close. Culturama payments, member for number 4, said people have not yet been paid what they're owed for Culturama. Madam President, I think that these again are unfortunate utterances. Because I think all of us know that every year since Noah built the ark, and there's Culturama, there's always a lag in terms of payments. It's not something that's unusual, Madam President. You have time because sometimes you have to collect from your sponsors. It's a lag. Why come into the house and pretend like this is something new? I have some things here. Culturama 2006. Final payments were made in December 2006. Culturama 2007. Final payments were made in February 2008. Culturama 2008. Final payments were made in January 2009. Culturama 2012, final payments were made in August 2013. The end of the next Culturama is when people got their money for the one before. Culturama 2013, final payments were made in February 2014. Culturama 2014, final payments were made in December 2014. And then Culturama 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018, final payments were completed by December of those years. I am not pointing a finger. I am simply saying that this is and has always been the practice where Culturama is concerned. I don't understand sometimes why we try to pretend. Of course the vendors are aware. No. We have people who have been involved in Culturama for 50 years. No. This is nothing unusual, and I hate when people seek to posture, Madam President, as if we're doing something that is so wrong and so terrible. Vendors get paid, the bigger vendors, in fact, I'm told that we've already paid off most of the smaller vendors, and the larger vendors are paid over time, as cash flow permits, and that has always been the norm. So I don't see that that ought to make its way in here, because that is nothing new. And I just gave some examples. When NRP was in, was the position. CCM is in, same position. No need to try to create politics out of that. They said that people are retiring and they can't get their money. But I always smile, you know. A good NRP supporter called me there, they say, I retire and I want all the money one time. Any worker. And I said to her, well, you're very privileged because of this good care in government, you're getting something. So rather than saying thank you because you took a policy decision that is benefiting me and my family, I want all the money one time. They come in here and they talk about people not getting their money. And then, Madam President, again, let's be fair. And let's be reasonable. So far, I'm told 96 persons have left the service under this new non-established pension scheme. We have paid out $2.5 million in gratuity, and they're collecting a monthly pension. That is an average of $25,520 that went to each of those workers. Now, mind you, some got more, some got less. I'm averaging it. It used to be that our NE workers went home too longhand. Nothing. This government took up $2.45 million of taxpayer money and say, here's something for you to go home with. We want you, having served, to have some greater comfort in your later years. Here's some gratuity, and you're getting a pension. Bear in mind that they would not have contributed to any pension scheme. So this is government policy seeking to assist our NE workers. Man, you can't even get people to say that's a good initiative. They start to abuse and say, people need the money right away, and who now get money, and who, as if previous governments had taken this decision. We took it. We took it. And we took it because we are people-centered. We support people. So we took the decision that people who are leaving the service after years but who are not established workers should not leave with their too long hands. And I will defend that, Madam President, because it benefits people out there in the community. And so I said to our people, if you have to wait an extra week or two to get your lump sum, or if they tell you at finance that they can't give you the 40,000 you're supposed to get right away, but they'll give you 10 or 20, please bear in mind that before the CCM-led government and this cabinet, you would have get nothing. These Hebrew boys and Hebrew girls on this side. Hebrew ladies, forgive me. Hebrew ladies took this decision because we are government that cares about people. Madam President, let me say something quickly about MUA, Medical University of the Americas, because I'm sensitive to the concerns about MUA. People would have invested. It is not misplaced. And so I asked MUA for a report. And whilst much of what they've said in the report, they say is confidential, I can say that they have been acquired by a new group called GUS, Global University Systems, out of Canada. They have introduced some new academic programs and academic partnerships. They're looking to grow the enrollment and student diversity. They want to create or provide accessible and affordable medical education, expand the alumni network, and of course, provide for U.S. residency placements. They have introduced a 5-year BSc MD program, a 6-year BSc MD program, and a pre-medical master's program. These are new innovations that they've introduced and that they're now seeking to get students to participate. To give an idea about enrollment, they've sent me a chart saying that their projected enrollment for 2024, 60 students to add to the 61 that they would have had in 2023. In 2025, they expect some 218 students, and in 2026, they expect some 340 students. They say new incoming student enrollment for the 4-year MD program is projected to grow by 76% in academic year 2025 and more than 110% the following year. Overall, new incoming student enrollment in the current academic year 2025 is expected to grow by over 200%, and in the following academic year 2026 by another 50+% year over year. Now, I'm only mentioning that because, of course, the MUA is not a public institution. It's not a government institution. The MUA is a private business. And sometimes when we hear members of the opposition speak, they speak as if the government is making decisions for MUA. We don't make decisions for MUA. Same way we don't make decisions for TDC or hospital. They are private companies. But I did ask them because I'm sensitive. In fact, on my radio program, I called in to say that some of them had invested in apartments, etc. These are local people, these are our people. And I needed to know what was happening. So I want to just indicate that this is the information that I've been given. This is not information that is coming from the government. These are projections that they would have made. And I thank them for sharing that information with us. And I'm hopeful. And I'm being reminded by the Minister of Health that 28 scholarships thus far, including the 2 young persons that she mentioned in her presentation, who have gone away. So MUA's contribution goes beyond the economic, even though that is the primary focus for us. It also extends to young people getting, and in fact, Madam President, it's the best scholarship that's available, because I'm told they pay for everything. 1.6 million US dollars that they've spent thus far in terms of this scholarship program. Just so we introduced the scholarships to Earth University, CCM, again, introduced this MUA scholarship. So I hope those 28 young people go out and do well and come back to make their contribution. Madam President, there's so much more I can say about openness and transparency and all of this, but I realize that time is running short. And so I just want to look at the housing revolution and to remind the House and the public that 329 homes have been built by this government in the past 10 years through the hard work of the good people at the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation, now led by the Honorable Member for number 3, and which had been led by the Honorable Alexis Jeffers before that. 329 homes at a cost of $71.8 million. Good member again for number 4. Sometimes I wonder if the member for number 4 lives in Nevis. Because the member going to come in here and tell us that we need to do better and criticize us because people who are getting these homes at 25 to 30% below cost are saying that sea blast is affecting their fridge and their windows. Madam President, we live on an island surrounded by sea. Where on this island doesn't get sea blast? High winds. I live up in Montpelier. I think I live far away from the ocean, but I get sea blast in Montpelier. So you come in the House to tell sensible people that somehow NHLDC is to be criticized because people's fridge get rust because of sea blast. It is just a fact of life, island life. Madam President, we can't be blamed for that. But you see, it goes back to what I'm saying, the irresponsible conversation with our people, because some person out there in one of these homes vex after they hear that presentation with the minister. They vex with land and housing. Imagine you give me a house and sea blast and mash up my fridge. Well, the minister could control the sea or the wind. I mean, those things shouldn't even be said in sensible company. You come in here with good, decent people over here dressed in blue, and you say those things. We now accept that because it is... Madam President, I'm satisfied that the housing stock created by NHLDC is good quality.
Excellent quality.
And I remind the Honourable Member opposite, since you like to forget, that an entire development was done in Cherry Gardens by the NRP. And we had to go back over there and for, I believe, 60-something homes fix their septic and soak away. People's yards were being flooded with wastewater and worse. 60-something homes, we had a special project that we had to go and do because the project was not done properly. You can't say that for the projects that have been done under the CCM-led administration. And I'm proud of that. Very proud of it. Madam President, I want to say one more major thing. There are some in Nevis, and we cite again from the member for number 4, sorry, and we heard it for the member for number 5, who continue with this comparison between St. Kitts and Nevis. So every speech that the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister gives, the Premier didn't say that, and therefore something is wrong in Nevis. But the NRP must understand that we in Nevis, and we certainly here in the CCM, we have our way of doing what we do. Deliberate, thoughtful, and strategic. Thank you. And I am not going to get into the game about where we are relative to our big sister. We are sisters. And we recognize that we'll develop differently. You have sisters, Madam President. You all are connected by blood, but it doesn't mean you all are the same. And I want the members opposite to understand that it's not every time Sinkers jump up and say hip hip, we must say hooray. That's why there's an NIA. And that is why we have the capacity to come in here, pass our own budget, and set out what our plans and programs are going to be. They can't have it both ways. One hand they start to cost us say we're too dependent on Sinkers. Next hand they start to cost us and say we're not dependent enough. We're not following what Sinkers is doing enough. You look at water. Madam President, I'm going to say it in the House because Nevis people need to hear. That the good member for Nevis 1, who leads our team, has reported to the Cabinet that we have actually, on occasions, assisted our brothers and sisters in St. Kitts with equipment and with manpower in their water efforts in St. Kitts. We don't go around broadcasting because they help us to. It's a relationship. The member for Minister of Health, she spoke about the fact that people are coming from St. Kitts seeking services at the Alexandra Hospital, including our eye care program. Sometimes you're trying to get into the eye care program, they tell you there's no room. Book solid. Nothing is wrong with that. They say Nevis people go in St. Kitts to look for medical care. What about the Kittitians who come in Nevis to look for medical care? It's one country. So if you decide that you prefer to go to Best Buy in Gingerland instead of Value Mart here, you should be condemned for that. It's one country. They talk about electricity. Before I get to electricity, let me stick with water. Earlier this year, we had some hiccups with our water system. And we had to be doing some, what do you call it? Rationing. Oh, Madam President, you would have thought the world had come to an end. And I will be the first to say that when you're out of water, it's not a nice thing, because water is life. But we explained, we kept the public informed, and the way people were going on social media, this government was the worst government because we had a problem. A friend of mine called me from St. Kitts and he said, he watching and he don't understand. Because for the last 10 years, 9 o'clock every night, water goes out where he lives. So he trying to understand why Nevis people who are accustomed to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, going on so bad that there was an interruption because of the reasons that the minister explained, technical and otherwise. You realize now you're not hearing the same noise? Because we said to the minister, cabinet minister, do whatever you need to do. Let's work hard, let's repair what needs to be repaired. Let's get our water system back up to the standard. I tell people all the time, Madam President, you know the reason why Nevisians make so much noise when they find a pothole? Because the road's so nicely paved that the pothole sticks out. But it's true. It's true. The roads in Nevis, the quality is so good that when a pothole appears, everybody notices it. Electricity. Right now in Nevis, you only have an electricity outage when it's a planned outage, or again, if there's some problem at the plant. In St. Kitts, I'm told that they're renting generators right now because the investment was not made. When we were up here buying Wärtsilä engines, they said we spend bad, and NRP said we spend bad. But we were investing in water, we were investing in electricity. Road construction, I mentioned the road. Do you know, Madam President, that an entire team from Nevis went to St. Kitts with our equipment, our paver, our, what do you call the other one there? Milling machine. When you ever hear about them things, Madam President, Nevis send equipment and manpower down St. Kitts to build road. And the fellow down there called me and he said, these fellas, you look like you want to take them away from us and all. Want to steal them away from us. And again, when they say we spend bad, we bought brand new milling machine, we bought a brand new paver. So we now are helping St. Kitts to build roads in St. Kitts. We invested in our asphalt plant and we invested in training. Danny and those fellows now, Dangles, Danny, Boujou, some of the best in class. So when I hear this thing about St. Kitts, and Nevisions look to me like they want to call down Nevis. Nevis isn't doing as well, Nevis isn't doing, it's absolute nonsense. St. Kitts has its attributes and Nevis has its attributes. We are one country. But I am aware, and these examples that I've given are examples where Nevis has been assisting our friends, our brothers, our sisters in St. Kitts. So I want that to stop. And I believe that I had to mention it, Madam President, because it is an unfortunate practice that they're seeking to again use to say to the Nevision people that somehow there's something wrong. Madam President, I believe that I had some issues about employment, but I'll leave that. I'll leave that to the team to put out some stats on employment in the usual course. But I will wrap up and end by saying that this bill, shortly entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2025 Bill 2024, has had vigorous and rigorous debate in this House. We've had, I believe, the bill turned upside down and inside out in terms of scrutiny. But I feel on balance, Madam President, that this bill represents prudent, sensible management of the scarce resources that we have available to us. And we are trying to manage those resources in an increasingly difficult world and dealing with considerable overhangs in terms of debt and poor decision making that we now have to correct and the people of Nevis have to correct. And so we have come, and I'm hopeful that when it comes to a vote, that we would have unanimity in the House. Because I think the bill is a good bill, that the bill is realistic, and that the bill sets out a pathway for us to navigate fiscal year 2025. I want to thank P.S. Colin Dorr and his entire team at the Ministry of Finance. I want to thank the good people at Customs, Mr. Carey and the team. I want to thank Mrs. Limonta at the Inland Revenue and her entire team. I want to thank the good people at the Audit Office, Ms. Mills, Tanisha Mills, and her team. Because, oh, how could I forget? Ms. Heidelin Sutton, Mr. Phil Jones, and the entire team at the Financial Services Department. I want to thank them because when we look through, we will realize that our significant earnings came through IRD, came through Customs, came through Financial Services, and the team at the Audit Office has kept us within the realm of constitutional rectitude and within the law, where this government always wants to be and intends, so long as we are here, to always ensure that we comply with the law of the land. You have a government that's lawless, that's a very bad sign. And so I want to thank the Audit Office, because they always produce for us, since we have been in office, the audits that we can bring here and that can help us to inform the debate about the performance of the government. And so, with those words, Madam President, I want to wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House, and I think we move already that it be read a second time, and so I support the bill, wish it safe passage, and, Madam President, reserve my right to speak on the adjournment as and when that adjournment may come. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Member for Nevis 2, to wrap up the debate on the appropriation bill. Before we move the adjournment, what we'll do, now that the debate is complete, we'll actually take the vote on it, after which we should automatically go into the Committee of Supply, but we will refer that and deal with that on the adjournment. So I'll put the question. The question is that the Nevis Appropriation 2025 Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Bill to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of the island of Nevis for the financial year commencing on the 1st day of January 2025 and ending on the 31st day of December 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The bill has been read a second time. I recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to move a motion for the adjournment of the House until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Is there a seconder? Recognize the member for Nevis 1.
Madam President, I rise to second that motion.
Thank you very much. The question is that this Honorable House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 6 December 2024 at 10 a.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House is adjourned.